So this is, yeah, the latest one in the entire series, even though it's 4 years old. Okay. So this is after Spirit of Justice. The Pusher. Dim Sum Lights from Sonic, about 37 months. I haven't seen him play it too much, said I. Wow, not the Pusher, monks.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean.
Is she British now? Wait.
Those days in London.
Oh no, it's someone else.
Seem like a dream.
Oh, it
But
is
I
her.
do miss my time in England's vast
Wait,
capital.
what the fuck? What's her accent, huh? Okay. I guess it's more...
He's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
The Pusher, monks.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And
No anime. Oh.
What has happened?
It's probably because the series was selling less and less. I don't even know the last time Ace Attorney sold 1 million. Do I find myself facing another awful crime? Pen the pen! Nah, with that bitch. But she's British. She couldn't have done it. Feels okay.
So I came here today to ask something of you.
She can't be the bad guy. She's
Tomorrow,
British, sir.
I shall
But the
decide
Russian
my
girl,
fate.
hang her.
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
What? Let's duel. She's British. She can't be evil. Damn you. The Russian girl did it. Wait, what the? Oh no!
So please,
British girl!
I ask for your guidance.
Someone will be hanged for this. You can't kill a British citizen.
Kazuma-sama.
They killed a British citizen. I say we hang everyone on the ship. Every foreigner, you're dead. Stop it, sir. Everyone! August 8:26 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature Defendants Antechamber. Is it gonna be? I'm assuming the first case will be better than last time. Fucking Japanese court. It's like they never fucking saw a courtroom before. Meh, we'll allow it. But sir, she just destroyed the evidence. Meh. Meh. Not guilty. Meh. Meh. But she clearly did it. Meh. There's no evidence. Meh. She just stole the evidence, destroyed it. Meh. Here I'm again after 9 months Supreme Court Judiciary of Japan. I feel so nervous. I'm gonna steal my nerves and find a way to compose myself. I am old. I somehow survived the game. Good, you're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh yes, good morning, sir. Hardly recognize you. You cut a fine figure, counsel. Is the game volume low? I can turn it up. Full blast. Because white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. True fit. Fuck my voice. True fit is incredibly nervous. Feel utterly nauseated. Almost wish I'd never been born. What the fuck? I don't know why people exaggerate like that. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah, it's pre-World War I. 1903 and around that era. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at Imperial University, a man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Sniper, get down! Excuse me. Get down! Walk round! Is she the one on the box? Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, I think it is her in the box. Okay. It even has the triangle gap in her hair. Okay. So I'm assuming she's important. Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami, born the same year as I and my greatest friend. Unusual for a woman in our time. She works at the University Research Laboratory helping my file. What? She's in the school? Boof! How dare you learn? Stop it, sir. How dare you? Sadly, she's a defendant in today's trial. How dare you try to learn? Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Feeling alright. Then we started talking, you see my own I have become a little flushed. Ah, yeah, well, it's just that. You look so gallant and dashing. Sorry. When I fall under your intense gaze, okay, well, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, it's forbidden! It's 1900s! Forbidden! This love is forbidden. Don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. Oh, it would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. Oh, well, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? Even your best friend can't see through the disguise. I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes. Never tried dressing this way before. Oh, of course. I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. This does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susano? So sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. Maybe I have to toughen up my voice. What are you doing? What's going on? What? Varsity uniform, varsity cap, varsity cape, varsity badge. Look at you. You look, for all the world, just like a student of the Imperial Yuma University. A male student, damn men. I'm so glad you said I don't know how to do a voice pretending to be a girl, pretending to be a guy. I'm not gonna do it. I'm assuming she's toughened up her voice. Whatever, I can't do that. So glad you think so. Means all my preparations have been worthwhile. Woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? There's a guy called Mel Blanc that people praise a lot. Because he did a voice as Daffy Duck imitating Bugs Bunny. And then a voice as Bugs Bunny imitating Daffy, I think. Yeah, he's like, yeah, he can do like several voices like that, and it makes it so instead of just like saying his normal voice, yeah, he would do the other voice in the other voice, yeah. Well, you see, yeah, Mel Blanc's dead though, but he's like the father of voice acting, basically. It's the only way. The only way she could be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. Defense. He's, yeah, the Bugs Bunny guy. Now, before my life, I felt so frustrated I hadn't been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women, forbidden! We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom! Get out of here, woman. Despite the fact the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female, you mean men only. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. Said I act as your lawyer. Oh, Susano, you'd go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just swear that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. I know, I have complete faith in you, Ray. So strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. Yet just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be loud in court? You're so gallant and dashing. That's not how it works. Ray, please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. I mean, maybe the two guards in the bailiff are like, damn, that lawyer's pretty hot, but it's a dude. I don't know what to think. It's like, damn, that dude's hot, but I don't like dudes. I'm sorry, it's just you really do look so dashing. At least you mentioned that once or twice. Oh, you should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I don't know what to think. My body says I want to bang that guy, but I don't know. Please, I think. It certainly helped bolster my confidence today. Ray, you managed to put on a brave face and all this, but I can see through it. Notice how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. So that, you do believe me, don't you? No, I don't. No, of course, I didn't do it. I couldn't have. Wow, I mean, murder. Of course, you have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. Absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. But what about the Irish guy? He means so much to me, Cesaro. Defendant, counsel, or hot lawyer? Please, alright, court's about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. God, this lawyer's hot. Damn it! Should go at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside. Don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Oh, Cesaro, you certainly surprised your father. Going such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. Simply no other way, that's all there is to it. Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming Ray doesn't know how it came to this dwell. That's quite right, I've kept that information from her. It would worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Didn't want to burden her with that. Is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case, is it really because who the victim was? Wow, it was the Queen. She's the killer from the first game. Queen Victoria. The stabber. She's making a move now too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Sammy Kotoba, judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstance, found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. This is 1900s. The British are immune to law. Please, as if you savages can accuse us of anything. 13 August, 9 AM, courtroom 1. Fuck, I don't want to win this case because Payne's gonna lose the last of his hair. No! All his confidence will be shattered. He'll be broken after this. This is it. He's gonna lose everything. Of course, now it's session here at the trial of Raymond Balmy. Prosecution's fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. He has so little hair left. Stop the attack! Celtic Guardian, don't attack him or he loses everything. Without hair, what do you have left? Whoa, this lawyer's so hot. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready. Wow, their lawyer's so hot. Wow. This dude's hot. Yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct? Sorry. Yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. I'd say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, counsel. Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I am Ryutaro Yu, as vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. Those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen, I can't! I got a lot of caffeine in me. There's some new import called coffee. Naruhodo. Fresh face in this courtroom if I'm not mistaken. Damn, this lawyer's hot. Name Naruhodo, would that perchance be? Maybe you're thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right, Ryutaro here has been studying the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. Sure, when matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. What? Rookie Crusher.
What a pitiful situation, having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital. The accused had to call in a country boy.
How dare you? Susato is every bit gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. One of you making fun of her.
Her?
Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he's not.
I don't know! I can't sleep. I haven't slept in days. I'm so nervous. Now I'm standing in his shoes. I'm starting to understand what Naruto goes through. Like it or not, my solar won't deflate. I can't close them! Good God, I've been awake for a month. Help me. Case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interest. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown Yoko by the dock. Dear me.
Rookie Crusher, ouchie. Perhaps it would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruto stood where you're standing now, same judge tested him as well. Even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained, experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answer some simple questions? No. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. Please do make them simple. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim. Bob. That is simple, I couldn't forget that if I tried. Time to do the eyes. The Phoenix Wright, it's where he has lines on his face and then, yeah, he slumps over. What's the matter? I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Naked and minds are wont to blank. My eyes, I can't! What if someone else is in this body? Oh no. I can see stuff, but I can't do anything. I'm possessed. I think it's want, or is that pronounced want? The won't there? Fuck. Fucking English is terrible. But yeah, I think that when you put it in that, yeah, it's want, but it's fucking weird. I don't know why. Not surprising, really. It's the first time in this position, and that, guys. A bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is dismal failure. Don't fret, you need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome this problem. Of course, the court record. Answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right, just use R to open the court record. I need to flip through the people section of R, don't take too long over it. Yeah, His Excellency is watching you closely. Alright, check the court record of R. That's where the information I need will be. I'm waiting, counsel. August, yada yada. Giselle Brett, female, British. Single deep stab wound behind Pearson, a lung resulting fatal hemorrhage. Death would occur within minutes. No! Straight meiosis, pupil constriction observed in the victim of both eyes, but we've never seen her face. Let me see what it looks like. Oh no, you never see her face. 16 Ray. 9 months ago, guilty of murder, visiting Professor John Watson. Ouchie, Lee prosecuting case appears to be struggling to accept the changes afoot throughout these turbulent times in the Japan Meiji era. Victim is Taketsuchi Ouchie. Yes, prosecutor Taketsuchi Ouchie. What?
Why is it said in triumphant crime? Yes, are you dead in the coma? Yes.
Duh,
Stop it, Jack!
Seems angry. And your super eyes. Consult the court record, you must look through it carefully. Yes, I did, of course. I looked at everyone on file, and I chose the person whose features appeared to be most deathly. I must say, this most unusual methodology of yours leaves me almost speechless. Curse me with renewed certainty that reading the information carefully is vitally important. Strongly recommended. Oh dear, simply can't ignore an informal. What was the other option? Oh, excuse the incorrect response given your wide-eyed state of panic. Oh, isn't that my dad? Christ. Victim in this case is none other than Professor Eugene Mikotoba. What? Well, to be ridden off by one's own child, Pepe Hens. Sorry, father. I will succeed you. Father, you seem suddenly so much older and warier than you were a mere moments ago. Because of you, clearly. Judges asked for the victim's name, the person who was killed in this case. Look through the info. Yeah, okay, let's go. Before you kill me, for mercy's sake. Duh, duh, duh. Oh, I get Father Frustrator. Ooh, an award. Oh dear, some of the canning door that disproven though. Excellent, please allow me to amend my answer. Oh, excuse this incorrect response given your wider sleep. Yes, okay.
Yes!
Name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett. Giselle Brett. Name will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Who? Who? Correct. Being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago, but if it's proven hard to recall, the finer points of raising you need is included in the court record. As I still remember. Start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of Queen Victoria. Dun 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 dun. Queen Victoria, obviously. Is this where we get executed and dragged out? Obviously not. The Queen of
England studying overseas.
I mean, maybe she wanted an education. That sounded a little odd. Leave me out of this. I'm sure you know all the details of the case in question from 9 months ago. Yes, how could I forget every last detail about it? What on earth was that absurd answer you just gave? Don't shake your head. We know we're absurdity, please, counsel. We'll amend your answer, alright. Yes, of course, Your Excellency. Not to call my answer absurd.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed, and the culprit was Giselle Brett. Huh? Yes, she was a killer. Time our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and it was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. Terrible tragedy. Associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. It's dead, sir. Yes, so indebted to the man. He had been my mentor when I went to London and studied forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. I remember it like it was 9 months ago. It was 9 months ago. Oh. Student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder, a second-year English language student by the name of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. The loser. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. British people can't do crimes, damn you! This is an international outrage, and now you murder her? Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime, however, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, She gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play, unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct, I oversaw the negotiations personally, and I did nothing. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All remained of her empire's obligation was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. Wait, so isn't this really bad for Japan? Like, this just shows how incompetent we are. Like, yeah, what the fuck? This is what the hell? We killed the prisoner that was supposed to be judged in a different court.
Yet the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed.
Jesus, so now it looks pretty bad for Japan right now because we look incompetent as fuck. Only the day before. Oh my god, we are incompetent. Oh, do I'm satisfied the counsel for the defense sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency, over the first hurdle. Now a summary of the incident, if you please, Prosecutor Ouchie.
As is your wish, Your Excellency. Poignant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach I'd erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. Injury which proved fatal.
The Pan Monkeys.
2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused Ray Membami.
Really? Was she in her bathing attire? I guess 1900s bathing sucked.
Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Bathing attire sucks in those days, so I think it was in the 50s that bikinis and stuff started happening, but before that, or in the early 1900s, yeah, pretty shitty. And then dudes had those weird pajamas. Well, extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. Certainly true. Prosecution summary. It's full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about powerful motive. Clearly exaggerate when powerful is a blatant overstatement.
Tut tut tut. It's a yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand.
I beg your pardon?
No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you were research assistant at Imperial Yume University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Miko Toba in the laboratory at the moment. Confirm not. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to with Professor Miko Toba, whose research were you assisting then?
I don't get it. Okay, I know it might be a setup, but like in the British eyes, like, isn't this like super incompetence? Like, let's pair these two together. Like, I don't understand. We'll see, I guess. But yeah, Britain right now probably looks at Japan like morons right now for how this case is going. Well, studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? Visited an English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Oops, maybe we shouldn't have put them in the same room.
Hughes had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him.
Uh-oh. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done, a powerful hatred. Well, OJ's going to jail, alright, we're done. Oh no, Ray, careful what you're saying.
The motive was revenge, plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him use Ray's undying respect for a former mentor against her like that. Must find out more details and something we can use to bolster our defense. Oh yeah, I really have to pick up on the bathing spot after being alone together. And Bonnie-san. Yes, what is it? Susan. So, I mean, Naruhodo-san. Really starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryotaro Sato. Please tell Dakota why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. Why you were alone with her. Oh no, that's not true. I wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. Objective was guard Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
Let us be clear, at the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut, and you and no one else. Truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It's Q's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. Q's would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
Kind of refrain from conjecture, Council.
Yes.
Oscu and Council seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that, but for now at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let them goad you. Oh dear, it's really terrifying. Father's right, we need more information. Oh, I really have to pick up the prosecution counsel what he said about the bathing spot. This is the second game, yes. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young Yoko student?
Wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind.
You unwashed masses.
Let me explain how to bathe, you filthy unwashed masses. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skin.
No, that's not what I meant. Referring to the fact that Miss Brett had to all intents and purposes been found guilty of murder, why would a known criminal have been relaxed by the sea?
Yeah. It's Japan, we're incompetent apparently. For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry.
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. The British embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
Wow, assassin. But on what grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government's unable to stand up to foreign powers. Woo, Britain! Britain! Woo, high five! Woo, Britain! #1 for almost 100 years! Woo! Trying to remember when their dominance started. When did the Spanish fleet get taken out? Was that 1700s? Or late 1700s? Or was it early 1800s? I forgot. There's like a century of like British dominance. Okay. It was 1598? Well, okay, they lost their... Like, they lost America, but that's not a big deal because Britain had like everything else. Okay. Matters of diplomacy, it seems they don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. I mean, they were already dominating before Napoleon. Like, if you looked at all their overseas territory, like, Britain's like way #1. Okay, so I think once the Spaniards started declining, that was basically Britain was #1 for fine a few hundred years. Like, even though Napoleon's like a big deal, like, he couldn't do anything to the British. Yeah, because like, they had all these territories everywhere.
Professor, is the government granted permission, not I.
I think World War... I'm trying to remember the period between World War 1 and 2. I think, were they already declining before World War 2? I know after World War 2, Britain obviously started declining because they started losing possession of almost everything. Yeah, yeah, Suez was the final no, but did they already lose India by then? Or no, Gandhi was in the 60s, right? I'm trying to remember Gandhi, but yeah, once they lost India and the Suez, like, yeah, they just didn't have any money from that. Yeah, India was 1947, okay. So yeah, so once they lost India, it was over, because India was actually like a shit ton of money and resources from there. So I guess World War II is basically the start of the end.
In any case, to serve a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, murder took place.
Said, don't look at me, it was that young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet. Wouldn't provoke a man if you don't need to. But we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Sprite managed to avoid incarceration and stay continuing research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of her mentor, she had great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Spread's extradition to Shanghai. Hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Poor Ray.
Sir, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind to peruse this exhibit. The photograph print shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Wow. Assassin. Thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. Terrible tragedy, really. Clearly see there's no real fin thought that anyone else could have hidden. Wow. Court will now accept this photographic print as evidence. Photograph of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. Understand the victim and the defendant alone were inside the beach at a time. Is this swan dead? Oh no! No, the swan! It's dead, sir. It's been dead for like a decade. It's tied to the hat. No! Deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of goat points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally, prosecution has much more to its case.
What?
Trying to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is highly respected police detective.
Better not be glasses guy.
I assure you, testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Hey. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takasuchi Aoji, have been waiting for this moment.
What? Sorry.
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten the trial 9 months ago. Here in this very courthouse, I lost my hair. When that arrogant little student boy utterly humiliated me.
He had hair, Pepe Hens. He had hair, damn you.
Hey, Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mind crush, yeah, yes.
This insult to the Aoji family name will never be forgotten.
He aged like 10 years after losing this battle. Come conceded of age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
I'm only 20 years old.
It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. No, don't mind crush him. Mind crush.
No.
His hair now he aged like 20 years. Pepe Hens. As he reenacts it. Oh.
Strike, the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
His report. Start your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Aoji growth. Whoa! What power! You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown. Whoa! What power!
How can you learn this power? I think that tiny growth's trying to tell me something. Afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
So I said silence! Today I face another Yoko student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. My victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. That the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
Looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. Prosecution and defense each has much to lose. Haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life. It is! It's a man! What is a man without hair? I've seen the Simpsons episode. What is a man with no hair? If he loses his hair, he must have fuck. Actually, he's one of— oh my god, it's two of my least favorite characters from the last game. Christ.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Sonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. Now I am, well, the next big thing in books, an author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, Sachiko I Am a Cat, sensational success by Soseki Natsume. My goodness. Struggling student from the provinces, please, you needn't be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural you feel nervous in my presence, but all of you, please relax. Call me Soseki even. Yes, what on earth is Soseki-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? He exposes you for who you really are. This will be over before it's begun. Yes, yes, of course, I know. Yeah, the goons who lied were my least. Alright, I like the design of the goons who lied. I just did not like them taking up the entire case for 6 hours. Like, I like their design, but yeah. It was just annoying how we were stuck with them forever. Seems Soseki won't have forgotten about me, but certainly never forget him. Because usually in Phoenix Wright games they call new witnesses, but those two stayed there the entire day. It does seem to have changed in the 6 months or so since I last saw him. And as for Inspector Sonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. Do I have something on my face? Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Oh, well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. What business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I'd been asked that day to give a lecture on the morning of the incident in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. Yume University. After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. Professor over there, in fact. My father was Professor Miko Toba. Yes, that's right, it was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. Secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. Quickly threw that paper at me. Debate, you can't quite spirit it. Let me look. Now I followed my interview with the professor, so let's read the newspaper. Kitty. Oh, is there a crack here? What the fuck? This camera must have been cracked, huh? Man in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. She'd like to go up everyone else to your country's coast, those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance, and the response was to permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her.
You are useless. You're 0-3 for being useful. Detective I'm at liberty to divulge, it was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. 0 for 3, by the way. I will guard you, dead. I will guard you as well, also dead. Guard you again, dead.
The entire party departed quarterly for the seaside, it seems.
Extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. Yeah, I don't even get it. Wait a minute. So he's 0 for 2 for guarding people. This guy is fucking useless. Both people he guarded died. And he has that undisclosed cough. Fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. Oh, my inspector, you. Well, you do have something on your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father? No, fortunately I had work to finish off. Or fortunately, of course. It meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. Oh, but if only I had never seen that awful sight, relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Well, I must ask you to present your formal testimony to court. You'll give an account of all that you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Fucking hell, he's dying. Save him. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. The incident was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when suddenly I heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hunt at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes, a young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand as she stabbed wildly. Well, time to press that. Saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. What? Christ, you're a detective? Huh? Indeed, it does appear from this testimony both witnesses here present saw it. Japanese police are apparently the worst police in the universe. Very born of his heinous crime. What?
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
Oh, what have you there, Counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it? What new technology? What you don't dip it in ink? What and it's like a pen. Correct, Your Excellency. Found that scene was examining the body. It's no longer a feather. Appears that in her dying moments with her final ounce of strength. Victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What?
Your Excellency, if you'd cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Alright, it's gonna say Leon, come on. Goodness me. There's a pen! Victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ooh. Oh! The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Regimental. Or I mean Ray Membami. Initials of the defendant. No. Fountain pen admitted immediately as critical evidence. Into the court record.
So have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
Don't understand. Prosecutor achieved 9 months ago. And none of this man's poise. What is this his new form? What ultra instinct form? Counsel for the defense may begin your cross-examination now. No, he's not bald. He has a ray of hope on his head, and that's gonna lead him to victory. Naruto-san. Naruto. That means, oh yes, me. Brother Naruto in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruto in your courtroom. Cousin Ryotaro, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen this countless times be a show assistant. Find inconsistencies in witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how real lawyers should handle cross-examination. See what I can do. Duel. Was it Mia and Goda? I'm trying to remember in the... Or was it just Mia Phoenix? Was Godot in the first case of 3 or no? I think, oh, was it just Mia Phoenix? I'm trying to remember who the assistant to Mia was. That's when they faced Pain with full hair. Oh, it was Grossberg. Fucking Grossberg. Oh my god, it was Grossberg. I think that was one of the biggest missed opportunities. Fucking Grossberg. Yeah, he's so forgettable. Yeah, Christ. That was such a, yeah. Grossberg, like, despite being slightly important, he's fucking useless as a character, yeah. Okay, I completely forgot about Grossberg. Jesus, yeah, he's such a shitty character, sadly. The only thing you guys know about him is hemorrhoids and he's fat. That's it. Okay. Yeah, okay, I remember. Yeah, that was a missed opportunity in the original trilogy. Yeah. Just managed to catch that crab and suddenly heard a crowd behind me. Ran into the beachhead at once where I found the pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand, that she stabbed wildly. Saw blood in the blade proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times. He's an idiot. Whatever.
Objection!
But I'm a detective. What a time freeze! That accusatory cry welled up from deep inside me. I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruto-san stood here at this bench, stakes have been very, very high indeed. Yeah, sometimes the localization adds like a meta joke or something. Like, I think the movie 300 came out around one of the Phoenix Wrights, and then they had the I am Sparta joke or whatever. What does it mean?
What does it mean at Medicine Pose Council?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Ooh, what? Where? When? Ooh, how? Not you, Soseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga. Me? I don't even know what the joke would have been in the non-translated version, because I don't think the movie 300 even came out when that game came out. Your statement just now said the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. I hate you so much. Christ, at least Gumshoe, you, like, I don't know, whatever. Said when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. The fuck? Do you even know what your job's supposed to be? Oh, okay, so she's instantly guilty. Okay. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, counsel. Post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. Oh.
Yeah.
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony, is clearly flawed. You're garbage. So it's Seki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim. Oh, yes, I did. Wildly. Both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and it's quite simple. We know the murder weapons used to stab the victim only once, therefore no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Oh, true. Exactly. Contention, counsel. Are we going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency, there's only one logical conclusion. What Seki-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body. Why would you ever do that? That can't be. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded them without objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in the trial 9 months ago.
What did he learn? It's time to show you my new move.
A half-witted child with a half-baked attraction attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slender, my head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing multiple wounds makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged a deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was at that moment, just as she'd withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike, that the witnesses saw the knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I mean, you guys say Phoenix Wright is popular in Japan, but there's a reason why this series died. Probably isn't even popular anymore. Pepe Hens. Odd one. Everyone's popular in Japan. No, Phoenix Wright. I don't even think Phoenix Wright ever hit 1 million, did it? This series just isn't popular. I'm in agreement with the prosecution. Defendant was seen wielding a blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But she's withdrawn the blade.
And we are back where we started.
Sorry.
Consider this, young Yoko boy. The student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? Prosecution demands an explanation. Better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife? Yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? I mean, I'm assuming they'll try to make a new one. I don't know if they'll continue Phoenix Wright storyline. Because, yeah, it's a little probably too convoluted. They might have to reboot the series. Court, you're the answer then, counsel. The truth is, I don't really know. But I have to come up with a plausible reason here. We don't have a case. Reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body so she could stab her again. Duh, 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 duh. Stop it, sir. Duh, duh, Damon. Yeah, AA6 ended the Apollo storyline, and Phoenix doesn't really have much else to do aside from like watch Miles and fucking later get married. Well, he does marries Maya, who's apparently a nun or something, so I don't know. There's not much left for those three unless they want to do a really deep story. Fuck Apollo. I don't want to hear about Apollo over again though. According to postmortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That is correct. It's not true to remain conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Yeah, it's 8.1 million worldwide. There's 6 Ace Attorney games, 2 Miles Edgeworth. What is it? There's 2 of these. What are we at? 10. And then I'm assuming they re-released the first 3 games. So they were Game Boy Advance games in Japan. I'm assuming in Japan they got DS and Game Boy Advance releases. It depends, yeah. The releases to like iPad, they re-release the original trilogy over and over. Yeah. Though I don't know. I'm assuming the last 3 games probably didn't sell as well until they get ports like this. Yeah, I think the last 3 games might have sold poorly because everyone pirated on the 3DS. Like 3DS, like sales numbers for most games are terrible because I think everyone just pirated.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence clearly indicates her killer.
Yeah, Apollo 5 and 6 are digital only, so I think they just got pirated anyway. Point is, being a medical research assistant, Mabani was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Yeah, I bought him full price on release, but I'm pretty sure it didn't do too well. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. I mean, 3DS games don't sell well, because people would just pirate them for some reason.
Do you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young Yoko.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, is this just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. Or like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion I just put forward by the Yoko Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod?
Yes, An excellent idea, Inspector. Fuck this Inspector. Our young Yoko hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. Matters of medicine he appears possessed not an iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I'll permit your request to testify again before the court on subject defense counsel's assertion. Yes, sir, I will do so flawlessly. Forensic medicine primer. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research system with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget, the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Just what you said, true, Inspector. Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily. Yes, think of the weapon like a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until a doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see.
That is why Yoko should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge.
It was a weird objection.
Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke of a knife and pulled it out knows it.
Marcus. Oh, well, wow, the stabber. Ouch, he's a serial killer. Never stabbed anyone you see or pulled a blade out of wounds, so. Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Father, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. I'm sure if claiming ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. And why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that would be fatal for Miss Brent? I don't know. Ray never once mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but could my friend actually have? Subtle, yes. Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Also, time for your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. However, I must warn you, if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but no idea it would be this hard. Forensic medicine primer. Put a blade from wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge. Any medical research system with ounce of sense ought to know, yes. Oh, it's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Hopeless, I can't find a single crack in his testimony anywhere. If Ray knew drawing the knife from the wound would threaten to spread further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Sato, it's at times like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it? Of course, but I've been through the court record a dozen times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. You must examine in greater detail now. Can I examine this now? Not yet. I realize it's your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom, so if you need a reminder of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do? Come to think of it, Kazuma and Naruto are always turn evidence over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things greater to with the A button. Okay. Oh, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again, have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Finally, I wasn't able to examine this until just now. What does she look so weird in this picture? Her non-3D model, what the? Let me take off the pen's lid. Let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? Assassin knife, assassin! Oh. This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from bottom up through the nib. Something wrong, Father. Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Any more stunting imports what's wrong with my 52 months? I don't know if we'll do the Diablo 2 beta. We might just wait until it's full release, because I think it's only the first 2 acts, isn't it? Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. Alright, a small reservoir ink can be drawn, a very small amount of liquid still inside. Yeah, 5 classes, 2 acts, yeah. I mean, those are, yeah, it's so weird, because you can't really do many builds, because it only goes up to Act 2. Like, maybe you'll have Leaf, and then that's it. Our ministry is very clearly engraved here. The Phantom spread was according to the spread in her dying moments very clearly message too. Another thing about Diablo 2 is I don't know how bots will be dealt with, and I don't know if anyone will ever get the high level rune words, because I'm pretty sure most of the rune word economy was held by bots. Because like it'd be almost impossible to get a lot of the higher level builds that aren't Hammerdins late game if the runes weren't more accessible. Identify a killer, you mean? I don't think there could be any doubt that there's key piece of evidence in this case. Some sort of emblem here, look, but it isn't a Yume University one. Must belong to some order organization, suppose a business of some kind. Seeing imply the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Mysterious organization, Organization 3 Orbs. Oh, you can examine now. Rikus England returnees tell all this is the interview of you and Soseki-san, is it, father? Kitty. Like so, quite an exchange, yes? Became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Photographer managed to capture a moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. Do hope you weren't hurt. It's newspaper Soseki-san. They're seeing the important article on the back page as well. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory from Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Well, let me see that. The poison's been stolen. Oh no! Warren's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? Embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory. I didn't. What the fuck? Not heard any such thing. What do you exactly do as head of the laboratory? Further, could the report have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? Polytoxic poison been working on in the strictest confidence. Put Ray in charge of the project. Oh yes, and 16-year-olds are like perfect for the job. Ray, she was manager. That's what's written here is true. It means that she tried to hide the theft from me. Moreover, details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. I need to read this article very carefully. Poison article. Okay. Violent lecture at Yume by Soseki Natsumi in 11. Violence can light very disturbed incident took place. Deadly poison secretly developed in the University Forensic Science Laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via the wound from poisonless blade, could prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. University would have to be consulted. Onsets of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and then with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggested this time. It's apparently entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. She probably didn't even get the stab might have been after. Let's see. Basic knowledge, okay. Otherwise, no good reason why.
Hold it!
Yeah, suddenly encountered somebody shooting a line the guy and bleeding the death. Sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so rationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Apply to his sexism. Oh, you're right. You know what? It was a woman. Maybe she didn't have sense. You know what? Not guilty. Dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh no! He's a feminist! Oh no! Perhaps some of my male persona took out a little too much. She's a woman. Maybe she panicked and took it out. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now that should cover the medical side of the argument?
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here, which is clearly the defendant, Raymond Bonson, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? Not sure they should be labeling your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. We'll do this defense. She's an idiot. That's our defense. Good defense, guys. O.J. Simpson team, let's do this.
I don't know young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing, Monkus. Oh dear, that recorded me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. Yes, and everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membani-san has certainly been aware of it.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, it's just isn't Membani's nature to do something so awful. She had both motive and opportunity. It's very hard to argue against. You don't know the defendant. You, Counsel,
Do not appear to know the law.
yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
This fledgling defender, I'd almost say pleading accused.
So do I. I'm probably have to present the pen. Spectre, you'll reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Oh, never mind. Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membani-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membani-san's talent, offered a position as assistant despite her being a woman. Extremely grateful to him. Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Boasted had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membani-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. I hate pressing when you have the last one. Assuming it's this one, but I don't understand how it would work.
Objection!
Oops, I didn't mean to fucking click that. This is that statement there. Fucking Nintendo controllers. Fuck. Oops. I guess not that one then. knows? I do not think it could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention it would be alright? Wouldn't have thought this needs spelling out really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Council, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
But what is testimony, please? What the? I'm actually stumped on this one. It's because his testimony is weird. Was there poison on the dagger? Fuck. I'm gonna lose here.
Objection!
Kind of attracted by this. Wow, I'm actually gonna lose on the first one. I'm not understanding. Fuck. I pressed all 5 too.
Objection!
I think this is a reach, but whatever. Now there's one possibility. I think this is such a reach in the court. Without very good reason, a defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What?
The Yoko not only has poor grasp of the law, but also a poor loser. Harrison, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here in this newspaper article. This is a reach, because then we haven't established there being poison at the scene yet. And then, yeah, we have to go backwards now from this. An article about a deadly poison been stolen from a laboratory at Imperial Yume, you know.
Objection!
Yeah, see, it's like a very weird.
Victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But Prosecutor Ouchi will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay if these wretched publications carry fake news.
Counsel for the defense. Gonna need some tangible basis for your claim. You'll indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Excellency!
Yes, of course. Thank you. I never done something to further dangerous spreads. I felt just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body explained in the article where it says. Is that one? An article reviews the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body, a knife laced with poison is rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. What are you suggesting? And Christ, and this detective's the worst one in the world. If the knife used to attack Miss Brass laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. The truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body. What?
Objection! Another nonsense.
When you play as a different person, is the music, is this Pursuit? I forgot. I hope there's a different version of this. This one doesn't feel as epic as some of the other ones. Not at all. Oh, this is her objection. Okay, it's just hers, because yeah, if we had to hear it all game, I don't think it's as good. Yeah, okay. Defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise. To save her life, the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
not read the post-mortem report. Cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Objection!
Hopefully it's clearly desperation to Weasel's last break in a win. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with this case, as I believe the defense is well aware.
I have no proof of the information.
Your information is wretched newspaper articles that are all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. Instead, you claimed she suspected poison, took potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did you do it, Yoko?
Why did Ray suspect the stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What?
You can't possibly.
Expression counsel, it appears those are not up to words. After the extended courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware. I liked Athena's objection in a 5. Up to your honor, no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times from my place to decide in the Old Bailey. Case counsel, present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this and the poison newspaper article? Okay, so
Take that!
as superior to the court, refer to note section postmortem approach reads, extreme meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim. Oh. Clearly being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me, presumably the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's unusual symptom of death.
Hey, well,
You're useless. Normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, it's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you Yoko detective?
Newspaper article, there's following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, and then with an acute contraction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, Captain noticed the pupils mispread sides constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Yeah.
Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. It's very compelling evidence.
You. Yoko student, Yoko professor.
You savages, uneducated beast. The defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Agent Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny veracity of the defense counsel argument. I will tell the court the truth of the details reported in this newspaper, please. Pains to me have to admit it. I'm afraid I don't know. Oh. Don't know. Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory. Certain I was unaware of any theft. I mean, the Tower Court reports of this theft are unfounded. No, Your Excellency, without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic.
Stop it, sir.
Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I'm pretty sure he'd fire her before to resign. Take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
Pitiful situation for a university professor. She had more control over your students rather than allow them off to killing, allowing them off on killing sprees.
Oops. None of it's Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray. Well, son, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I had been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that Professor and Soseki-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Tiny amount as it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So how did the newspaper get to know it? I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. It's a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean. Yes, of course, it was that dainty English woman. It's Giselle Brett. That's why I decided to join a little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach, I had to confront Miss Brett. She just sat on his throat at the back of that. Yeah, she smiled sweetly as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it's you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she got stabbed. Yeah, she suddenly got to her feet, or fallen to her knees in front of me and collapsing on the floor. Yeah, she got stabbed when she was sitting in a chair. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. Oh, it's a stool. Yeah, she got stabbed there. Conveniently. Assassin. Then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. Pupils of her eyes they shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I believe it. In other words, you realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. Mine started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips once I'd been with her. She left only one possible way for the poison to enter her body. I mean, technically there was wine, but... And the blade of the knife in her back. I tried to thought what spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes, if the amount it entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, So sorry staying silent this time, all this time. Fine, it's a venom, right? You can't drink it, okay. Tell the truth, what happened is not something that can be overlooked, however. Totally know the courage will feed you confessed in the end. It is poison. Okay, you guys, lie another day. Let me just look at it. I'll just look at it myself. Via the mouth, yeah, via the mouth. Okay, another day, another lie. Good old chat.
If we lie every day, we'll never figure it out.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here.
Attention!
Here we go. Time for
Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membani-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
No answer, because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
You have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Oh? I have evidence. It's very much conclusive.
What? It's prosecutor counsel up to his trap card. It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it. Produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchi. It's his trap card. It's all in.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
What? Forcing him to use that card?
You've done well up to this point, but I played this trap card. I'd imagine there would be no need for me to smut this evidence. But you brought this on yourself. This face down card.
Oh, there's her eyes. What the? Assassin. Oh, we're gonna get an interview with the photographer. The photographer is the killer, for Christ's sakes. Could a more damning shot exist? The cruelty in the air and the beach is almost palpable.
This evidence more than any other reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature, for it shows the precise moment that Membani-san plunged her dagger in the victim's back.
Yeah, there's 3 witnesses. I don't even understand anymore. That's not true, no. I don't believe it. Order, order. Oh, I missed the British one. Order, order. Truly original name. Started with like 3 years. Council of Defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokos are slow of mind and slow to mature.
I'll show you just slow to mature. Careful now. Susato's starting to show her face here. Often said a picture's worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. Yeah, it's the same crack as the newspaper one. Court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence. Can't believe he's had a photograph like that up his sleeve the entire time. A trap card. Such a stark image, I'm generally lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness of Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. Uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon.
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There is nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. Provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness. Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has a murky use of origins, you nonetheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? When you first produced that print before, I noticed you hesitated for a brief moment because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you Yoko student and blabbering professor!
It's on this card's on the ban list.
Matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
Defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. As I plunge the dagger with 2 hands. Duh, duh, duh. Sir, it's not that heavy. Duh. Clearly, it isn't the moment knife was plunged in the victim's back, but
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. The scene it captures without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter. I believe the conclusion is clear. No. Susato, this is the time for you to fight. What you established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment Ray withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove it somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rule your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces.
He just keeps himself to us. Damn you.
Maybe my horse-drawn carriage. You'll think about this case and my victory. Rue the day you came up against Takasuchi Ochi in the court of law.
I can't determine who took this photograph, and the trial's gonna come to an end. Must be a clue somewhere. Must be somewhere working out who took it. Well, counsel. Your Excellency, wait, I want to see that. What's the name of the photographer? Burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. If only he didn't have a shitty camera. This isn't about whether I can or can't come off the answer now. Simply have to. Identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly counter my trap card, but as you so boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Fortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming did you really believe you could?
What? However, I'm able to present evidence. Defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mysterious photographer?
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again? Raucous England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Look at it closely. You'll notice there are some white lines on the right-hand side. Oh, yes, indeed. You had already caught my eye as it happens.
Huh, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably, from the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph... Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern lines present on this photograph, too.
Well, that tells us nothing. Nothing! Huh, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree.
Wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council.
Yeah.
It's quite remarkable as the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such extraordinary similarity be transpired? Curious match in pattern appears in both photographic prints as a result of... It's a crack in both lenses for some reason. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device.
Yes, we can confidently say the camera's lens must be scratched. And the scratched lens causes unwanted lines appear on every print taken with the device. In short, the two photographs under consideration here, taken with the same camera.
Yeah. What? Must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. Would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie. One of the photographs featured a newspaper article.
Newspaper? Ah!
That's right. The author of the article is a mystery witness to this crime.
Wow!
Memo what? Oh, I see what you call a Rutgers, England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's many memo, I tell you. Many memo. Many memo. Soseki-san, what was that? Did you just say many memo? Ever since I returned to Japan, Porter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Reitan Memo. Fuck, well, that's his pen. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. And now he mentions it. Secret spy, snapshots, scribble stories, scupper my privacy. Villain. And he has a stupid ink on his hand. Villain. That same reporter be it. Camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with writing many memo. You're saying this picture was taken by many memo, yes, my Lord Excellency Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper report at once, bring it to my courtroom. We'll adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
One more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon. Oh, now we talk about it. Examined for traces of poison. Solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood?
Meh. Many memo!
Because the glasses detective makes gumshoe like fucking Sherlock Holmes. Or Lestrade. So, glasses dude is useless. August 10:41 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicial Independence Antechamber 3. So sorry, Suzanne. Alright, let me get a drink real fast while you guys listen to this track. But sir. This case will be fine unless the bad guy goes on the stand and slaps away the thing, and then the crime scene isn't tampered with. Last time it was the crime scene got tampered with and no one mentioned it, and then what else happened? And then the conclusive evidence gets destroyed in front of us. Meh, and it's like meh. Be right back real fast. It's always meh. Meh. The guilty person kept walking away. Homicide 2, 603, Star like 68 months. One away. So sorry, Susanna. I should have told you about the toxin. Hooray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. That's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. My honor, Pepe Hens. I'll have to retrieve the substance from the English one before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Sato? Not know down your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last. I remember. Yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. In important details from you, Susanna, I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susanna, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. It's too good for me as well. Drive me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh? Even though in my heart I knew you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back, there was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Sato. Sorry, after I stood here and promised that I'd stand by you and always on your side. Betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no. Played the situation has taught both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another, no easy task. Yes, Father, that fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now, so, Ray, yes. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Susanoo. Will you always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now? Oh, Ray. So scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. Ashwin was sitting back of the hut listening to what I was saying. No, it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then stabbing, and then a moment later, wow, she suddenly got to her feet. Her collapsed on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back, and then pulled out a pen apparently. She was the weakest of us. Right before my eyes started doing something worst. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Bread and myself. There was no one else. Don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. Oh, a great mystery indeed. How is it a great mystery? Oh, that's another thing in Ace Attorney games. Apparently everyone except the lawyer is the dumb one. Monka, how do you get stabbed from the back in a hut with a fucking hole in the back of that? Monka, This is case one. I still can't believe it happened. That's just why I couldn't bring myself to speak up. I'll be alright. However it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you I'm gonna prove everything you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison's gonna come under close scrutiny in upcoming proceedings. Police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. Trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesis blend of alkaloids. I'm pretty sure it's going to be revealed that the poison isn't on the blade and the poison was in the wine, and the reason why the stabbing occurred was to hide the fact that she's dying from poison. Police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent. Sent a colleague of mine off earlier to deliver it to police headquarters. Think perhaps you should have some as well, though. Just in case. Decatur Station new poison divine positive and strict secrecy exists on the files laboratory. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet. This newspaper article. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from you in medical research laboratory. Wondering how the information got out given it was a government secret. It was all Englishwoman's doing. What? When the professor and Soseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory, the so-called English lady swaned in without any compunction, said the Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Professor, surely you guys would love to hear about your work on that substance there. Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Soseki-san's curiosity to convict, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction, then Soseki-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Many Memo-san. Oh, did a reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh. No, I don't remember the reporter being there. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh. No criminal given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. But he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. I mean, if he didn't take this photograph, he could have gotten away scot-free, but he decided to give it. Assumedly, he posted anonymously to the police. What a dunce. Yes, that must be what happened. I think something better would have happened with if you gave that photo, but there was like a part cut off, and then you figured out that the cut off part must be a crack. But yeah, it's a big throw. Counsel, we've just heard the new witness now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to courtroom at once. Let us steal ourselves once again then. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes. Maria's put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. Prove what really happened that day. I mean, at least in Apollo Justice, it's a throw on purpose, but yeah. Like, it's pretty... Or it's a more subtle throw. Because they ask you who else could know. Or about the cards, yeah. 13th August, 11:30 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 1. Fuck, I'm trying to remember the first case of 5 and 6. Were they just not memorable? I know everyone remembers Apollo Justice Case 1. And I guess Ace Attorney 3 Case 1. Fuck, I'm trying to remember. I remember Ace Attorney 1 first case because it's super simple. Oh, 5 was the bomb. Okay. I don't know if it was a good case. 6 was the dog on his head. Probably a lame one. Okay. I call this court to order. Reconvene to continue the trial of Raymond Balmy. Prosecutor Ouchie, have you summoned the new witness?
I address this question, Your Excellency. I have some very important news to share.
Oh. What news? Choose the amnesia one. I'm trying to remember, so Phoenix forgot, but then I forgot what else happened in it. Why does it look so happy about it?
During the recess at the collaboration professor Miko Toba's laboratory at Yuma University, police re-examined the knife that was used to end Mr. Josiah Brett's life.
Oh, the officer likes gumshoe. Excellent, admire rapid handling of the matter.
Too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
The regent delivered to police headquarters by rickshaw, so it'll be there in good time.
But judging by the man's...
Or judging by man's swagger, I fear you might need to brace yourselves for the inevitable. Counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, was no traces of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Sure about that.
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
I don't know about that, I don't know. So you mean not reliable? Alright, the regent, the test is extremely simple. Couldn't have made a mistake. Our weapon has been entered in the court record.
Enjoyed the accused's feeble excuse earlier. Has been utterly destroyed.
I think one problem here was I don't think the photograph should have been shown, cause cause now we're oh, we'll see. But yeah, they could have done the test on that stupid dagger like earlier. Police were reported managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. No trace of poison on the knife. That's really the case. How could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Come on, there's wine. Villain.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Write in many memo of the show you news. I'm what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, father? Do you know? DiGiorno. Simply a contraction of journalist. I'm where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of the news. Oh, so you took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry. Oh, brace yourselves, people. Many memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. Readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Oh. Right then, let's start with your name. Oh, don't say it's Ryutaro Naruhodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Ryotaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. I just borrowed Kazuma-san's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsuchi Auchi. That's Taketsuchi A-U-G. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. Did you get the? Did you spell my name right? Did you get that?
No, the readers won't buy that.
Not now, the Auchi family puppy-hunts.
Witness. Yes. This court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. Assassin, true assassin. Delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. Either way, you gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with, fast hand to right with. So good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my mini memoism. Fucking hell, mini memo. I'll just say mini memoism. Fuck it. Mini memoism.
Oh yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Mini memo again.
You're supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
The scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words.
Criminal will have to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen.
It's a horse time. The country G shows rotten to the core. Dwow. All he just gave his motive. Dwow. Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. Police are just imperial pawns. Long live glory of Nippon!
So your tongue, young man, there are complex political issues at play.
Oh, well anyway. I quickly jotted down those words she said in my mini memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coast. Serious criminal going on some junket. People need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. Get the woman's story so I could hammer in the press. You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? Grim scene portrayed in his photograph? Oh yes, I saw with my own very own journal eyes from start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Thank you, Minimeno-san. I will now give a formal testimony before the court. It will state exactly what it is you witnessed to the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There are plenty of gaps you could see through. Oops. An Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when a student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out her knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor and stabbed her in the back. Sworn journalist burst into flames quick as a flash, whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens suits with a perfect shot. Reed screens, you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Hut walls were just screens of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief in the summer heat. There was a breeze for me to poke my camera through, see the whole thing drawn up, ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. You say you took the photograph through a gap in one of those screens. Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? Gamble of a lifetime. To us, a purpose considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next, and many menism in a nutshell. Thus, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Dwow. Why then was the story never published? Wow, that's right. Oh no! That's the journalist's weakness! Oh no! Seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood.
Ha, more pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. More to this poor meets the eye. Keeping something about the case very close to his chest. Oh my god, yeah, you see his stupid armband. H has made a shot of Reed's gains. There are plenty of gaps you could see inside through. An English woman sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her.
Hold it!
Actually saw my mommy son enter the hut. Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit. Argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. Student girl walked right up to the English one and really started laying into her. I mean, if she laid on her anymore, there would have been eggs.
And should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
Students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
Really have to work on his similes first, though, to be honest.
Anyway, point is, woman came in the dock, was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me.
Which was the climactic moment I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out her knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. What? Oh, I see.
Hold it!
You swear before this court you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place.
Ah, precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish. I've heard a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to court exactly what you witnessed.
Wow. Right you are, it's all here in my mini memo pad. When I first peered into that, let me guess, you're gonna be right beside the fucking stool. Here we go. I'm sure that English woman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly, is what I've noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt.
And the next moment, as I was watching, evil student girl entered the hut.
Boof, 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 boof.
After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut arguing furiously.
Boof, boof, boof.
English one went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way.
Game over.
And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
Assassin, true assassin. Oh, what you describe as a grim crime indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many menoism is.
Beach hut plan entered in the court record. By the way, many minimal son, right? They call magnifying glass is useless. Assassin. I haven't actually looked at this. Must be the victim's blood. Oh dear. Blood is never a pretty sight, is it? And the figure of the urge of running in her hut to have to get it clean. Always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, father. True assassin. Playbill appears to be written in a foreign language I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here. The Germans.
Can you just written medicine on it in Japanese? I mean, I'll be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. Yes, I certainly see American labeled in the bottom of Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. The Germans. Anyway, Mini Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene float before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did not occur you try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film.
Journals have to be observers, we can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. So it always remains on the outside looking in. Yeah, it reminds me of a very tragic photo. Fuck, it's the one where the kid is starving and is there a vulture looking at him or something? Yeah. It's unknown what happened to the kid after that, but yes, I believe the photographer that took it, I think he committed suicide like 2 years later. Yeah, because it's pretty brutal stuff. Yeah. But yeah, usually journalists have an obligation not to interfere most of the time. Yeah. It's like a picture of a kid starving, and there's like 2 birds waiting for him to die or something nearby. That's something to be proud of, is it? Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. The witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to this formal testimony. It's like when nature journalists or nature photographers aren't allowed to interfere. So if there's like someone, or if there's some animal getting killed or something, they can't really interfere. Assumably the kid survived that incident, but it's probably that one. Let me look. Yeah, shit, that's a brutal photo. But I believe, yes, yeah, the guy, or oh, it was only a year later, yeah. The guy who took the picture died. Here's a brutal picture. I think I want a prize there. Hello, where are you? Grant the defense request. Any memo song will you split your formal testimony of the aforementioned statement. Realism's foundation of many manoism. Probably prove the animals. What does that mean? Let's see what we got. Never once set foot in that nor spoke with the Englishman when I was there, only as an observer.
Objection!
Well, he's done. Many memo son. Until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. Press isn't mine, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. And he's gone. Guilty. In a way, that's more many memoism. Sadly, though, seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What? What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murder victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you? If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice its owner's initials are engraved there. RM.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials accused Raymond Bonnie.
Coincidence, I wonder. Your initials are also RM.
No!
Write in mini memo. RM. Yes, we get it, you idiot. That's impossible. That's horse dung. Can't you see one of the central tenets of many manoism is being a pencil user? And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain. Appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung. Many memo-san, it's not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut. I don't know why I never watched it either.
Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? Nothing but another excuse.
Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. Defense has neither time nor inclination to count every star in the sky. Eh? There's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. Oh no. In that case, counsel of defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain that clearly reveals its owner identity is... Oops. Yes, there's emblem years in a human university belongs to some other organization. Yes, okay. Business of some kind, I would soon imply the pen does, in fact. doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Got it!
Cody 55378 from Star Mark 35 months. So as the initials, there's an emblem on this fountain pen. Emblem that you will of course recognize, Minimeno-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Oh no, he's reversing his own words against him. Well, Minimeno-san, how will you respond? Yeah. Order, explain yourself, witness. Time to go evil. So, this is how the Maya Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. I've used nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the English woman. Interview?
You never mentioned this before.
What exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes. That's all. It just was a brief exchange. Came to nothing, as we many memos say. People don't pay their dues for unworthy news. Whatever insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meaning between yourself and the victim. I'll testify under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it, yes, alright, but on one condition.
Condition?
Oh, good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the other witness, Soseki Natsume-san. Soseki-san? Yes, according to my notes here, that man. I mean, this perjury is usually what happens in Phoenix, right? It's not as bad as case 5 in the last game. That was by far the worst in the entire series. It's because they didn't split the trial up into 2 days, so you got 6 hours of those two lying. And I think 3 hours of their testimony is just complete fabrication. Like, none of it ever happened. So I think that was one of the worst trials in the series. And then Gina randomly gets hit with perjury. Even though the fucking 2 bandits have been like lying for 3 hours. Yeah, I think it was the worst trial. Because you're stuck with those two all trial. Has a secret of his own, and brace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big.
What?
What? Funny Maoism states one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Seki-san, hiding something. Witness's secrets. I asked the English one for an interview, but she declined, so I left out without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the one being stabbed and the other witnesses come running on deck to realize the victim still had a pulse. Then off to fetch help. What? And that's when this writer man here asked the woman this very significant question. He didn't say anything about that in his testimony, that's why many Minimeno demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim?
It can regain consciousness.
That would have been important to say. Well,
She did. You decide to ask her a question.
That's, true, yes. He did. That's not all. The woman gave him a very definitive answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
Phosphorus, why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you Yoko hack?
It was even a conversation. Yes, I did pose a withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. She could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense expect a thorough cross-examination be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. Coroner's claim Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow, and what on earth could have happened in that hut? Seeing as one interview, yada declined laptop without making a fuss. Watching secretly from the outside, saw one being stabbed, the other one just come running. Had to realize victim started to pause, ran off to fetch help. That's when the writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. He didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many management demands are real.
Hold it!
Seki-san, are you trying to hide something? Don't look at me like that. Seki-san. Must tell the court everything that happened. Well, in truth, when catching crabs at the water's edge, building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside's place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. Then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. I ran up to the beach hut to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. Soon Inspector Osanaga saw him spread on the ground. He sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead English woman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. What did you ask her, Sasaki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Won't protect us any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... pointed at the pen. I understand you answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, demand you amend your testimony. I will. I asked her who did this to you. She never replied. She just lifted a trembling finger pointing in the direction of the defendant. Oh, here we go.
Hold it!
She was actually not pointing, she was using her pen, pointing a finger at the defendant. Seki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When asked who did this to you, the English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point out a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was can't be denied in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Yeah, she was pointing at behind this chair. Seki-san, why have you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? The fiddlesticks, I say. It's not a British court of law, you will respond in Japanese. Damn, gaijin. Of course, the English one did point her finger towards the back of that butt. I was trembling, and she was trembling. Everything was a blur. Thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction where the student girl was standing. Somewhere in the back of it where nobody was standing at all. There we go. You mean that your memory of events. Direction which the victim was pointing are both unclear. Yes, that's it. Unclear, very, very unclear.
Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious. And yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly, but there can be no doubt this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as court can see, there's no one other than the accused in direction the victim's point. Unbelievably clear, no one else besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree, and in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. What? No. Here, lads, writing it so. Dashing Lawyers Hope Stash, 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. Serious blows to Sato, unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence. Judge will have us ruling and then this trial will be over, but that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. They gave us their account of how events had gone to the defendant's action before the trial resumed. Told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed, yes. She was stabbed through the curtain by the photographer. The English woman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying. And then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Cap's on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brad have been stabbed in the back on a beach hut that was empty for about herself and Ray? Submit all the information gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. Take it then, the defense has nothing further to add.
So the gallant Yoko student suck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. Oh, it's this objection. A crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
No, if we attack his life points, he'll lose the rest of his hair, damn you! Your Excellency, I must respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, Counsel? The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. Alternative theory that can explain who the victim actually was trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
An alternative theory? Ha! None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength, pointing a trembling finger at the killer's direction.
Is this fiction, fantasy?
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, prefer to hear your alternative theory. Alright, young Ryotaro Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. The moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
Naruto-san would never give up, and I'm Naruhodo now. True culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett, concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Order, order, order. Student lawyer Naruto-san Esquire makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. Oh no! Oh no! I mean, there was another guy. It was a Puerto Rican man or something over there. Oh no, it wasn't me! Shit, who do we blame? Chinese person was standing there. Alright, that wasn't me! I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit went outside the hut.
No, it's a joke in South Park. Wasn't there a long joke the entire episode where they say, oh yeah, OJ is even in the joke. I think they say a Puerto Rican guy came in and stabbed or stole something. Yeah, it's a long-written joke in one of the South Park episodes where even OJ Simpson says a Puerto Rican guy mugged him or something.
Now, wait, he or she could have stabbed the victims inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. Yeah, they're investigating it's perhaps the same Puerto Rican. It was a Puerto Rican guy who did it. And in point of fact, defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting it was precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing, you're bluffing, you're...
That assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory the victim was stabbed from the outside the hut? Because the chair's over there.
Take that!
Original photograph print of the crime scene. Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. Trace of the fatal thrust delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Because for fools, there's no hint of any such thing.
Not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is I'm referring to. So once again, I must call you to be explicit for the court. In this photograph, it's traces of time which you claim took place outside the hut.
Take that!
Look closely just here. Screen at the back of the hut. Wait, You can see the effects of blade having been forced through the reeds. Did we just zoom out in this photo? What the fuck? And hands, huh? How did we do this? We zoomed out. I was wondering why this doesn't look right. We somehow fucking zoomed out on a photograph.
No, I can't. I can't see any such thing.
True that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect, however. Apart from the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. Extraordinary. Yes. True culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. To everyone present, it seemed there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. It was a Puerto Rican, a Chinese guy, I don't know, there was somebody else out there. Right in Manimono-san, it only could have been you. You know what? I forgot in my testimony, there was some other person there. Foreigner, obviously, some gaijin. There was a gaijin outside. Damn you, Bebop, wasn't it?
Prospect's idea leaves me almost speechless. Look at the photograph again. Victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
Or not?
You recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. She just sat on the stone back up, smiling sweetly at me if she knew she was untouchable.
A stool?
Have another look at the photograph. Slid in the reed screen. Aligned perfectly with the back if someone was sitting on that stool. My word, so in fact the victim was killed was sitting on that stool. A stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. I've been attacked. Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. Then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. For the defendant, Membani-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. Time to go, hey, villain. By your silence, Manimono-san, I take it you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd.
We still have to do the poison plot point. Will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Here we go. It's time for his final trap card. Thank goodness. Finally made him cave. Must say, never been more proud.
No, this can't be. My hair. The Ouchie clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It was an odd operation. I can't accept this. I won't.
He has one last card to play. See no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final verdict and hold it. Here we go. Camera guy's gonna say, I didn't do it. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals. But we established that the victim was stabbed from outside out through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. Perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, yes, she died of poison. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. This is his final trap card. What are you talking about? I'm the victim here. Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Of obscurity, explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? You're sent a daily poison your development was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison is administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. Unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign a particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means... victim was already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupil is clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, poison could not have circulated in her blood. His poise is back.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom and whose back with whose blade. Because quite simply, the English woman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, Yoko? During these very proceedings, the laboratory professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever.
Let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial turn out to be the headline-making red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order, but where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that, and the lady most likely imbibed it. I mean, she drank it. Having a look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water in a glass had been knocked into the sandy floor on the beach had carbonated water. Jeez, poison could have been slipped in either. So somebody's made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes that make a great front page shot. Hey, what a bewitching stare. After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. Make no sense at all I poisoned a woman, wouldn't? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Yeah, his pen had it established. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Let me capture those wide-eyed prime breast fodder this is. See if this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot and make it severe, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. Explain the court testimony basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. I'm not bragging about to start now, because that's many mannerism. For a brief moment, I thought I eliminated the truth, but it slipped right back in obscurity again. Where is this trial going to take us? Now we can finish it. Wait, is it really a okay, there we go. Yeah, we can finish him here with the pen. Complete innocence. Yes, I stabbed the English woman. That very fact proves I'm innocent. If anything, I'm a hero. I'm a hero. I should get an award for this. Because why would I have spotted and stabbed the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. The courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did. Somebody else would have to see justice done. If anything, I'm the victim here. I should be a hero. I'm a hero. I'm a fucking hero. So he admit it then. Everything happened as I described. You're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen. You can blame this miserable country of ours. Country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of a charming lady's back. I plunged a blade of sweet justice right in there. I'm the victim! Someone who spends his life seeing what the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony for, as it turns out. There was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got her to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. Pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Indicating Vega. She's the one who gave the poisoned English woman ended her pitiful existence. Suddenly, snap! This journal here is off the hook. Well, the argument is sound, certainly. Witness had administered the poison himself. He needed only wait for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Therefore, this report had nothing to do with the poisoning.
Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you all seen the light. Justice at last. This is unbelievable. And after I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he gonna get away with it now? The chasm summoned narrow hole of song. I never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Well then, counsel, see if I assume your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency. Anything? I'm a hero! I'm a hero! Complete innocence.
Yeah, stabbed it. Showing the very bad bruise. I'm innocent. See, I'm a hero.
Because why would I bother to stab one if I already poisoned her? I heard the student girl in that pompous English murder argument got my goat. Courts weren't going to punish Brett for what she did. Someone else would have to see justice done.
Hold it!
Maintain you didn't give the poison to the victim. Honestly, like putting a belt on your trousers unless you're already wearing braces like these.
Hughes administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, Yoko. Who knows, you may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in a space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. What a hero. Do something that evil and you got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning. Not kind of law this court upholds. It will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim, then witness. Victim had unwittingly taken the poison already. Reporter would have had no reason to stab her. Face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable, but there's no question this man response for Miss Brett's murder. Could think of a plausible explanation why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. Feel that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for. Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information here. Okay.
Hold it!
So you do admit you had a murderous intention towards Miss Brett then? Ha! Woman's very existence offended my sense of justice. Sense of just claiming some sort of righteous indignation. She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here in our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. That was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. That English one was a blight. I had to do what was right for society.
Yet a real wrong was done by this student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
Obviously, because the poison was nothing to do with me at all. He's a hero, a patriot.
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? About what happened in that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Wait, what? The student girl was laying in the English one for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Miko Toba, no less.
Right, no, the English woman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consul Court in Shanghai, however, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
See, good old British people, they can't be villains. Anything, they're victims. So even if that student girl up inside, you could see it really felt for her. Wow. I can't. Can't stand here listening to this tripe, Lily.
Young girl, you stand accuser. You can't blurt out whenever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all of this up. Susanna, please, you have to make them listen. Turn to the dock at once, Memorami-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination. Excellency, please, I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness.
Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, grape-peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense. What?
But, Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We're discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
Stolen poison killed the victim, you mean? I suspect her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. Truly no easy task to do a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. As I left, I was searched from top to tail. Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin being developed, and you see, and since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. Very ashamed of myself, it's just that I've had some singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I want to look my old enemy in the eye, surely you can understand that. Find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. Told if there were to be an incident involved in it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it in English, actually. Oh yes, Minimoto-san. One small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach house listening in whilst Stefan and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it's you who wrote this article about you heard. Well, yeah, there we go. This guy made so many errors. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. A story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. Details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost what I said to Miss Brett, word for word. Ew. Oh, Minimoto-san. As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I have to reveal my sources, founding principle of Minimoto-ism. I was clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. He shows poison article updated in the court record. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact you were listening in. That's why you came up with the stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. Stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Ha! Yeah. Oh, yeah. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to let it go stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although it might surprise you to learn, I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet, This man proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has been a good reason for it. Porter who gave the poison Miss Brett, then clearly he must have had done it prior to re-entering the hut. Yes, that's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation here. The pen was left there. What change? We overheard the conversation of Ray and the Englishwoman. Yes, that's it. That's when Minimoto-san first found the exact nature of the poison he used. That could be key here. If I present the pen first.
Objection!
Oh no, it's the other. Okay, it's the pen.
Objection!
What? Oh no.
Objection!
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I can think of one reason. What? Before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Clean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut. Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told it was a terrible toxin. There's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbani's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to slip the poison in Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
What are you go on with this, counselor?
Minimoto-san made it clear he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. Depended somehow on an opportunity, man would have seen it. Which means Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison which the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbali-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimoto-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
Information which he subsequently included as a newspaper article, namely that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, it's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab. Furthermore, if anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. Extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by use of this particular poison. To reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Whoever in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of toxin we've developed in. Not one would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Bonnie-san being no exception. Therefore, we conclude whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties.
Yeah. Yeah.
In other words, someone like you, Reichen many men know. It's you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. It was you who administered it to the unwitting victim, but you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. This poison caused such unusual symptoms, so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned to these facts. You'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It's too late, so you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. The plan involves stabbing the victim in the back to the lead stream.
But what could it possibly do?
Is it an obvious counsel? That was kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Lots of blood poison caused the onset of pupil constriction when he had hoped for to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of new secret poison's use, no one ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes, the effects of poison may not be too easily identified, so it can have to mask its use. Attempt to do by plunging a knife in the middle of the victim's back. Order. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied with it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument which is put forward?
Well, there are a number of, yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
Prosecution evasive response clearly shows in much the same way the end nurtures the remnants of his top knot. He's clinging to lost hope. No, his hair! Lost hope! Fuck. If he loses this door, he loses his hair. He still has one final move to play. Hey, you pathetic, useless fallen samurai, stop insulting him.
Fallen, who are you calling fallen? My
Burgeoning growth is on the rise. I don't need a counter argument. What? What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? What's a fact? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my mini memos, every word. Every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Surely it'd be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory thoroughly search when they leave. Even a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting that poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? I see. I read in many mental as a mere reporter from Show You News. Quite possibly had stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Finish him off with the pen. Can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it. Used it to kill. If that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is definitely evidence we need. Whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the truth is the true culprit here. What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? My point is this: there's one way that you, Mini Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day. For enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison day in question?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Fountain pen? How could that be possibly relevant? Magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. What is this magic? I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
I swear by a weasel hair, calligraphy brush, and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
But as forward-thinking man of words, obviously I've loved my fountain pen. Sakaba Sukom is scrumped to sink, and one's work is a wash of words in a blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What is all this sucking up ink have, ah?
And just as it's possible to suck ink up into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course. My word, could this really be? Well, Mini Momo-san, you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day. You used your fountain and your very lifeblood to steal some of it, didn't you? I siphoned the poison through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
For absurdity! That never happened!
True, we've never heard there's procedures in place to prevent deaths like this from the laboratory. Would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No! Little ashamed to say. Not for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. But This is quite startled, I must say. You're fired. That guy is so fired. In the court, this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minimono-san. The crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? You suggesting? Natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into a glass.
Could be any number of alternative explanations, like for example, witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
That can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, you examine the evidence. There would be no ink present in the reservoir. When a newspaper reporter goes to an interview with someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison had filled its reservoir and emptied in the victim's glass. Goodness, what do you have to say in your defense? There's your modern justice works as in I'm a victim of the system. So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? What the assassin? I can always claw my way back in the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again. Oh, looks as though it's gonna take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. I see its situations are very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did steal the poison the day in question. Therefore, all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Minimono-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. So you are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you. Very well then, I call upon defense to present aforementioned evidence. This is it then. This will be the final piece. Oh yeah, you use the region into the pen. Okay. Defense can prove by means of this item that it was a witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Go on, so what is that bottle? It's medicine. Bottle contains unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question. That poison is entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleague and I. It's impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical region, anybody at all can check for traces of the poison. Reagent, what? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Minimono-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, you can't. Assassin, I won't. As he throws to kill a few people on his way out. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when they will admit defeat. Your Excellency, defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Yeah. Not the camera, no! This isn't my fault. Empire drove me to this. Trying to civilize civilization, balanced every foreign power's will. Took a balance and four mighty pen, fought Charleston, the battlefield is on name, justice, righteousness, many more, the paragon, just many more. Susato with me. Boof. Double team. Taijutsu. Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryotaro takedown. Taijutsu. Instant first drop of the Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen. It was clear to everyone present. Oh, it's the time the mind crushed poor Ouchie, but his hair, his last hope. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and decided to do it on a whim. Excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully. And you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minimomo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all, too spicy for a journal like me to pass up.
Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead?
I went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's how it's reported. Known killer enjoying full freedom, evade injustice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. She laughed. She just laughed in my face. She laughed! I'm the victim! I'm the victim! Oh, that's a good one. What's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Damn you! He's a hero, a patriot. Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to free press, it's really very depressing. You see, our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from. Filth, savage caveman. That's when I remembered what the deadly poison happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. Honestly, one of these times they should have like a super liar in the stand. And then they lied about how, like, what they said to get like sympathy points. Yeah, then she said she hated all Japanese, was gonna cause World War I or something. She should just lie his ass off on the stand. Everyone's like, maybe we should lower his sentence. And then yes, and then she was a part of a terrorist plot. Fuck it, you could say anything here. Okay. In my head, I knew I shouldn't get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. Couldn't let her get away with what she done. Clearly no remorse at all. Said Odd One Sock said anime was for losers. So, terrible. So was my journal spirit getting all fired up. If anything, this guy was a hero. I'd like to ask you something. Yes. I have not about justice. Surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There's no justice in the press, sorry. After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. Finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was. Cover-up? What do you mean? Sniper, take the shot! He's revealing too much, Sniper! Mind of your position, witness, be careful of what you say. Sniper, get down! I have information that implicates someone higher up. Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? Sniper! Certainly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never come into it. Yet that puffed up Englishwoman's gonna sail away into the sunset a free woman. Only possible explanation is behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. Get down, he knows too much. What sort of deal? I've done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was all ready to be published. You know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Came under pressure from the government, you mean? The government's gonna let criminals walk free if they're gonna crush the free press. And what choice do I have but to see if justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Minimomo-san, that you committed murder yourself and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. If anyone covered up, it was you. Sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett. What? Truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. No. I suppose. Oh no, don't obliterate. Ouchie, no! Here we've reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Don't do it! He has hope. Counsel for the defense, Rio Naruto. Oh. Yeah, yes, I am. Sorry, Your Excellency. I'm just musing in a manly way here. Oh, I think Ouchie's gonna lose his hair once he realizes it's a girl. Okay. Oh, it's unbelievable. It's your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was excellent performance. In truth, very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one. Gives me hope that we generally enter a new era of justice in this land. It's very flattering, Your Excellency. Your defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchie, do you have any final thoughts? Oh no, no! My honor, his honor, Pepe Hens, but his honor! No! He has to do it. His honor. The Ouchie clan has l'honneur. Prosecutor Ouchie, no! His honor.
I, Takasuchi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. No! No, his honor!
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! No! Rather than living on in shame.
No, but his honor, Pepe Hens. No!
I will end it all now with this blade. No! For that is the true path of Ouchieism.
Ouchieism. One hopes that the only way to be modeling himself after the witness. Honor.
Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Takasuchi.
Good night, no, so strong with 31 months.
No! Ack!
No! If you have no hair, you are no man anymore. No! Pepe Hens. He's no longer a man anymore. Pepe Hens. It's over. His clan is doomed. But his hair, now no one will listen to his opinions because he's bald now. Damn you people. They used to listen to him, Pepe Hens, and now they don't. Why would I listen to a man with no hair? Guard defendant Raymond Bonnie-san. Yes, Your Excellency. Reach my final verdict hereby find you not guilty. But his honor, Pepe Hens, his l'honneur. He lost everything in this trial. Court is adjourned. The man lost everything today. Damn you, and I'm not talking about the journal. 38. Supreme Court jurisdiction, antechamber 3. It's ogre. My heart's still pounding in my chest, so it's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruto-san? Sato Sato. There we go, the end music. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there, Ray and Father. Plus, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. Wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end, too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no. You take all the credit. Took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray, so I'd have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Sato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry. We're friends, equals, and the trial's over. No more of this formal super humility nonsense. Trying to celebrate it with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the what? Great defense lawyer Ryotaro Naruto. I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow, or something. Right, I see. Oh wow. Think about it, Ray. At any rate, we actually really knocked the wind out of the horrid man. It felt so good, yeah, so satisfying. It really was. Is there anyone else we could throw together? Hope you're not looking at me, Ray. Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there is at last. Ray's lovely smile. Fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruto. Thank you, I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susanoo Mikotaba for now. So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? What is happening? That's Sexton Inspector Snag. I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Sato Mikotoba. I don't. So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you. I had no idea Mr. Sesso-san Esquire, so you're the locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. What's Soseki-san so confused? I remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. An extraordinary conundrum was an unwilling student from Japan found himself embroiled in. After Naruto-san's skillful defense at Old Bailey, Soseki-san is free to return to Japan. He seems to earn himself great fame as an author. Stein is truly impressive disguise. I had no idea, and I'm Chief Inspector of the Police here. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less? Not sure you should be admitted to that, Inspector. The blood! Amazing, you're a woman of many faces. I see just two, really. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Not a patch on you, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. Do worry about Inspector Osanaga, sometimes really do. 9 months ago when he appeared at the Supreme Court to testify. Undercover disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant. He got his ass beat there. The steamship of Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Wow. Well, that didn't help you, did it? Kazuma-sama. He was weak, alright? He tripped the pusher. Maybe the 15-year-old really is an international assassin. You can never underestimate kids, Marcus. She could have pushed me. Her perspective, I have to admit, I have mixed feelings about this, and she uses a cat as a prop to help push people. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? Talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Yes, it was the English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes, the man I invited to Japan personally. Mystery is, why did she kill him? Well, the culprit herself is dead and will probably never know the answer. Voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis, how lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. That man was exceptional doctor of medicine, the name of John H. Wilson. What, Dr. Wilson? Can't believe that's a coincidence. Well, I think the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner, Mr. Sholmes. It's really true. The poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. As grandmother told me about. On return to Japan, I took my professorship at the Imperial Humane University. I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why are you swimming back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because you had an urgent telegram arrived from Japan. It said you collapsed of a high fever and you were going weaker by the day. What? When did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, father. There's something in Great Britain that you perceive might inconvenience me in some way or harm me. It's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father's suicidal? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Come on, assassin, let me go! Oh. He's got a gun! Bang, bang, bang! Oh no, assassin! Oh, is he about to stab someone? Mini memo-san. So one throw wasn't enough for you. He's got a gun! He's gonna start shooting. No, old man! I got one last thing to say before they take me away. See you in hell, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on in that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean? No, not her. Kazuma, the student of law, left Great Britain 8 months ago. What? Student of law waits so the 15-year-old was an assassin. Push. No! Kazuma-san. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with Kazuma-san? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know the guy never made it to England. He died on the steamship, and he'll never. Assassin! Sniper! Oh, that guy. It's a conspiracy. Oh, I didn't expect to find him here. Dwow. Kill him. What are officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Excellency. We're useless, sir. We're not part of the conspiracy. Come to tell you the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. It's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly. Your Excellency. Oh. Trial is over. I'm not your Excellency anymore. I'm just a conspiracy person now. Merely your father's friend, Shishiro Jigoku. What was he gonna say? And may I say, since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on most dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along from the start of the trial? Oh. Judge sees everything, Susato. Couldn't let you take the risk. If Shishiro here hadn't known and he'd recognize you, so I had a word of it in his ear beforehand as an old friend. So Shishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address. Let us finish off this journalist now. Pepe Hensi knew too much. He's dead in his cell. Committed suicide. Terrible tragedy. There you go, Father. Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. Terrible shame. He stabbed himself in the back several times. Maybe Herlock Sholmes can figure out this mystery. Well done again, both of you. Did admirably. Thank you very much. What do you think of my Shishiro sling? Yeah, it's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ho. Wow. Let us finish him. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? Not Giselle Brett about Dr. Wilson. And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. Gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime. Is he gonna be dead by next episode? And no one else is around. Get lost. Just Mikao-sama Squares. Can I have a word? Oh yes, of course. Seki-san, what is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you, Dwao. Oh. I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England this after year. Please, Saseki-san, tell me at once. Glendor, Summerstorm, went back 25 months. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things unbrewed, and thank goodness locum student Naruto-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. I arrived in Japan and submitted a report about my experiences in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Rico Tobe, wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report. Father seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day he sent the telegram to you asking me to return to Japan. What was it then, the particular part of my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in? Of course, can never forget. Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case. Second one, you mean? When Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us talk about in public. Wow. Try the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what the dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. The horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. Woo! You said there was one case. When did you... Yeah, it's next. This case somehow caused my father some years running back to Japan. I thought that whole business was over. Who said there was only one case? Who said it went from 0 to 1? Whole business over. Seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo-san.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Ding. It says Endo. Finn, damn you, Finn! I mean, at the time this game was made, I'm not sure how well Spirit of Justice or the first Great Ace Attorney sold. I'm assuming they weren't selling too well, because they didn't even port this one over, or the other one. Yeah, and they made the last two Phoenix Wright ones. Yeah, the first Great Ace Attorney did horribly. I don't even... Oh, they made a second one to solve the story, I guess. Yeah. So I guess the second game of this, yeah, got a reduced budget just so they could finish the storyline. Okay. Because, yeah, I didn't even port over the Great Ace Attorney games until just now. But yeah, I think they have to make this game to finish the unresolved plot lines. Yeah, it was supposed to be a trilogy. Okay, they probably realized the sales were too bad, so they had to settle on 2. Okay. Yeah, it's a problem with going with a trilogy. If it sells really poorly, you're stuck on the hook for 2 more games. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. The Russian girl is an assassin. She and her partner in crime, the cat, pushed. No! Another man killed. Did
It
she
was a
push him
ghastly
too?
tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind
Yeah, she's a little
had been
fatter than us.
resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight,
Second
a
assassin.
second bizarre crime.
Oh,
rend
was it
the
that
stillness
king
of
guy?
that very
Okay,
night.
there's a guy in the first game that appears for 10
I dare
seconds.
say
He has
most can
animations
still
and
recall the
everything.
sensational
Yeah,
headlines
it's that
of the
guy.
day. Haunted apartment of death.
The clown, whatever. Oh,
condemned
the clown. I keep
criminal's
thinking he's
curse.
the king or something.
The
Clown.
dread demon of coal gas.
Yeah, so this must be deal with that guy, because
Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
yeah, because there's a character that never does anything the rest of the first game. He just randomly shows up in front of his apartment, then leaves. It's real nice getting out of Legend Lawyer, starting out my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law. Made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England, and on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstance, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Apparently resided in the attic of the detective's own lodgings where I run my legal consultancy. I mean, with Phoenix Wright, I think a lot of the sales came from like the re-releases. Like, how many times has the first trilogy been re-released? I don't think they've re-released it yet. Have they released the second trilogy yet or no? But yeah, I think a lot of the sales right now are just from the original trilogy rather than the other ones, because they re-released the original trilogy over and over. 'Cause it's on iPad, I think it's on Switch, yeah, DS, Wii, mobile. Okay, yeah. So the original trilogy must be carrying the sales right now. Yeah, because they keep re-releasing it. Stats that defend the number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Particularly grueling and figure a legal battle 4 months ago now. I haven't returned to the courtroom. True if I lost my right to return. Lecture is one small part of an epic tale to which now awaken from slumber. Thanks to a letter arrived this morning from my homeland. Wow. Monks. What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. Must be near time for breakfast. Better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite and say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Damn, this is convenient for them. They can reuse the exact same art from the previous game. Poggers! 30th August, 728, Sholmes' suite. You know, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready. Morning, Iris. Smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. Prize this morning. Shh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repellent mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Assistant, obscenely a refined Japanese lady, lives up there, yada yada, great detective. Yes, I see. So that's it. What? Stay away from me. I'll be right back. Oh, this is a perfect time to rip back to get it. Alright, let's snack real fast. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll be right back. Like, which game is the best? Because it's weird, because the first trilogy, you can't really play just one of them. If you want the full story, and then Great Ace Attorney, obviously you need to play those two. I think people say... Wait, did people say Mao's Edgeworth 2 is actually the best game? Fuck. It's Investigations 2, I believe. Is that one considered the best one? Okay. I'll be right back. See, I'm not sure what the second best would be considered. Okay. Be right back because he stares into you. Get away from me! He is rather close.
I'm Craig.
As you're 1144, so I'm starting welcome back 11 months. Okay, where did I drop it? Sir. It's no good. Give me 1 second. Guess I can't find it, whatever. Okay. Fucking earbud. Or the thing that covers the earbud's gone on one of them. Huh. Oh, I see it. Okay, I dropped off. Wait, you guys stare at them. Is there any feature? This is so dumb. Get away from me! Too bad there was no music there. Truth is clear as day. My faculty's observation have reeled it again. Wait, which one did you guys say is the second best game? So if Miles Investigation 2 is the best, then what would be the second best? This is for fuck, what is it? Computer sounds, like the sub notifications. The earbuds are for this. Switch 3. Okay. The Go.1. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruto, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Was that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, barely wants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point that you've been flustered this morning. Yeah, I think a good thing about 3 is, yeah, the enemy prosecutor does very well. That's why I think 2 sort of sucks. Von Karma sucks. Like, she's like basically filler. And Clavier is like not really there. I guess Black Clove's cool. I really like, I think the one thing I hated about number 6 is, yeah, the prosecutor sucks. I think he's like 3rd worst or 2nd worst. Yeah, that prosecutor is terrible. I talk now. Of course, so I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this, been that way since I first met you. What has in the button? It was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Really pulled your button off. I'm trying to remember how good Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright was. I know the enemy prosecutor was fine. But I didn't like the Spirit of Justice guy. It just didn't make sense in the cases, and yeah, he was just boring. That's what I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? Even in advance, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. To my utter dismay, the 3rd string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? It was some knight guy in armor, I believe, right? In Layton? Okay, yeah. Little wonder then, in my vexation, I got the first button I saw, ripped it from its proper place. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling I can't fasten my jacket. It's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on this floor, one presumes. Fall. Matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unnerving. Hardly Reno said when he came in, didn't he? Had a surprise this morning. Oh ho ho ho. Yeah, well, that really is a surprise. And this man's a pride of the British Empire, the famous consultant detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name. I don't even know what the outfits look like in this game. Alright, then enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it goes cold. Gimme bacon. I have a new herbal tea for you to try too, my latest special blend. Here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sean's lodger and companion. Truly exceptional gurus author how to research serialization here in London. I mean, are they good? Someone said to do a couple of cases without the DLC costumes to see what they look like. Or is it not on the first one? Let me see. Adventure of Airlock Shows published in Rants magazine. Their memes. Alright, let's see. Oh, is it on the, okay, it's in the main menu, I believe, right? What the fuck? Oh, it's visual novel mode. Okay. Literally just plays the game. Yeah, as in you just read, that's all you have to do. See how true it all fits. The fuck? Show this Japanese jumbo mix on. Alright. Let us fight with honor now. Short episodes. I'm assuming these are just like visual novel things, right? I'm assuming there's no gameplay in it. Okay, sad story, I say. That's an hour you put when you put us out of our misery. What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well. Received a letter from Japan. Susie, you mean? Is it really? That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed, the old V. Let's tell you about her over breakfast. Oh yes, what fun. This is a letter arrived from Japan this morning by International Post. Oh, how lovely. Look at Susie's beautiful writing. Wish I could read it. How's your judicial assistant faring, may I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case. Ah, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful? Cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Well, Mr. Natsume appeared as the trial as a witness. Natsume, no, I don't recall that name. Of course you do, we helped the man twice. You know, those two cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago. Ah, the mustache twitchy man with somewhat feline eyes and the mustache. He didn't have two mustaches, Hurley. Yes, who could forget those two cases? They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. Very deep impression made on you, clearly. What was the startling news penned by Mr. Sato? Another case of the haunting lodgings, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, it's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. Totally forgotten that. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Sato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. It took place half a year ago. For what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. It suggests that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly had something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Wow. Oh. Sir, Natsume is returned to Japan. Misato's father questioned about the case, she says, and something Mr. Natsume said appeared the trouble Professor Mikoto prompted him to send that telegram. That case, yes. It was very strange, wasn't it? Yes. I compiled the whole story in the 19th manuscript ready for publication too. Then Hurley was all funny about it, remember? So he was very mean. The story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well. Really, I said that, are you sure? You perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes. My Misato was suddenly told 4 months ago she had to return to Japan. Repatriation. 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. Such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced she had to go back to Japan. Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No. Said he was suffering a high fever, cause of which unknown. He's not dead. According to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse. Ruse. Susie's daddy lied to her so she'd make the voyage back home. Why would he do that? I have to admit I have absolutely no idea. She believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. Summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Mr. Sato's father's hiding. Hurley, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What, but you said... Please have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today, so... A stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive of you, and if I were quite at leisure. So we may end the forward in my absence, won't you, Iris? So... Oh, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. He's gone, sir. Scudded off rather quickly there. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Seki-san was involved in 2 cases, only one of them was forbidden from being published by of all people, Mr. Sholmes. I found them at last. Iris, are they? No, it's about the case, that's right. Susan and I compiled them together. Case of the Haunted Lodgings. You want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. What the new music? No idea what secrets could still be behind the shadows of this case. As I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's a spirit. And so, Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything what happened in our investigation at fierce battle in the court that follow. We'll live in every detail. I just need to find a clue. I have all the time in the world. Oh, it was the final cross-examination theme. Oh, never mind. I thought it was new music. Okay, it was played once, yeah. Of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. Wow. Fake lawyers. Six months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. No, fat lady, no! Such a dumb case. Not the fat lady, no! She's dead, sir. Anyone found lying in the snowy pavilion on Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. Fog was thick and nobody saw her attack her, but cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. And Soseki-san, the man who effected his arrest, was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in her compatriot's innocence, Sato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court. A brutal and trial of many twists. Terrence finally managed to prove his innocence. Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation. This man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilant jubilation was short-lived. Received a telegram Mr. Sholmes the following morning. Victim of the Briar Road stab and regain consciousness. There we go. Hurry to Bart's at once. Will we get to interview the chick? Suit Sana asked someone to hand some and headed immediately to the hospital. I assume it's some light vehicle. 21st February, 5:30 a.m. Sir Bartholomew Hospital Recovery Ward. Yay, we get to talk to the lady, right? There you are at last. Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh, there we go. There's fucking Sal. You're late. What on earth took you so long? Telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes. It's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right, and it's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. Time's utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what it felt like an eternity. Point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. Feeling it was somewhat unjust I alone had been roused at such an hour. Sent one to you, you fucker. Well, thanks for that. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. We finally get to see her, poggers. Jesus, men, God, sir! Good God, sir. Introduce yourselves. I shall observe from here. That's the lady who's found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is, yes, Miss Green. Good God, sir! Sir, stop it, sir. Why is there... What is this? Rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruto. It's an artist mannequin, I believe, used in practice and sketching a human form of different poses. Really, it's not exactly what you call a typical figure for the purpose, so is it? I suppose not. I've never seen one quite so full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Like a mouse, Mr. Naruto, an enormous mouse. Vermin in a hospital doesn't seem the best, but looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? Very plump. That's not the only one. Not sure we can say that's down the excellence of this facility, if that's what you're thinking. I mean, we were making jokes about Taft yesterday. Apparently that's the only thing we know about Taft. Good morning. Ryunosuke Naruhodo in the Empire of Japan. Oh no, was your knife that... Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. Sadamiko Toba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Were you the one? No, I assure you, I'm Naruhodo's judicial assistant. When I regained consciousness, I wanted to come give your best wishes. Best wishes for me. Thank you. I'm Olive Green. I'm an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. Truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. No wonder I was stabbed in the back by Pepe-hands. I don't think that's related, actually. Gosh, this young one sees the bend over backwards, put herself down. I don't know if she can do that. Oh, damn you. Since we're here, should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose. Suddenly struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. Terrible experience you had, Miss Green. So cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing. That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. Before you've been comatose all that time. Case has been solved, hasn't it? Well, I've been here in the hospital, I mean. Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly by none other than I, Herlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, is Mr. Naruto's hard work in court solved the case. Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green? Afraid so. A gentleman from the police force supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Grayson. Oh, I see. He coming around has made everyone frantically busy, so I'm so sorry. I should never regain consciousness. Oof, it was selfish of me. No, we're all so relieved that you're on the mend, Miss Green. And really, we are. That kind of attitude, maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green? I couldn't possibly claim that. Fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really. At the Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts. Great Britain is such a wonderful country. Tell me, Miss Green, do you live here hereabouts? Oh no, actually, I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road. I see. Not very interesting. Oh no, is it? Brixton is some 10 stops away in the underground from here, and Thorndyke Academy is quite a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Centre. Does that matter, Mr. Sholmes? Perhaps not, but Briar Road is far less salubrious part of town by comparison dwelt in by those inferior means. Including the Maleficent Mr. Mustache. Inferior means, I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill. It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district, that's all. What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself prying into young maiden's private affairs. Ah, oh dear me, do forgive me. If you don't mind, I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things. Yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Must be begging Miss Green's personal belongings. She would have been brought directly after she was found stabbed on the pavement, though. Suspect a friend or family member probably brought some things for her. Alright then, let's see what's inside. Change of clothes, no doubt, and... No, Mr. Naruto, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's personal belongings. A young maiden might have chocolates, or biscuits, or caramel. This looks like the treatment notes for whoever's occupying this bed. Let's see. Do not permit to run around the hospital. The patient doesn't seem to be here at the moment, so... Maybe she's probably running around the hospital then. Oh dear, how worrying. What's worrying is why they haven't discharged the patient yet. All sorts of medicines in the cabinet look. Not sure if it's safely in them in reach of everyone like this. Yes, you're right. Can't imagine if your package might try a whole bottle or two. Well, at least there seems to be a little lock to secure the cabinet doors. Don't imagine how it stops if you're hungry. I worry that you'd break the lock. Hunger doesn't turn me into a criminal, you know, Miss Sal. Look, there's a photograph in this frame here. Wow. Yes, it's a picture of a young gentleman. Must be the same age as Miss Green, I would say. What's a young woman special someone, do you think? My Mr. Naruto, I didn't know you had a sense for matters of the heart. Not in the least, I sincerely said the first thing I thought of. There he is, Sholmes. Zora, Mr. Narrow Fodder here. Mr. Narrow Fodder. Narrow Fodder now, well, looking for Narrow the lawyer, that's me, but... Mr. Narrow Fodder, good, this is for you. Message from Mr. Saucy Nutspag. Mr. Natsume sent a message to me. What would a policeman be dealing with a message from Mr. Natsume exactly? What's going on? What's a Scotland Yard constable doing playing delivery boy at this time in the morning? Yeah, what are you waiting for? Let me see that. Oh. This is most unexpected. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes. Something wrong, Mr. Sholmes, you say? Have you not seen this note? No, how could I have? It would seem that London's criminals have no intention of letting the great detective rest. New case calls, a case of murder no less. Must depart once to wow. Dun dun. Murder. Call a cab. Time is of the essence. But the trouble is, I had to read Mr. Natsume's note. I was thinking we ought to pay him a visit at his lodgings once we did. That will be entirely convenient. Convenient? What do you mean? It's all here in the note, my dear fellow. Some murder we must investigate. We place at Mr. Mustache's lodgings. Wait, what? Oh, here, I'll react at once. Only yesterday, Soseki-san was in court and were dispelling doubts about his innocence. Now, very next day, there's a murder at the man's own address. He may very well be the unluckiest man alive, or so it seemed to us at the time, but soon we discovered it was worse than we thought. $718 at Sumi's lodgings, ground floor. He's dead, sir. What on earth? Oh my, the gentleman's deceased without question. He's dead. Locum student Naru Esquire, Miss Satsumi. Oh, why? Why is this happening? Why to me? Well, he just got out of court yesterday. Finally home after 2 days in his house. See if we can move then. Wake up thanks to this. No early bird should catch a worm like this. Woeful worm without wiggle. So you're in high spirits again this morning, Mr. Mustache. Ugh, not the horrible hairlock Sholmes. Shoo, shove off, show yourself the door. I never invited you. Sholmes came here with us. Quite sure he'll be able to help you, Mr. Natsume. Tell her later to dispose, Miss Mustache. What can I do for you? Give me some of those fries. Here they are already, the busybodies. Inspector Gregson, what a pleasant surprise. Pleasant, is it? It gives me heartburn every time I see your face at a crime scene, Sholmes. I deduce, Inspector, that your heartburn is rather your excessive consumption of fried food. Good morning, Inspector. This is a crime scene, don't you go touching anything. Well, good morning to you too, Sunshine. Looks like the patient's treatment notes. Let's see. Do not feed. What is this place? A zoo? Pepe hens. You know, I seem to remember seeing an almost identical sign in a local park. For the pigeons, yes, this is a person. Poor woman. I hope she hasn't read this. Pepe hens. He's dead, sir. Always said hands out, you're gonna mess up my crime scene. No, I just wanted to look, that's all. No chance I know your kind. You'll mess it up just by looking at it. Someone's in a bad mood. Certainly some bad air in here, isn't there? Oh ho ho. Alright, sounds like I'd better talk to the inspector first. Try to curry some favor. Inspector, that was victim's name. Who was he? William Shamspeare. Roger here. Probably tell he was an actor. Bit of a dead loss, or as it happens, we're just dead. Mr. Shamspeare, Pepins. Landlord, Mr. Garadeb, and the other lodger, Mr. Natsume, found them. Fella didn't rise as usual hours, so Garadeb got worried and knocked the door down. Doesn't Mr. Garadeb have a bad leg? Yeah, you're right there. It's a jittery Japanese hunchback who actually did the kick-in, really. Seki-san. Victim was pretty hard up, it seems, even done some time inside for petty crimes. No money, no place to go, no friends. Only acquaintances with the people in this house. Miserable life and a miserable end to it. So what exactly is Mr. Natsume still doing here? Not involved in the investigation, so you shouldn't have sent him away from the crime scene. Well, I'm saying, not saying because the fellow looks odd or anything, or he acts suspicious, but I thought it would be prudent to take a statement from the culprit, cohabiter. You nearly said culprit there, didn't you? No. Oh dear, Mr. Natsume appears to be under suspicion again. Certainly seems that way, just come across as an odd fellow, doesn't he? Poor man, how unfortunate. Wait, so was Gumshoe's girlfriend person, like, was she in 2 cases as the, victim? I'm trying to remember, because obviously this guy's gonna be the, not victim, but, defendant. I'm trying to remember how the original trilogy went. I can't say stay much longer until the coroner gets here. Don't think the fellas are gonna gone her that long. Body's still warm. Inspector allowed. I don't think I could bring myself to touch a dead body. Oh, she was in the fake Phoenix case. Okay. Oh, she was in the Edgeworth one as well. Okay. Terrible thing what happened. Only 3 days since I was arrested for the incident of pavement outside. Then finally regained my freedom. It starts happening all over again. And the success and excruciating experiences. Victim lived here on the ground floor in your rooms. This one story I didn't like most of her cases, or I probably forgot most of her cases. That's right, in a way, we were neighbors, I suppose. So do you know the victim? Were you friends? Wow. What's the matter with Soseki-san now? Innocent enough question, wasn't it? Why does he seem so shaken? Well, suppose he wasn't a complete stranger. Did he ever invite me to his room? Never. On my honor, I swear it. Extreme reaction. Probably wishing you'd never asked now, aren't you, Mr. Naruto? Followed him here, I felt wretched, which is why I sent word asking you to come here. Through that inspector over there. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? I need only observe the note, my dear fellow investigator, naturally. Nothing natural about that pose. Yes, it is. Don't you always do that pose? Sholmes, have you made some miraculous discovery? Patient, my dear madam, patient, have not been here in this room 5 minutes. So far, all I've managed to deduce is what actually happened. Here we go. My goodness. Isn't that everything you need to know, Mr. Sholmes? How do you propose that? Do you believe one could indeed see it that way? Present time, I managed to draw 2 internal conclusions. First, there was physical struggle here last night in which the victim fought for his life. Oh. Assuming what's wrong again, something that Mr. Sholmes said significant somehow. Don't mind me, forget I was here. Second conclusion is that there was a poison lingering in the air last night that passed the victim's lips, but yes. This is after number 4 where the olive green gets stabbed. Alright, Mr. Natsume, why are you reacting so extremely to Mr. Sholmes' deductions? No. Please, pretend I'm not here. Visible and powerful and inscrutable and insignificant. Possible to ignore. Tell us everything, Mr. Sholmes, spare no detail. Of course, let the theatrical tragedy before us be unraveled by my great deductions, presented for your pleasure in 2 acts. There's some truly astounding great deduction, Mr. Sholmes, and has no doubt this will be no exception. What miracles will unfold before our eyes this time. So, my dear fellows, for delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reason in Spectacular Act 1. The game is afoot. He's dead, sir. Cause of death. Cover observation. Victim reassess events that transpired This disconsolate room nestling. Foam. Foam at the mouth by the deceased clearly indicates use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, 1/2 sizable bar of soap. Meaningful, indubitably. He's so poor he has to eat soap. Poor artists and actors. Why is this soap set up so purposely upon the dish? It's like the victim's last supper, in fact, yes. Could it be the man was about to eat it? Of course, the fork reveals the answer. Appears the young man's appetite was his undoing. Taking up arms in the form of his cutlery, the victim engaged in a deadly battle for his life. But the struggle against his hunger was in vain. For the end, he couldn't resist devouring a slippery feast. He's dead, sir. London's foul soap is besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison that tainted the contents of this plate. The soap and the lather about the young man's mouth are too perfectly matched to ignore. The cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the excessive indigestion of foul soap. Though personally, I have greater interest in the taste of foul candle wax, of course. Well, I like how the DLC thing, reverts on the scene. Okay. They don't have pictures of him in the DLC on these pictures. Cause of death identified. Proceed to Act 2, where we ponder the next question. Was this suicide or murder? Audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. Did the man dine and die alone? A single teacup suggests the answer. I conclude such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. Zelez from Restaurant back 3 months. Careful criminal would have responded with his own cup to cover his tracks. Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is a broken lock. We forced open now at the time, and it's in this door was locked. And the sole key was in the victim's pocket. In other words, when the victim consumed the poison, he must have been alone with his inferior self from whence wafted an inferior scent. That acrid aroma lingered in the air. The victim met his end in tragic solitude. Pepins. Take comfort only in the fact his soul is well cleansed on its way to the hereafter. No possible perpetrator present. Concludes the final act of Herlock Sholmes' great deduction. Case closed. He ate the soap and died. Terrible tragedy. There's just one thing, Mr. Sholmes. You are disposed to identifying just one thing, aren't you, Mr. Naradu? Pray, what concerns you? Well, no matter how hungry he was, you really think the man would have eaten soap? He's poor, he's an aspiring actor, he needs to save money. Yum, 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 yum. Soap. Quite apparent this man had barely a penny to his name. It's a curious saying, but one so destitute, soap can suddenly appear quite irresistibly appetizing. Soap. Extraordinary. In truth, I've tried a little soap myself in the past. You've eaten it, you mean? My dear fellow, some time ago now. Postulation was that it would cleanse my gut. Did it? Was there writs in agony on the floor and split the contents of my stomach? Yes, I believe it did. Experience taught me a valuable lesson. Soap is quite poisonous. Its unpleasant taste and leads to great discomfort. In summary, I cannot recommend it. Believe me, I wouldn't eat it even if you did. Something that troubles me as well, actually. Oh, what's that? Tsunatsume. Couldn't help but notice him shuddering and quivering out of the corner of my eye. Why was that Mr. Sholmes' deduction such a nerve somehow? Nonsense. College teeth episode did last. I think judging by Mr. Natsume's reaction, great detective's deductions may need some general corrections in order to reach the actual truth. Yes, Mr. Shone's observation deductions are sometimes a little too sharp. Tend to see that the nail on the side of the head and drive it at an obtuse angle. Here's that it fails to straighten things out. Alright then, let's see what we can do. Let's pick out the keywords in Mr. Shone's quite brilliant deductions and discreetly exchange them for someone that makes a little more sense. Do that. Sure will arrive at Mr. Shone was meant to say in the first place. In that case, are you ready for the second performance of the day? Once again, my dear fellows, for your continued delight and wonder, let the curtain rise. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reason in Spectacular Act 1. Poison from soap ingestion. Careful observation victim reveals events that transpired in this disconsolate room last night. Foam at the mouth of the deceased clearly indicates use of poison. Next to the victim, we notice a large dining plate which contains, you will observe, one half sizable bar of soap. Meaningful? Indubitably. Why is this soap set so purposely upon the dish? Feels like the victim's last supper, in fact. Yes. The man was about to eat it, of course. The fork reveals the answer. Well, you can't deny a fork implies the man was eating something or about to eat something. That's true. If I were to decide to eat some soap, I'd prefer to use a fork rather than attempt it with chopsticks. Of course, only half the bar of soap is left on the plate. But there might be some other explanation. Some material proves whether or not the man really ate the soap. Look, there's more soap on the floor here. Shaman Speeder must really love this stuff. Let's not jump to conclusions, Naruto. Look closely at this soap. It said it would fit together perfectly with the half bar on the table. What the hell can that be? I think they are two halves of the same bar that broke apart.
Take that!
Soap. Oh yeah, you finally get to see me with my new outfit, and I have a little rat thing on my shoulder. Could be the man who was about to eat, of course. The other piece of soap reveals the answer. It being the other half of the soap on the table. In short, the victim was not eating soap at all. It's obvious, really, for no depths of hunger could drive any man to attempt to eat soap. Even I, with my unquenchable thirst, practical knowledge, took only a single bite. Begs the question, how the man was being poisoned because there's no sign of any food on the table. It suggests Mr. Naruto, one that furnishes us with the answer we see. And its foul soap was besmirched by foul poison. Yes, the victim's life was claimed by poison, tainted contents of this plate. Jones is pushing the soap argument, perhaps suggesting the man licked the soap rather than ate it. If soap and lemon is that poisonous, I don't think I want to be washing my hands with it. No sense of any food in this room at all. Of course, food isn't the only thing that passes through people's lips, is it? This Western vest is serving an infusion of dried tea leaves. Teacup Naruto, you as well know, stepping on airs. It's empty. It's already established that the victim wasn't eating soap when he died. However, there's significant evidence suggests that he was drinking tea. That's exactly.
Take that!
This victim's life was claimed by the poison obtained to the tea room. So your book will be poisoned. Indeed, cups have been a vessel choice practicing poisoners for over centuries. It would appear that this victim drank every last drop. No sign of food anywhere else in the room. Things that leads us to the immutable conclusion. Cause of death was clearly intoxication due to the ingestion of poison contained in this teacup. Boom. Poison in the tea. Cause of death to be done. I will proceed to Act 2 worry upon their next questions. It's the gimmick really is. Was it just suicide or murder? Like I'm half falling. Audience will recall the death occurred during the victim's last supper. The man dying and die alone. The single teacup suggests the answer. Western vessel infused hot drink skin. It's already featured heavily in our deductions so far. Yes, we can imagine that. Shortly before his death, Shemspur was having a drink of tea. There would be nothing remarkable about that. But what troubles me, I'm just not too much reaction when he heard Miss Sholmes suggest it. Or his deduction that seems close examine the scene of the crime. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's another Western vessel for infused. It's a teacup, and it too is empty, given that he's actually holding this one in his hand. We can assume that this is a cup from which Shamspear was actually drinking. But if that's the case, this changes everything. Everything we've deduced up to now is turned on its head. Bad feeling about this, almost don't want to say it. Yes, I know exactly how you feel.
Take that!
Yes, the one outside the window's gone down. No one's useless. It's dead man's grip, alright? So when you guys stab me, I'll make sure I grab on you. And you'll never get rid of me. The dead man's grip. The man dine and die alone. The other teacup suggests the answer. Yes, there were 2 teacups in this room alone. Could he not afford a second chair? Christ, this guy's poor. Oh, it's strong indication of the victim's last supper. There's the gas present. Very least, we can say now certainty. Somebody asked you in the room last night, taking the tea with the victim. What are you talking about? I believe unjustly unreasonable. Draw a conclusion on such meager evidence would be foolish, however, certainly. In which case, what more can we deduce about this possible guest at the table? Well, allow me to lift the veil of doubt, my dear fellow. I mean to say you know exactly who was in this room at the time of the victim's death. Indeed, what reveals the answer, of course, is the broken lock. I'm not sure I like where this deduction's going now. I'm afraid it's too late to go back in the house in days of eating too much soap. Doubt any of the guests who was here last night when the victim passed away is something I have a very bad feeling about. Try to ignore your feelings, cannot ignore the truth, Mr. Naruto. I suppose not. Time to look around again. First glance seems that the only things in this room are makeshift stage and costumes. Overlook these 3 books initially. Wonder what they are. Let's see. The titles read Picture of Misty Lecoq, Canterbury Urines, and Milfa Gabrielle. Wait, I'm sure I've heard those titles before. Could just be an incredible coincidence, but they're the exact same 3 books as that Sammy purchased the other day, yes. Day of the unfortunate incident with Miss Green was stabbed. So Seki had just been in the bookshop and bought them, that's right. All those 3 titles are here in the room of the victim. Natsume claims never has seen him before. What does this mean, do you think? I really don't know what to make of it. Are the familiar books?
Take that!
Shatter. You're looking for a JRPG recommendation? You could try Dragon Quest 11. You could try one of the Persona 4 or 5. Like, what kind of JRPG you looking for? You could try Xenoblade Chronicles. They did a remake of it. Use Ansgar's Power Familiar books. Xenoblade plays more like a MMORPG combat, or I guess like KOTOR is it? Where your guy auto attacks and then you do other spells. I mean, they need to remake Persona 3 so you guys don't auto bat. I've not played it myself, but if they just port it to PC and just make it the definitive version, would be nice. Yeah, Xenoblade 1's a single player MMO. Xenoblade X is like similar, but it like has a slight multiplayer thing. They remade P3, but then didn't the graphics get lowered in P3? They need like a definitive version. Anyway, quite so. It's pretty coincidence these three titles are here in this room, so link to the truth. Ugh. But Soma, you purchased these books 4 days ago at a second-hand bookshop. That's just coincidence. In that case, you'll be able to bring the same 3 titles from your own room, will you not? This very moment. No, never, non-negotiable. Can't bring your own copies here. It proves that these 3 books are in fact yours. Having purchased books 4 days ago, returned to your lodgings, you were arrested the very next day. So you could conceivably have bought the books here on that evening, but you never mentioned that. In other words, you could only have brought these 3 books here to the victim's room. Last night, having returned to your lodgings after the trial concluded at Old Bailey. Wow, murder. In short, there's only one possible conclusion. Victim died here in this room last night as a result of poisoning. That same night, the victim had a visitor. That visitor was you, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Thus concludes fun after Lakshom's great deduction. So Soseki Natsume at the scene. Elementary. I'm assuming this one has a trial, right? Case 2 in the previous game didn't even have a trial. You just investigated it, and then it was silly. Okay. Yeah, it was sort of weird, because, like, what fucking Phoenix Wright has just an investigation part? Okay. Yeah, they all have trials. It didn't make any sense. Yeah, that's the only case in the series, right? Where there's no trial part? What fucking Phoenix Wright has investigated his entire case? Oh no, I guess you would count the investigation ones, but yeah. Aside from that, yeah. In the main series games, yeah, there's usually a trial. Okay. Yeah, this is the second game. This is technically takes place after the 4th case, but before the 5th case. Wow, Susato's still here. Usually I don't like these gimmicks, but we'll see how this one goes. Cause yeah, in Miles Edgeworth Investigation 1, it's really bad because they give you a cool plot line they drop in front of you at the end of the first case, and you don't go back to it until the final case because you go back in time for 3 cases. Really stupid airplane arc. But odd one, you're on an airplane. Who could have done it, Monkus? Well then, Mr. Natsume. Here you're gonna have to accompany me down to the yard. Again. But wait. Hold your horses. Here you got to see young Von Karma. Door, key, locked. Entry, exit, entirely impossible. Seraph Clusters is being stranger than normal. I think that's an alibi. You could have just made a copy. What? With the soap? We live in the same building after all. Plenty of opportunity, I'm sure. But... Misery me! Sorry, you'll get your chance to give your side of the story later. I speak for themselves, Mr. Mustache. Oh, you. Horrible airlock Sholmes really found himself an archive when I hesitated. Come on now, no dilly-dallying. Outside, there's a carriage waiting. Welcome, student Naruto Esquire. I never imagined I'd be in this position again, but you have to help me, please, please. I'm innocent. Alright, I understand. Well, we'll come to your cell later and talk about it. One more thing. Oh, yes. My poor little kitty cat. Please give him his breakfast for me. And so, his evil curse still apparently unbroken. Seki-san found himself once again the prime suspect in a case of murder. It's the incriminating deduction of the great detective. Dear fellow, that honor belongs to you. Yeah, is the second Ace Attorney considered one of the weaker ones because it has to be carried by the final case? At least means Inspector Gregson's no longer here. We can examine the crime scene in more detail now. That's right, and of course, what? Forgotten the inspector mentioned before. Yeah, without the final case, the second is pretty rough. Alright. It's the landlord, Mr. Garrett, who discovered Mr. Shamspeare. Sir John Garrett, yes. Circus case. Sorry, we could find him in the sitting room on the top floor as usual, right? We must remember to go and talk to him later then. This looks like part of an envelope, I think. Yes, I think you may be right. That says torn off and the letter was opened. Yeah, the opening case, we were talking about that earlier. I barely remember the opening case of Ace Attorney 2, but I'm assuming it's garbage because of the amnesia thing. That's significant. I still hate fake Phoenix Wright case, but is that third game? I don't out of place perhaps when you look around the room. There's no sign of a letter. Press the envelope and the fact is there. He's right. Then we have the torn off end of an envelope. This strikes me as unusual. I agree. We'd better take this just in case. Poor dead guy. Oh, the poor man, so young to die. I suppose a very painful death, being poisoned as he was. Yeah, the cool thing about the third game, despite that shitty case, is the first case is nice, the last one's good, and I think the one before the last one's good too. So you have like 3 good ones. I forgot what the second case was in that. I don't know, now I can only hope you'll be reborn a better life. Suppose you're right, I wonder. Turn over mask to mask. I think putting your hands together in a Japanese prayer of a British soul. Sorry. Should have had a reference already just for an occasion such as this, actually. Book is entitled The Beginner's Guide to Praying for the Departed, the British way. Read right now, one moment. Quite a spine on that book, isn't there? He's dead, sir. And one of the teacups was Shamspeare and his gas drank from last night. Like how there's clearly a hole in the ground, but I don't think we can investigate it now, can we? Or there's clearly a board that can be moved up. Don't go drinking a mess now, though. There's bitter poison inside. I plan on drinking any, don't worry. Anyway, the cups are both empty. So true, so one was Shamspeare's. And the other must be the cup Mr. Natsume was drinking from. Seki-san wasn't poisoned, of course. I should take these to examine them in more detail later. Cups has been entered in the court record. There was like a red Aaron or whatever. Or there was a plot point in, was it 4-3? where the guy's playing guitar and he screws up, but I think like they dismiss it in the court case for some reason. Yeah, I remember that was like a plot point, but then they just dismiss it for some reason, even though he is, yeah, the you-know-who. You're seen from the outside, the window's completely bricked up. This is your formal window tax that Britons have to pay. Strange things they use the tax in Great Britain, making people pay for the number of windows added in a property. Extraordinary. Heartbreaking this thing of the poor, having to block up the windows to avoid an unaffordable tax. Oh, what is it, Mr. Saddle? Look closely. A number of bricks are loose, oh. Looks as though an amateur has broken out a few of them just here. Sharon Speary did it, I wonder. Ledger rented his room. No, there was a different plot point with the music song. Like, yeah, there's one where he stops playing for a bit, but I think there's one where he messes up the rehearsal and Clavier gets mad at him. But I think they dismiss it, but it's because, yeah, his arm is likely jammed or something. It's narrowed on the outside, there's a little ledge. Something on it, more soap on outside. So cold I'd say feel it through this gap. It did snow all last night, would be cold more importantly. What is it on the ledge up there? What are those snow-covered lumps? It's more bars of soap. He's so poor! How poor is he? I can't afford bricks for this window. Let me put a few bars of soap. Pepe hands. Damn you people. I'm just poor. So put a bars of soap. I'm a legend. So I can't afford fucking bricks, damn you. And then he had to eat one of the bars of soap because he was so poor. I have no idea. A pair of them look rather charming like that. Very strange, isn't it? Bars of soap lined up outside the window. Perhaps we should take one. There are two after all. Oh dear. Suppose we could. What's this here? This bar of soap. Why, which ones did you agree on? See in the middle there. This patch is different color. It's sort of a transparent, but or which JRPGs did you choose on? Some sort of fancy design, I suppose, only in Great Britain. Looks like the Hinamaru flag of Japan, doesn't it? How wonderful. Probably a very expensive brand. Expensive? Then what's it doing in this ramshackle room? I think I liked, I forgot how the cases were in number 5, but I did like a lot of the aesthetics. So yeah, I think Black Quill and Danya, or whatever her name is, both had good themes. I think those two have like some of the better themes in the series. For music. It was the emotion thing. It would like have a happy face, sad face, angry, whatever, yeah. Here we have another disproportionate large machine. It looks like a meter of some kind. Ah, this is a gas meter, I think. This district residents pay for gas as they use with coins. He's so poor! Yeah, so now you pointed it out. I can see there's a slot here that looks like it would take a coin. I'm poor. And you put a coin in there. That's right, they'd buy you about 2 hours of gas for lights and heating. You're a poor person, no money, you have to sleep in the freezing cold. You're a scatterbrain with no change because you forgot to exchange your money at the bank. Thank goodness there's no meter in our office. Looks like you're having a good snoop around, eh? If it isn't Scotland Yard. Inspector Gregson back so soon. After I threw that little Japanese fella in the clink, I went and reported this to the investigation division. In 5 minutes' time, they're supposed to be cordoned off by the yard. I see, well, better believe in that. No, my problem with Cyclops, where if you failed them, you'd have to redo that shit. Christ, I forgot. I think there's a couple that are 5, right? That are really long. Fuck the Cyclops. Yeah, I wish you could just skip the first locks that you already got. Because, yeah, if you lost all the locks near the end, yeah, you'd have to redo the entire fucking thing. I'm trying to remember which one I had trouble with near the end. I think there was a couple of 5 Cyclops ones that were rough. Natsune must be feeling very low being back in herself so soon. Sure, we should probably wait. What the? Oh my God, girls! Probably going. Shoot 'em! Open fire! What's wrong, Mr. Naruto? Open fire! Shoot 'em! Yeah. Out, brief Kendo. Life's but a walking shadow. Poor player. Struts and frets an hour upon the stage, and then is heard no more. Now, how soundeth the next part? 'Tis a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Indeed, oh happy day. No! He's dead, sir, for real. What? Walking Dead? That fella isn't dead at all. What was that nonsense you were saying now? Sniper in the small hole that if only we didn't remove that one soap. Yes, it was from William Shakespeare's Macbeth, a soliloquy from Act 5, Scene 5, Shakespeare. I mean, the guy fucking dragged that fat lady across the street and didn't realize she was alive. And then they started taking pictures as a crime scene, not realizing, you know, the chick was still alive. It's like, hey, is that chick moving? Nah, she's just fat. No, I'm sorry, she's moving. Stop making fun of her, dude. Okay, so it was. Victim Mr. William Shakespeare came back to life. The man had indeed been poisoned. It transpired that it hadn't killed him. Been taken by emergency cares nearby hospital for treatment. Inspector Gregson evicted us from the scene of the crime, whatever that now was. Who's that fella? What do you think will happen now? Good question. What a strange situation for Miss Natsume arrested for murder, but then the victim comes back to life. Perhaps the victim was never dead in the first place. Seems very likely Shakespeare did consume poison, we deduce. Was it an accident, attempted suicide, or attempted murder? To the truth can be established, I imagine the police will keep Natsume in custody. Suppose so. Let's hope it doesn't come to anything more than a night in the cells. Now, what's this? What's that man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see in Soseki-san's lodgings. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. Excuse me. Could we have a word? He just ran off. I'm sure I've seen that man somewhere before. Where was it? How do you two? I don't remember. Exception of the top floor, Mr. Mascared. I believe all the windows are bricked up. Yes, because of an old window tax I was charged on the number of windows, yes. Poor pay less tax, poor members of society filled many of their windows. Tax has been abolished, hasn't it? The windows could all be opened up again, surely. Fortunately, it would appear that the residents of this district can't afford to pay to have the work done. Yes, that is a sad state of affairs. Especially for poor people, Mr. Natsume have lived all cooped up in a windowless room. I suppose that's the price to pay for living in a very cheap accommodation. All seems rather pointless when you put it like that. Somebody built this snowman some sort of pedestal, do you think? It's not a pedestal, Naruto. It's part of the snowman's body, really. He already has a perfectly good body. Sure, the British snowmen are usually made of 2 balls of stone. Perhaps this is a foreigner. What we're looking at now is a bit strange. Poor man, I know how he feels. If anything, it's Japanese and British 2-ball snowmen are the strange ones, isn't it? After all, real people do have 3 sections: head, torso, and legs. I think that perhaps you think about things too much. Well, Miss Green was struck down. Gyarados room. We haven't visited. Question Mr. Natsume. At least he's free. The beast is in jail. The beast. Damn beast. The first survey is like Gyarados room. Here again, the eccentric landlord's eccentric top floor abode. Here because Mr. Gyarados was the one who discovered the incident this morning, don't forget. Ah, you chaps, eh? Good morning, sir. Thank you for your cooperation in court yesterday. It's quite a trial. Much as Mr. Gyarados as anyone really. Came straight back here after all that business at the Bailey yesterday. Yeah, what he's doing with it. Didn't expect to wake up more Bali nonsense this morning. Wonder if you wouldn't mind telling us exactly what happened, Mr. Gyarados. I suppose you'd like to know all about that dead loss of an actor chap in the ground floor room. Exactly, Inspector Gregson's words, weren't they? It's been a real shock for you this morning here that you discovered what had happened. Well, that hopeless actor chap rides at 5 o'clock sharp every morning without fail. At 5:30 this morning, he still hadn't lit the gas. So I went down and knocked on his door, but no Bali answer. That's when you broke into his room by kicking the door. Well, I called on that rum-looking Japanese chap to do the grunt work, of course. Wasn't a little premature to kick the door down. The man could have just overslept by half an hour. Very true, Mr. Naruto. If 30 minutes oversleeping weren't such behavior, I'd have to kick your door down every morning. Well, you know, better to be safe than sorry and all that. Just me, or is he avoiding our gaze now all of a sudden? I suppose a sorry situation indeed you found on the far side of the door. Shamspear. Victim's name is Mr. Shamspear, I believe, is that right? Yes, William Shamspear took the ground floor room 3 months ago now. And how would you describe him? In a word, destitute. Destitute. Well, let's face it, the only redeeming feature of that room is the cheap rent. It is. Anyone wanting to live in a place like that is either broke or is a bally screw loose. Hard to choose which character Saseki would fall into. Naruhodo, that's a little rude. Doing research as well. Research? Into what? Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare. Read a few plays of the old bard myself, you know, Romeo and Hamlet and all that. Yes, William Shakespeare is England's most highly regarded classical playwright and author. Yeah, it was a better case than the previous game's first case. That was one of the... I think it's like in the bottom 3 of first cases in a game, the previous Great Ace Attorney one. Because for some bizarre reason, usually the first case is supposed to be short to get into the action, but for some reason they extended that case to like double length. So as sound Japanese, as you know, many of his works have already been translated. Seems incredible Shakespeare was short to Sao, though. Someone's too heavy-handed there. A lot of costumes in the victim's room actually weren't there. Of course, Natsume is a scholar of English literature as well. Imagine he and Shamspeare would have much in common. Yeah, 4th game's first case, probably the best. Case 1. Shakespeare interpretation disagreement leads to shock and murder. Let's hope it's not that. Naruto, really? How rude. Sume's trial yesterday, you came straight back here, I believe, didn't you? Was anything strange between then and this morning? Well, now must have been about 6 in the evening by the time I got home. Snow has come down rather heavily, as I remember. It's completely dark already. Failed actor chap was out at the time. I'd have noticed there's no light in this room or something, I suppose. Couldn't summon the energy for anything much, so I just sat in front of the fire up here. It was after 8 before Shamspear got back. Chap was up until past 1 in the morning, I'll have you know. Suppose he met his end sometime after that. I was asleep by then, rather in the dark there. Well, thank you. Very illuminating. Is everything alright, Mr. Sano? I think it's all strange, that's all. Garradeb, you were up here in your room all evening, if I understood correctly. Not a big fan of stairs, not with this blasted leg. Then, how is it that you seem to know? Precise movements of your tenants on the ground floor, I mean. Oh, that's a very good point. Can't imagine you could hear noises from the ground floor all the way up here. So the soul man liked to spy on his tenants, is that it? I say, I know what you're thinking, it's bally outrage. I'm ex-military, don't you know? I don't go around spying my tenants, why would I? And how did you know, Mr. Garradeb? It's the gas woman, the gas tells me everything. The gas? I wonder if you mean, sir, how can the gas tell you anything, let alone everything? Well, as you're probably aware, the gas is supplied to the building by pipes. Yes, I've more or less worked that out. Every room in the building is connected by a single pipe and a gas main outside. Does he get free gas if the guy downstairs turns it on? And the gas company supplies gas to properties via the main. Yes, I understand that too. Let me see if I can explain. Let's say I was to light the gas lamps up here. What do you suppose would happen? Well, obviously the room would get brighter. Exactly, but at the same time, lights in all the other rooms of the house would dim for a moment. What do they dim? Why? Perhaps it's because when you light a gas lamp, it briefly uses more gas than usual. Reduces the amount of gas in the pipe where the other lamps are connected to it. Might explain why the other lamps dim momentarily, mightn't it? Yes, of course. Everything's connected to a single supply pipe. So what's supposed to happen though? It sounds rather undesirable. Totally good point. Fact is, the gas company's pipes and these pipes are pretty hopeless, long worn out. He gets free gas, doesn't he? Barely got any gas in them to start with. Opposite's also true, of course. Extinguish the lamps up here and they grow bright in the rest of the house. Ah, right, I see. Watching the flickering of the lamps in one room, you can turn what's happening elsewhere. You've got it. Of course, because when people come back home in the evening before they go to sleep at night, what they're guaranteed to do is either light or put out their lamps and fires. Clever. In point of fact, the room on the ground floor and the one above it use slightly different amounts of gas. Watching the lights in here close, I can work out almost exactly what's going on in the whole house. Gosh, it's fascinating, Mr. Garradeb, absolutely fascinating. Oh well, nothing to it really. Can't really see that it's gonna help us with the case either. I'd like to know why Mr. Garradeb's so interested in what his tenants are up to in the first place. I feel like there's more to it than idle curiosity. Well, we've done as much investigating here as we can, I think. Perhaps we ought to go to the prison and speak to Nurse Natsume again. Alright, good idea. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Over here again. Local prison, cell 9. Mr. Naruto. Natsume, have the police finished questioning you now. Welcome, Naruto Esquire. Oh, yes. What is he? Tell me. Is he a ghost? Is he here to haunt me? I hope this is the final case of I know they had like less of a budget in this game, but how many cases will they use this guy? 3 over 2 games. Okay, is it finally time to get rid of him? Actually calls himself a great detective, Miss Natsume, not a ghost. His diabolic deductions are not of this world. They've left me. Ah, cursed. I'm cursed, I tell you. Well, that sort of hurts. It is very crazy, Miss Naruto. You're heavily involved in deduction too. Moving on, we've got some wonderful news, old. Quick, we all thought was dead. It's come back to life again. Well, the absolutely worst case, he could only be tried for attempted murder. That's great, isn't it, Mr. Natsume? It's terrible! Oh. I'm stuck in this cell suffering for some silly wrong end of the stick. You did it, didn't you? Confess, you're a killer. Why the mustache? Constant questions. It's already here then. Selfish shyster. I mean, usually they use the same inspector in every game, but like the first case of this game reused 2 witnesses that were already in 2 other, the glasses guy was in 2 other cases in the previous game, and this guy's on his 3rd case as well. Quick reminder, you dead or alive. If you come back to life, why bother to die? Wickedly wishy-washy William. Well, it seems like Mr. Shamspear is never actually dead in the first place. Yes, that might make sense, and I'm pleased that he's alive, of course. Lively debate last night was much fun. Sad to think it was our last. Oh, oops. Mr. Natsume, does this mean you did see the victim last night? You met with Mr. Shamspear, didn't you? Say another word. I demand to have a lawyer present. Who do you think I am? Mr. Natsume, we need to hear your side of the story. Hey, why am I cursed like this? Tell me exactly what happened last night then, Mr. Natsume. Nothing to tell, but Naruto Esquire, I'm eternally grateful to you for helping out a cursed case yesterday. Saw poor Green hospitalized after she ended up with a knife in her back. Hard to believe that was only yesterday. Trial was over, I trudged my weary way back to my lowly lodgings. That evening at 9:30 it must have been. Visited Mr. Shamspear, so he did go to the victim's room then. So we feared. I didn't do anything wrong. Never been to his room before. It's the first time. And what made you decide to go? Upon doing my ride back at the house, we got chatting and developed into a discussion. We had to go out, I bade him farewell. Ties in what Mr. Garrett said. Victim went out and came back after 8. Met again later at around 9 or after. And I took him some nice tea I brewed as a gift. So it's you who brought the tea that clearly had been drunk at the scene then. And I suppose you were discussing the works of Shakespeare, weren't you? That's right, that's exactly right. Romeo and Juliet, and who is stronger? It's a delightful debate, I'm sure. Such stimulating subject, Shakespeare. And the debate became very heated, so you slipped poison in Shamspear's tea. No, never, not at all. Team Juliet won, that was me. And I left his room. Flamboyant fellow was in a fighting fit, I swear it, categorically. So you often say the same thing about yourself and notice that you have cursed existence. Sure, I mentioned this to you before, but I've been here in Great Britain for a year now, and in that time I've learned that it's no place for me. It can be very trying living in a foreign land and adapt to the ways of another culture. Foreigners everywhere I look. They all stare at me, all laugh. That's the impression I get whenever I go out. We already know this from last game. This makes you scared to leave my room. Which is why I've become a recluse. Even in my room, I find no respite for my fears. Moved more times than I can remember. And then, 1 week ago, I moved into Briar Road. Why? I mean, why did you choose that place? Wait, what the? Is this if you didn't play the first game? Oh my god, we're reusing the same plot. Yes, okay. Doesn't we already asked this? This is such a silly part. It's for people that didn't play the first game for some reason. Yeah, we're asking him why he lives in that place. The rent is cheap. Yeah, this is the exact dialogue. This part is so unnecessary. Not just cheap, I've so lonely. It spoke to me. Yeah, we've been through this. The rent. Yes, and his room's filled with books. There's a reason why it's cheap, because the room is cursed, yes. Oh my god, yeah, this is such a terrible, like, little point here. I wish the game would just assume we played the first here. Cursed how? Previous occupant, the man who lived there before I took the room, died there. Oh no, he's only a young man, but one morning he was found dead and no one could explain why. Surely no one would want to live in a room with a history like that. I didn't. When the letting agent recommended the place, I wavered. But I want books, and books cost money. Horrible history, small price to play. Okay, great. Realizing meant I'd buy more books, I signed a lease like lightning. brave or blinker. After I moved in, soon came to realize what I had done. I realized how horrible the room's history really was. Gosh, it was really so awful. How did the room's horrible history affect Miss Satsumi? What happened? I like how we're... whatever. First, it was just a feeling. Feeling of beady eyes born into my back watching me. I think that might have just been your mind playing tricks on you now. Who's that guy? No, my mind doesn't know any tricks. Someone else. It's been one long nightmare ever since I was given the keys to the place. You've been having bad dreams, you mean? All the souls who've died in that room lean over me in my sleep. Try to strangle me. That really is horrible. Now I come to think of it, it happened again last night too. Very same night Mr. Shamspear was writhing in agony from the poison in his body. It's on the verge of being suffocated silently by those miserable spirits in the room. Somebody must move out of the room as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, I know it. That's why. Already searching for the next room of history called home. Perhaps you'd try to avoid combination of any kind of history at all. Otherwise, I'm scared that you yourself may come in history. So I don't know how to make demand this sin. Of course, Mr. Lord of the Manor is worried about the curse on my room as well, I mean, Mr. Garradale. Yes, he knows that if people keep dying there, he'll never be able to rent it out again. But it's cheap. That's true, I for one wouldn't go near the place. Now, perhaps, let me explain why the landlord pays so much attention to the gas lamps and his tenants' movements. I mean, because he's worried about their well-being? How now? Seem that one leaves a keen interest in the amount of gas in the pipes. Could be a reason why he keeps such close tabs on the occupants. What do you mean he pays so much attention to the gas lamps? Oh dear, no. It's nothing to do with you, Mr. Natsume. Please forget I said anything. They're talking about being behind my back as well. As important as Mr. Shamspear isn't in fact dead at all. Once he's come around and able to tell us what happened, we'll be able to get you released. Yes, please. Oh, I do hope you're right. Excuse me. Inspector Gregson. Couldn't help overhearing what you just said, and on that note, I have some good news and some bad news. Oh, what you want to hear first? Always, every time, bad news comes first. When hope is all you have, hold on to it. My guiding principle. Right, well, in that case, the good news it is. Sorry, but it's just a lot easier to explain everything that way. Why'd you ask me my preference? As you might have heard, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, was just unconscious. He's come round now. Yes, we saw it happen in all its terrifying glory. Still being treated by the doctors, we managed to get a written statement from him already. Isn't that wonderful, Miss Satsuma? Oh, thank goodness. It's all over then. Nope, he's gonna accuse you. Leave this somber cell. So I know that's not on the cards. What? However, not, Inspector. Mr. Shamspear has implicated someone as being responsible for what happened last night. Implicated someone? Oh dear. You don't mean... I'm sorry to say I do, yes. She's pointed the finger at you, Mr. Natsume. Nee. My sweet poison did he seeketh to end my life, the wickedest caitiff Suseki Natsume. No, I'm afraid you'll be appearing in court as planned. Maybe you wanted to make the necessary preparations. So once again, Saseki-san found himself having to take the dock in the Old Bailey. Whether his room was haunted or whether he was just terribly unlucky, I knew I had no choice. Following day, represent him in court and do was to break the curse that blinded him. Get rid of him from this game. Christ! Where's the new characters? Damn you! Okay, I suppose we'll see. Christ. I'm sick and tired of this guy and the glasses guy. Okay, this is probably the last time we see him, I'm hoping. Cause damn. This guy is constantly... 22nd February 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendants Antechamber. The Old Bailey. Place always makes me feel strange. I mean, I'm assuming this must have the lowest budget by far of the games, and no anime sequences. Fucking reusing that idiot again. Yeah, they're reusing so many of the models they made in the first game. Okay. So I get chills down my spine, break out a nervous sweat all at the same time. Well, I didn't think I'd be back here so soon. That's my line. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Natsume. It's only 2 days ago I was declared not guilty here. Yep, we're gonna reuse you again. Fuck. So I managed to prove he didn't stab a screen in the back. But now this, another morning, another murder, and here I am again in this hellhole. Can't keep coming to court. Beginning to think he's right. It really does seem as though he's cursed. I'm afraid I have bad news. Oh. Wait, is there gonna be a new prosecutor? Cause then they would have to retcon. Let's see me. Good morning. Yes, morning. Here we are again. Yes, again. Because if it's that guy, then they retcon it. Because I think in the last game, in case 5, they specifically mentioned that he only did 2 cases before the final case. And it was 3 and 4, yeah. So if we're facing that guy again as the prosecutor, then it's a retcon. Because how could they forget about this case? Should have assisted Miss McCullough to Squires. What's the bad news? Oh dear, you've heard, haven't you? No, I thought literally the judge is talking to him, saying how he hasn't been in court since that day. But we'll see, I guess. Come shout at the top of your voice. People can't help hearing what you say. I'm sorry. Well, nothing wrong with sound. Now, what is it? Well, it seems that the prosecution in today's trial is Von Ziexes. Lord Barrick Von Zieks. Zeeks. There we go. No, no, no. So we got Reaper the Bailey, most legendary prosecutor in the land. About 2 days ago, pursued Soseki-san and I relentlessly. Forced by the skin of our teeth, we managed to pull through, but still. Natsume's acquittal in the last trial wasn't the end of the matter. After all, I guess I know what you're thinking. Legend of the Reaper that says, nothing can save a person in the dock when Lord Von Zieks is a prosecutor. Oh no. Even if the person's found not guilty, the accused of being mysterious and one way or another. Experienced it firsthand. Wow. Can't believe they got rid of him so early. Anyway, with successfully defend met the most terrifying than after his acquittal right here in the Old Bailey. Oh yeah, there's a tea celebration here. Okay. Put up those ice cold eyes born into my soul again. First by evil spirits, now by the Reaper. Pair of petrifying perils, potentially. Well, if it's potentially... At least you appear to have hope, Mr. Natsume. Welcome to Naruto Esquire, yes. I'm innocent. You have to believe me, you more than anyone now. Don't worry, I'll be your steadfast ally every step of the way in this battle. Promise. This promises to be a hard battle, I fear. Well, the trial is scheduled to begin shortly. We should move into the courtroom. Let's go. Oh yes, I forgot to say. Afraid we won't be able to make it. Mr. Sholmes, I mean. That's probably for the best. Oh, if we were here, I might be tempted to rely on his help. Seen as a weakness, if Lord Von Zieks were to notice, he'd prey on it mercilessly. I guess that's my gut feeling. Right, yes, you're so right. Well, look, I'm Stu Naruto Esquire. Well said. 24, no, in 24, they literally have to, like, cheat. So aside from the first season, like, there's no way you can get across LA in the time they do it. And also, the characters never take a piss or something, etc. So in 24, they have to do that, or else you'd be stuck in LA traffic every fucking episode. You just see Jack in a car. It's like, are we moving? No, sir. Okay. Yes, I saw you, banana. Okay. So I'm assuming this got retconned a bit. Swear on the sword of my side and the spirit of Kazuma that harbors. I'll show 'em what a Japanese lawyer can do. I'll set you free with honor. Oh yes, in the first season of 24, they like try to adhere to it, but in the later seasons, it's very obvious there's no possible way Jack could get across town, because it's fucking LA. Yeah, he'd be stuck in traffic every episode. 22nd February, 9:40 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Yeah, they fucking reused like every amount of. How cheap were they for this? They must have like no budget, because they did Spirit of Justice before this game. But yeah, I guess this one they're like, fuck it, we need to conclude the game. I think they knew this game wasn't gonna sell well. They only did it to finish the story threads from the first game. Yeah. Name and Majesty, the Queen, declare the court to be in session. Call upon the counsel, prosecution, defense declare a willingness to proceed. Prosecution is ready. Defense is ready, my lord. Readiness is for the trial, my learned Nipponese friend, not what the defense needs. What you need is readiness for the inevitable defeat. My imagination, it's really there. Lord Von Zeeks, such an animosity towards us Japanese for some reason. Monka. Some time ago, he first became known as Reaper the Bailey, I believe. Last few years, he hasn't appeared in court at all. And now he's back in the courtroom. For some reason, only when I'm defending. This Reaper with his curious disdain. Wait, you guys just said this was hidden from the public. Then who are the people in the gallery then? Whatever. But odd one. This is hidden from the public. What about the guys on the jury? They're all in on it. Everyone's part of the conspiracy. Yes, hidden from the public. My ass. Fucking open gallery. Reaper is curious disdain for us Japanese prosecutors trying mystery. Yeah, I'm assuming it's like a retcon, but oh well, it doesn't really matter. Isn't time they ponder and have to concentrate on Suseki-san's trial. Furthermore, I now call on the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We've never seen these guys chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready for your duty? Absolutely. Feeling as Larrikin wasn't innocent before. Funny thing is, I'd fucking hate being here. Like, imagine being jury duty 3 times in like a few months. Like, what the fuck? Can I actually go to work for once? I must say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my heart had refuses to sit right. Yeah, I'd be like, this is bullshit. Well, I like how you're wearing your hat. I think the ruthless looks very fetching, actually. This is a new one, finally. I need to be somewhere at 10 o'clock. A very important meeting. Let's make it quick. Okay. The could agree more. I need to take home 5 bob tonight or the missus will go through the roof. Oh, may the Lord show us all the light here and lead his flock to righteous verdict. British jury system so different from our own, isn't it? What extraordinary is it, the power of judgment in the hands of 6 members of the public? The judge can only pass sentence when all jurors are in agreement with the defendant's guilt. 6 citizens alone chosen at random, at least that's the idea. Prosecution would draw attention to the fact that the accused on trial but 2 days ago. Accordingly, where possible, the same jurors have been asked to return for duty today. Very well, let us commence the trial. Lord Von Zeeks, your opening statement, please. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, is the intent of prosecution to cast doubt over your past decision. However, the innocent verdict for this eccentric Nipponese before us had dire consequences. Did the accused repent for his wrongdoing in that affair? Far from it. Said he used his freedom to perpetrate the most blood-curdling crime. Is he gonna do that animation? Alright, I'll be right back real fast, and then we'll continue this. Perfect. Okay, let me get a fast break, and then we'll be back. While he does whatever the hell he's doing. Okay. Au revoir real fast. I hate when someone does that emote, whatever, in chat. Okay, here. be someone behind any of us. Dun dun. It's not A-OK. I mean, you have to look behind you. You saw what happened to that chick in the last case. There could be a knife that goes through the wall. You can't even be safe anymore. Not even the walls can save you. NYC boy tweet tweets on strong. 19 minutes I may have missed out. Alright. Was this a cutie pie left it on this? I mean, I have to leave it on something when I be right back. Might as well be this guy. Then you attempted murder of the neighbor and lodger, an innocent Englishman. Explain the circumstances of the crime, the prosecution calls its first witnesses to the stand. He's already going all out. Detective responsible for investigating the scene and the accused himself. Better not be the stupid Shulkin brothers. Fuck those two. I'm so tired of them and they were only in one case. Witnesses, your names and occupations, please. I should probably turn the game off if they were the first people on stand. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. Ah, Saseki Natsubi from the Empire of Japan. Government ordered me to come as a student to study your language and culture. Mr. Natsume. My lord, sir. Quite sure I'm not mistaken. You swore an oath never to set foot in my courtroom again. Well, retcon that one real fast. I remember as if it were yesterday. Oh, the day before, in fact, my lord, but close enough. Believe me, this is the last place I wanted to be. Inspector, let's hear from you first. Explain the case for the court. Right you are, sir. Incident occurred at Garadep household where defendant has lodgings. In the ground floor room of the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare. Defendant has already admitted to visiting the victim on the night in question. Mr. Shamspeare collapsed and was the result of poison by strychnine. I can't quite say. Found following morning when the landlord suspected something was wrong, broke down the door. Strychnine is it? Okay. Means I presume that the door of the victim's room was locked at the time of the incident. Correct, my lord. It was locked from the inside. Make an entry to or exit from the room possible. What about that hole? The hole! Although the victim, Mr. Shamspeare, lives to tell tale, he barely nearly did it. The man was halfway to heaven when we first found. Oh, please, he was poor. He was halfway to hell. Let's be honest. Poor people go to hell. Pepe heads. Only rich people go to heaven. First officer on the scene, my lord. A photographic printer I took to show how it worked, or how it looked. Wow. Chilling scene indeed. The man looks very much deceased, because you guys never look for a pulse. That's right, everyone present believed that's exactly what he was. Very well, accept this photographic print as evidence for the court. In the court record. Mr. Natsume. Yes, yes, yes. Defendant, do you have anything to say at this juncture? They're haunted. Haunted by evil spirits. Good gracious, what's haunted? My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Tenant before me died in mysterious circumstances. A woman was stabbed by no one on the street outside. My neighbor was poisoned. And me, what about me? Nearly killed countless times. Killed Mr. Natsume, how? Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room, lit my gas stove, climbed in the bed, but before long, Stove went out. Somebody tried to kill me. Must always extinguish all fires before retiring for the night, Mr. Natsume. It's so cold my runny nose would freeze. The point is, I didn't poison my neighbor. Why am I being accused of this? Why is my existence so cursed? Thank you, witnesses. I believe a reasonably clear picture of events. Could raise one more point, my lord. One more. Conclusive point. Conclusive, go on. Fortunately, the victim, Mr. Shamspear, has regained consciousness after his ordeal. And he is named the true culprit. Poison consumed by the victim was administered in a cup of tea drank on the night in question. Tea, my lord, that was brought to the victim's room by the accused. The accused, good grief. Order. There we go, finally. Yes, it's the crux of the whole case. Soseki-san is innocent. And why? Why has the victim accused him? Well, Mr. Natsume, what have you to say to this accusation? That evening, yes, I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Shamspear's room as a gift. Public water pump outside always freezes at night, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. I'll never touch tea again, never. Public pump was frozen, you say? That's not information I heard before. That will do, thank you. Now, according to our laws, the defense must have the opportunity to cross-examine witnesses at least once. Therefore, I call upon these witnesses now for a formal testimony. So the prosecution has no objection. None whatsoever, my lord. Well, then you give your account of the events of the night in question to the court now. Yes, my lord. Catastrophic night. Around 9 o'clock that evening when I visited my neighbor and I took some tea with me as a gift. I had a heated literary debate over a nice hot drink, after which I went back to my room around 11. Yeah, my tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me otherwise, could he? Strike 9 takes some time to have an effect on the body, or stick 9, whatever. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. The victim would have been perfectly able to lock the door after his guest left. Argument still stands. Yes, I see. It all seems relatively straightforward. Excuse me, but Testament does raise one rather crucial point, I think. Natsume claims his tea to have been harmless, presumably though. Teacups have been examined for traces of poison, haven't they? What do I think of that? What happens now? We haven't been able to, of course. Did I hear correctly, Inspector? Scotland Yard has failed to examine the suspect's substance? How could you overlook something so important? Is that the first thing you should have done? My learned Nipponese friend is falsely incensed. Inspector said Scotland Yard was unable to examine the tea, not that it was overlooked. Unable, why? Simple enough, there was none left, not a drop. Someone must have been very thirsty indeed. Current scientific techniques, it's not possible to test for poison under such circumstances. You only need a drop, but that one drop doesn't exactly have to exist, funny enough. Oh. Lack of examination notwithstanding, it appears nothing other than the tea passed the victim's lips in the night in question. I see, thank you, matter is clear. Cast your eyes over the jury, my learned friend. What? You can see it in their faces, I'm sure, the recognition of the accused's guilt. Client's fate is all but sealed. Mere moments from now, you will lose, and your compatriot will be damned for all eternity. He's right. I can feel all 6 of the jurors looking daggers at me. Can't let him beat me down, I won't. Counsel for the defense, proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Catastrophic night. Around 9 o'clock that evening, when I visited my neighbor, took some tea with me as a gift. We had a heated literally debate over a nice hot drink, which I went back to my room around 11. My tea was completely harmless. He couldn't have locked the door behind me, otherwise could he? Strychnine takes a time effect on the body. People don't keel over immediately after taking it. I never actually looked at this. Whoever opened this envelope didn't bother with the letter opener or scissors, did they? Yes, whoever opened it was clearly someone with an unrefined temperament. Judging from the angle of the rip here, the person in question must have been right-handed. Sad, I think perhaps someone's been reading too much of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Never read too much of it, Naruto. Never. Minutes. This is the teacup Miss Satsumi is drinking. Yes, unlike the other one, the inside of the cup is completely clean. Someone must have drunk the contents before the tea. I had a chance to leave mark. Always gulp it down too. As for Mr. Naruto, well, if you just sip it a little by little, it goes cold. Clearly, I shall have to instruct you in the proper way to take tea. No teaming Natsume's cup. Must be the cup Mr. Shamspear is drinking from then. Stain on the inside. He does that, I'm afraid, even green tea. Oh really, I've never noticed it before. Never noticed, well, I'll never leave it in the cup long enough to leave a mark. I like the coffee as well. Drink it while it's hot, that's a Japanese way, isn't it? Oh dear, so many people seem to have the wrong idea about our culture. Most of them are Japanese. Cheap bar of soap. What is in this Naruto? Bar of soap. When we first found it, I could have sworn there was some sort of round disc in the depression this year, a reddish one. Maybe it was a coin. Right, I remember it too, but now the depression is completely empty. Where could the disc have gone? Oh, it was stolen by maybe the guy outside. Victim would have been perfectly able to walk to her after his guest left. The argument still stands.
Hold it!
How did it take for the symptoms to appear then? According to coroner speaking to at the yard about 30 minutes after the poison is consumed, then the victim suffers violent convulsions, cramping, and stiffness, eventually dies from asphyxiation. 30-minute interval between the poison's ingestion and onset of symptoms. There seem to be a lot of different types of poison in the world, that's for sure. Oh dear, death by poisoning again. Always so awful. 30 minutes is a long time. Certainly long enough for the victim to have locked the door behind the accused after he left. Can't deny that. For a degrade Soseki-san's alibi. The medical report from the doctor who examined the victim here, my lord. It spells it out really. The accused is the only person who could have done it. Very well, the court will just report to the court record as evidence. Here, delayed onset of symptoms. Great. That's what I needed. Alright. The death in the first game was by a statue. Or a bludgeon, I believe. Unless you mean the previous game. It was a mix of poison and a bullet. Yeah. Ingestion of small quantities of strychnine, toxic effects present 30 minutes after ingestion. High likelihood of the substance being mixed with the tea victim is during no sample obtained for testing. Poison incident occurred at 1:30 a.m. on 21st February. Access from the victim's pocket watch seems to have broken and the man collapsed after the delayed onset of symptoms. No container for poison was found at the scene. Statement still stands, you say. This is Mr. Natsume's been saying, isn't it? A pair of them drank tea together at night, so if there was poison in it, the victim wouldn't have been able to lock the door after the accused left later on. Exactly, ugh, I mean my tiny tea are innocent, sweet innocent, I tell you. Right, sir, that doesn't follow, you see. Strychnine is a slow-acting poison. In other words, it takes time for symptoms to appear. So you could have left the room up to 30 minutes after the victim drank the tea. As long as you did that, Mr. Shakespeare could have locked the door after you'd gone. But no, we drank the tea straight away. Battle over whether Romeo or Juliet was stronger. I came after the tea. Tobyplex from Sonic back 33 months. Any evidence to support that statement? The great homeland, the Empire of Japan, we have a saying. Oh Jesus, Tobyplex, thanks for 33 subs, Tobyplex. What is it? Happiness, Blunt, Wams, Misty, Wine, Renji, Drek, Boba, Kiranel, Kurane, Maku, Aether, Fluffy, Transient Blue, Halo, Chris, Sack Forehead, Demos, Felgoff, Eno, Burn, Dez, Tatsu, Magic Flow, Simo Rivery, Rize, Senpai, Zach, Warzone, Arcraw, Sapper, Pav, and Paradise Falls. There we go. But thank you for the 33 subs, Tobyplex. Anyway, drink tea while it's hot. Sure, Prover will satisfy the prosecution. I think it usually tries to target new subs a lot of the time, so that's why some of you guys dodge it. Oh, and Tobyplex, welcome back 33 months earlier. Oh, okay, I see it now. CPU Gamer, Summer Storm, welcome back 9 months. There's no conclusive proof to support the assertion. On the contrary, sufficient grounds in further guilt in this matter. No. Extent of their testimony, is it? I can voice a personal opinion, Mr. Arno, of course, go ahead. Mr. Natsume is arguing for his innocence so adamantly and so persistently, and Inspector Graves just brushes what he says aside. It's really quite infuriating. I agree, we need to find inconsistency in what the inspector's saying, I think. Right, so as things stand, the jury is sure to find Natsume guilty. I see what we need to focus on is the poison of the tea. Carefully to his testimony again. Yes. $9 o'clock.
Objection!
Yeah, clearly contradictory. Oops. Say it's on an amount council, but I fail to see any contradiction here at all. I think perhaps it itself is contradiction. Indeed. Time for a rethink.
Hold it!
Were you and your neighbor good friends then? Look, no, we weren't friends. Not at all, not at all. Never, ever. Simple no would have sufficed. Then, why did you decide to pay him a visit? Chancellor fancies him of having great literary knowledge. As fellow scholar of English literature, we find much to talk about together. Come now, no Nipponies can understand the finer points of English literature. You savages can't even read, can you? Go back to your stick figures and your cavemen pictures. I didn't question, that was a topic of conversation as well, I presume. It's the day of my last trial when I was acquitted. I'd just arrived back at my lodgings. When I ran into Mr. Shakespeare outside on the street, it was around 6 o'clock. We exchanged one or two pleasantries, but it soon turned into a heated discussion. He was on his way out at the time, though, so I promised to visit his room that evening at 9 to continue our debate. Said I have ill intentions? No, not one, not two, not any. Not at all. Never, ever. Someone know would have sufficed, I feel. Tell the court what did happen when you visited the victim's room.
Hold it!
Oh, maybe this was the one I needed to do. Literally debate about Shakespeare's works, I think you said, didn't you? Shakespeare, a very worthy topic of conversation, I must say. Yes, my lord, Romeo, Juliet. Who was stronger? It was a profoundly pleasurable parley. Romeo and Juliet, who was stronger? And I'm gonna regret asking this, but how did the debate go? Well, we both agreed that we would reach a conclusion more quickly with our reenactment, so we battled it out. Greco-Roman style, naturally, what? Shakespeare had all sorts of costumes in a room for such a contest, so when you say a reenactment, you mean you were actually in costume. He as Romeo, I as Juliet. As their vigorous wild tussle, I, Juliet, came out on top, a victory I'll cherish forever. Dare not imagine the terrible scene of carnage. Fact remains that it was you who prepared the tea and took it to the victim, correct? I boiled the water in my room, made a pot to take with me. I heard that he was too poor to have tea himself, you see. It's true, there was no sign of any tea leaves in the man's room. I wanted to do something nice, to be friendly. Why is everyone looking at me with such suspicion? My tea was harmless, of course it was. Any basis for that statement, witness?
Objection!
Oops. So you say it was 11 p.m. when you last returned to your room, correct? Legend Knight's been starting with 77 months. Yes. Dr. Gregson, can we rely on this information in a medical report unconditionally? Of course we can, there's no problem with the report, Sunshine. Actually, I think there's a very big problem, because there's a chronological inconsistency between it and the defendant's testimony. A chrono what? What are you on about? According to this report, the victim must have consumed the poison around 1:30 in the morning. And yet, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, left the victim's room at 11. Oh. That's right. There's more than 2 hours of missing time there. In other words, if there was poison in the tea Mr. Natsume brought to the victim's room, how could the victim fall ill to it 2.5 full hours after the defendant left? Wow. Double wow. Skull card sucks, that's why. Defense argument's entirely unreasonable. How do you respond, Lord Von Zeus? Ah, let us drink. Pray forgive the discourtesy if my mind has wandered. I always consider what cuisine would best complement the contents of my hallowed chalice this luncheon. How could it have happened, you ask? No! To aid the shadow illusion, but my Nipponese friend appears to be chasing a phantom idea. Phantom? So hard to imagine the victim drank his tea after the accused had left. For example, this time stated in the medical report, yes, at around
Objection!
1:30. Natsume brought the tea from the drink together with his neighbor. And in Japan, there's a well-known saying, drink tea while it's hot.
Objection!
In my country, there's even more apt saying, there is nothing more refreshing than cold tea. The point is, if there was such a long gap, maybe other ways to explain how the victim came to be poisoned, other possibilities. What sort of possibilities, Counsel? Well, for example, the man could have had another visitor. Another visitor? It's a very bold assertion, my learned friend. Someone who has nothing to substantiate it. Or the victim could have taken the poison of his own volition. You suggest may have been a suicide, Counsel. He killed himself, yes.
Objection!
Shakespeare's categorically denied suicide. He committed suicide! The canon must be discounted.
Objection!
But he could be lying. There we go. Probably is lying. Wow. Wow. Something wrong, Lord Von Zeeks. Listen to the sound of the carriage pulling up outside the courtroom. Pray forgive the discourtesy. carriage. What carriage? Would seem that the key player in this case has just arrived. Oh, it's gonna be the guy in yellow. Out, out, brief candle lights but a walking shadow of him. Poor player that struts and frets his hour upon stage and is heard no more. 'Tis a tale told by an idiot full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Who, sir, are you? William Shakespeare, my lord, alas, 'twas I, undone by these bitter events. I am the victim. What's he doing here? Prosecution seeks to call this gentleman to the stand. His testimony, my learned friend's futile resistance will be utterly crushed. Call him as a witness. Very well, counsel. I grant your request of interest. Curious to discover what the court shall hear from the victim himself. Happy am I, Shakespeare, to regale thee with a tale of woe, my lord. But, at my own tale the tale, my own tale of worse woe. I can regale the court with my tale of perfect innocence and perfect English. How do, Mr. Natsume? The court hear from the victim. Alright, so that's Mr. Shakespeare. Who's the other man beside him? They're in on it. This is some scam or con. Here we go. So I think I feel sure we've caught a glimpse of that man before. State your names, occupations with the court witnesses. Yeah, he appeared in the first game? Okay, first scene, yeah. Writer of words so sweet they do scent on the breeze. Inventor of ideas so profound they compose the earth. Unrivaled poet, the unmatched scribe, William Shakespeare. Were the great bard to recall to life anew, lo, what magnificent man. Good fellows, I am he who ponders such a miracle, William Shakespeare.
That man gains Meter Man, Adrian B. Meter Man. I work for the Altamont Gas Company, East End branch office.
I remember now. It's yesterday on Briar Road. Yeah, she's right, it's him. Oh, what's this? What's this man doing over there? Looks like he's trying to see in the Suzuki Sons Legends. Something wrong, Mr. Naruto. Excuse me, can we have a word? Ah! Damn bees. He has a bee bag. Spotted him outside Garadev's house that morning. He's a gas company employee. What does he have to do with this case? William Shakespeare, the victim in this miserable affair, correct? Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember that sweet poison that did cross mine innocent lips? I subpoenaed him for the trial, with his doctor's permission, naturally. Here in the testimony, this agreed will remove any room for doubt from the juror's mind, I'm sure. Hold, you have only rearranged the letters of my name to see that me is a seraph, an angel indeed. Thus be I am noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily honest of heart. Oh, as all heavenly angels are. Because there's an alas contrived meaning in your name. No, not at all. Judge seemed very moved by this man, I'm afraid. Actually taken the seraph anagram idea seriously. Thank you, witnesses, for illuminating introductions. Oh my lord, what's the man next to Shakespeare doing here? The gas man, I mean. Well now, allow me to enlighten my learned friend. Call, I presume, your early impertinence. You suggested the victim had another visitor to his room the night in question, and moreover, that the victim is a compulsive liar. What? No, I didn't quite say that. This young chin stroker is here to controvert your wild claims conclusively. Vanquish your SS on Storm 25 months. Is that not so, Mr. Meterman?
Hey, hang on, no, I'm just here.
Hereby call your formal testimonies. You will tell the court as loosely as possible what happened the night in question. One might smile and be a villain. Yes, it doth pain me, but let the truth be spoken, the truth of that wintry night of my discontent. Damn that chin. Wintry night of my discontent. The snow lay about. My neighbor did cometh in the evening, bearing a gift of tea. But merry, bitter was his drink, and when he left, I did fall prostrate on my table. 'Twas the tea alone did pass my lips that late hour, not else.
I was outside this bloke's window in the freezing cold all night, keeping an eye on his room.
I can't do his accent.
Not visit his room, but that short little round-backed Easton fella.
Wait, what did you say? You're keeping an eye on Mr. Shamspeare's room all night.
That's right, of course the bloke's window is all but blocked up, isn't it? Just a little gap in the bricks where you can see into the room. Spent the night trying to keep my teeth from chattering as I peered through that.
Question is, sir, why?
Well now, that's because he's on my list.
What a piece of work is a man. Where for would a sow not stare in wonderment? What are you talking about? This buzzing busybody hath not part in this play. Pray thee, pay him no heed. Make no more ado about his tedious words.
Well, what you say about me?
The damn bee-bag. Calm yourself. This court is concerned with what happened on the night in question. Nothing more. Dude, that is so. And testimony we had just heard clearly reveals there was no one other than the accused present at the time who could have carried out this crime. I believe this may be the final testimony of the trial. Well, that was quick. Now, counsel, defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Well, that was quick. Final testimony. Are you serious? We, like, done one testimony so far. Wintry night of discontent. Snow lay about, neighbor did come with the evening, bearing a gift of tea. Merry, bitter was his drink, and he laughed. I did fall prostrate in my table. Tea alone passed my lips later. Oh no, sir, that's that bloke's window in the freezing cold, keep an eye on his room. No one else visited a room but that short little round-backed Easton fella.
Hold it!
Say a short little round-backed Eastern fella, so you can't be sure it's a defense.
Objection!
How many other short little round-backed Nipponese with a mustache do you think there are in London?
Well, of course, it's only a narrow gap, and it was quite dark. I didn't notice the mustache, but he showed up at around 9, so I'm pretty sure myself.
Person you saw arrive, did he and Mr. Shamspeare drink tea together?
Nah, sorry, I couldn't say.
Why not?
Because I couldn't see in the room all that well, could I? And I did see the silhouette of that little round-backed fella wearing a pretty dress. Then the pair of them started some kind of wrestling match. I tell you, I didn't know what to make of it.
I suppose that was a Romeo and Juliet championship battle getting out of the way. Mr. Meterman, allow me to confirm one final time. Apart from the accused, can you say with certainty that no one else visited the victim in the night in question?
No question, Gasman's honor.
That's the entire testimony. What do you think narrowed down? Well, I can't see any obvious flaws at all, to be honest. No, dear. Nobody else visited Mr. Shamspeare's room and I heard that soon. I should members of the jury all conclude the same thing, right? That he's guilty. All we can do is press the witness for more information after our breakthrough. Yes.
Hold it!
To be clear by name, you're referring to the defendant, Mr. Natsume. Indeed, sire, perchance thou wouldst I call him the man from upstairs. What time did the mustachioed Nipponese visit you in your room? Our meeting was promised for the hour of 9, and lo did he come to tender a gift of fragrant tea. Details which are in accordance to the defendant's own testimony, yes. Were employed in such a literally debated history I have not seen before. Which I presume he means your discussion about who's stronger, Romeo or Juliet. I, Shakespeare, did play the part of young Romeo, whilst my neighbor played the fair Juliet. Each of us dressed as what our own characters would be to bring weight upon our merry experiment. Dare not imagine the scene. Frailty, thy name is woman. Canst thou imagine how dismayed I was? And yes, I had heard the eastern art of jujutsu, but never did I dream it would be a skill practiced by the comely maiden. Juliet beat Romeo up the son of open our case. I believe the court has heard enough about your earth-shattering literary debate. Perhaps you could reiterate your statement of the tea the accused brought to your room. My liege, I am thy servant. Gladly I will do anything and do thy bidding.
Hold it!
Let me stop you there. Assuming I left your room at 11 o'clock, but it wasn't until after 2 the poison made you collapse. That amounts to more than 3 hours of missing time. Find that to really put the poison in your tea, the 3-hour window of time. Something you're gonna have to explain. Well, it's an easy task. What? I did drink some tea, not while my guest is Tari, but after he took leave of me. Believed 'twas stone cold, but 1 hour post midnight, verily were my lips parched. That doesn't sound normal. Nay, 'tis quite ordinary, sire, after all. Thou wouldst recall our fury debate. With such argument, there'd be no time for fury tea. Juliet again. Who was stronger? Shakespeare, in summary, allow me to confirm. Did you not come here with the intention of naming your attacker? But of course, my liege. 'Twas the stooped lover of words did attempt to shuffle me off this mortal coil. Yeah, we all know what that means. It's tea alone.
Hold it!
So he didn't have any kind of eating meal, dinner, supper. He's too poor to afford a meal. Ha! Fie on luxury, fie on gluttony. To eat thrice daily is but a waste of time. Sorry. I would that my belly were full, no more than this oft the sun doth rise. Well, most heroic eating habits, I must say. Night and day do I fill my hours of learned study of the great bard and playwright. Hence it is that there doth not my chamber be less in costumes of mine art. Appear to be the case. Even a rodent was found starved to death in your room. He's so poor, even the rat died. I think it's not just the food that's conspicuously missing from the room, is it? I don't recall seeing a single player script anywhere. For I have devoured them all. You've eaten them. Every word shall be within my skull, just thou imagine otherwise. Right, that was misleading at all. Turn around and what do you think? Brings us to the conclusion that the only way the poison could have passed the victim's lips is in the tea.
Hold it!
Windows on the house have all been filled in. Historical artifacts and now defunct window tax. Yeah, you're right there, all bricked up horribly. But as it happens, there's a little part of the brickwork at the bottom corner's been opened up. I was looking through that gap. Yes, there are a few bricks loose, weren't there? Some strange reason, a couple bars of soap lined up to the ledge outside as well. I don't like go around poking my chin in other people's business, especially on freezing cold nights. These are my orders, that's what I'll keep doing. As long as there's breath in my body. Oh, the theatricals today. Of interest, Mr. Meterman, after the accused had left and returned to his old lodgings, you see the victim leave his room at all? No, he never left. He was in that room the whole time, as far as I'm concerned. Therefore, discount the possibility of suicide. Made me sure of that. Police carried out a thorough investigation of the scene, found no receptacle for the poisons. We know the victim didn't leave his room and hence didn't dispose of the poison's container himself. It's clear that this was no attempted suicide. Only the culprit could have removed the receptacle. Yes, lucidly explained, counsel. Thank you. Technically was, can't argue with the logic. There we go, yeah, that was a press everything. Press everything, fucking testimony. My lord. It's me, yes, Mr. Foreman. Kept my mouth shut and listened up to now, but this has gone on long enough. Y'all with me, there we go, yes. Guilty. And understand that you ladies and gentlemen of the jury in agreement with one another. You reach an unanimous decision. Too right we have. You're all with me. Yes. Wait, no. The defense is in the middle of cross-examination. Honest, I was holding out a bit of hope for you, young man, especially after you identified those few hours that followed the accused leaving the victim's room. Yes, the 3 missing hours, as you put it. In the end, what difference do they make? Not as far as I can see. So now, apparent, there's really no reason to delay your decision any longer. Like I was saying before, I'll take 5 bob home with me tonight. Mrs. will blow her top. What? What's that? Sorry, I didn't quite catch what you said. Very well, the court be apprised of your decisions. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will state your liens defense
Guilty!
Guilty.
You guys don't even want a trial, you just want guilty.
Guilty.
I feel like the old guillotine being used, sir.
Guilty!
Fuck you guys. It appears the jury is indeed unanimous. Yeah, you guys just want to see the baseball game. You don't even care about the law. This time at least, seems justice will be done. All is well ends well, as they say. Cause for a toast, I feel. To the guilty being punished. Wow. Mr. Naruto, please, trials aren't over yet. What do you mean? Saddle have to re-explain the rule. What an information and an encyclopedia of British law I have. The obscure right that belongs to the defense in these situations. Remember? Smith examination. Yes, that's right, we don't have much of a jury in Japanese. Courts, of course. Even here in British court allow you if you reverse the decision majority of the jurors. Force the trial to continue. Trial can end now. Whatever it takes, I just can't let that happen. Defense moves to invoke its right as a summation examination, my lord. Am I not surprised at my learned Japanese friend's inability to make defeat? Choose to cling desperately to some archaic rule you can barely comprehend instead of accepting the truth. Certainly no other defense counsel in recent times exercised the right to a summation examination, because they all know that once the jury's mind is set, it cannot be altered. Nevertheless, the right remains and must be upheld. Defense counsel request is granted. The court will proceed to summation examination as outlined in the Encyclopedia of British Law. Thank you, my lord. You and your fellows prepared, Mr. Foreman. Believe me, my lord, we know all about this young lad's tenacity. We're ready for it. Very well. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hereby call upon each of you. State the grounds which you find the defendant guilty of the crime which he stands accused. Jurors contentions. Victim may not be well off. He's a noble man straight up, no reason to doubt the man. He's poor, so obviously he's a liar, damn you. Well, I do declare the good gentleman has no reason to lie. In fact, I think he's rather splendid. Well, look at the accused by comparison. He's Japanese, stoops all the while, and has a mustache. Very fishy. What are you trying to infer, juror number 3? He's Japanese, damn you people. No evidence suggests the gangland actor is a fraudsman, for now at least. Oh, I really don't care, like I did the trial end quickly. 3 hours of missing time is nothing when you reach my age, you know, nothing at all. Damn mustache people, I knew it. Every single one of them seems completely convinced. Seeing that all the jurors have come to the conclusion Mr. Shamspeare is fine, upstanding, and honest citizen. Ask me, they've all been bewitched by his strange theatrical movements. Sadly enough, Mr. Natsumi has said as appears to have registered at all. Here goes. Let's not forget. Pleaded with the jury on Seki-san's behalf before and it works, so you never know. Before we begin, it might be an idea for me to remind you exactly how the summation exam works. Nope. Well, you're still very new to British law after all. Nope. That's true, I suppose. And Seki's fate is entirely in my hands, too. Well, there's a chance I might have forgotten some crucial detail. Perhaps I should use to sound her son out. Fuck him. Should I let her talk to me through it again or not bother? No need. I think kind for the kind out of settle. I've been through plenty of these summation examinations already now. I think it's important we don't delay to start any longer than necessary. Of course, I understand. I'm quite sure you're right. If you're confused by anything at any point, turn to me for advice whenever you like. I'll be here for you, alright. Key's really listening carefully to each juror's statements. Finding two that are contradictory and pitting the corresponding jurors against each other. Without further ado, please, counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Ben may not be well off, noble man. No reason to doubt the man. Good gentleman, he's rather splendid.
Hold it!
What do you really mean by that, sir? Well, I'm not one to boast, but I get up at 5 every morning, I do. 5, you're really early rising, aren't you? Well, what's that? Now I said you're an early riser. Oh, well, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I like to while away the hours in the evening reading books as well. By about 2 in the morning, I'm usually too tired to go on. Sleeps at 2 in the morning, gets up at 5. Well, that means he only has 3 hours of sleep each night. What's that, my dear? Only 3 hours of sleep each night. That's right, you see, 30 hours of missing time. Like I said, it's not much, is it? That isn't helping. And my contradiction between juror statements, yes. Once I figured two juror statements can't coexist, you need to pit them against each other. Well, when I see what they're saying doesn't make sense, so change to their meaning. Getting pizza cats from Sherlock back 3 months. Mercy, if we're unable to do that, judge would declare a trial over and move to education. Can't let that happen. Somehow or another, I have to turn this trial around. Well, there are plenty of people in London who seem noble but poor. Couldn't some of them also be liars? I've no doubt about it. That shaky client of yours, for example. I'd say not, Mr. Natsumi's no liar. Point is, the only thing that passed victims up that night was that Japanese man's tea. I make the gas man's testimony account as well. The truth couldn't be any more clear. It's not logical. Let me be frank, I'm a gentleman, and what a gentleman values. Turns out the old Shakespearean shouldn't run lie after all. I'd gladly change my decision about the defendant. Sure, my fellow gentlemen on the jury would be the same, isn't that right? Well, yes, perhaps. Oh, I don't see what's happening. Hey, what's that elderly gent on the end there? You know, you have to speak up. I don't care about this nonsense. Need this trial to be over. Alright, how many gentlemen do we actually have in the jury then? So we want to hold if we don't drink doom instead. So many victims a liar. Okay, good gem has no reason to lie. It's
Hold it!
splendid. You're saying you believe the man to be trustworthy because he's rather splendid. No, that's not what I said. The point is, the man is a victim here. What reason could he have to lie? And yes, he's rather splendid. Say yet again. Yeah, the man he sends accused behaves so suspiciously. It's exhausting. Look out. Afraid he's not being splendid at all. Splendid logic there, man. Thank you so much.
Hold it!
One of those things is a reason to find the man guilty. But he is fishy, there's no point dancing around the fact. He's Japanese, he has a mustache, and he stoops. Say you arrive at the conclusion just 3 steps like a waltz, in fact. The more I think about it, the more this trial seems like a dance. You seem to be several steps ahead of yourself, though, and you're on the wrong foot. There's some circumstantial evidence here, no proof of the defendant's guilt. The victim's version of events backed up by that big chin man next to him. Says in it, 1 he saw the Japanese man, 2 he saw no one else, 3 he saw the Japanese man there. That's another 3 steps. Oh, this really is seeming more like a waltz, isn't it? Right. Our execution waltz the way to victory. If you let him speak to you, let's hope some more. So I'm like half sleepy, alright. No evidence suggests from
Hold
now,
it!
at least. Fraudsman, what do you mean by that, madam? It's the most tiresome problem for the company, most irritating. We can absolutely certain that a customer is stealing from us, but without hard evidence, we can't even threaten to take action for fear of being sued. I'm sorry, you've lost me a little there. Who are you? Yes, she's the owner of the gas company. I'm the wife of Augustus Altamont, owner of the Altamont Gas Company. Good gracious, Altamont Gas Company, you say? Gas is the future of energy in this country and around the globe, but proper handling is essential. I'm sure my employee from the East End branch office would be the first to agree. Absolutely, Lady Quimby. Gotta be used properly. Altamont Gas, best in the world, of course. I think we may have solved the mystery of the bow from earlier, Miss Nardo, and he bowed in deference to his employer's wife, did he? Ah, so would I be right in assuming? Maybe Mr. Meterman was watching what Chelmsford was up to in his room. Afraid there's no end to the lance. The population of East End will go in order to steal our gas. Filthy savages, the poor, really. But we're freezing and gonna die! Savages. They have no choice when a company identifies somebody as a possible fraudsman. Dispatch a worker to watch a suspect day and night. We're very thorough in our investigations. So I mean, Mr. Shakespeare is... I wouldn't come out and say it in public. But you can finish that sensitive, grubby little gas thief. Another bee, she's the queen bee. Notice a public gallery in here, have you? The eye of a man hath not heard, the ear of man hath not seen. Faith, wouldest thou wound me with thy words, were I to let them penetrate the skin? Seest hear not and saw the choirs of angels in song. May not have evidence yet, my okras don't stop buzzing around till you find it. When they do, you'll find yourself blasted back to angelic heights and Altamont gas explosion. Chancellor's been stealing gas. Wonder juror number 4, if you wouldn't mind adding that information in your statement. My pleasure. Was it the bit about ripping that thief apart you enjoyed? But before the part of Jack Vots was not too much trouble. Of course. This could be it. Victim puts on a fine performance. In reality, he's a common thief of my company's gas.
Objection!
Two statements contradict each other. Good gracious. To whose statements you refer, Counselor? Juror number 1. Eh, what are you yelling about, lad? Assume you read juror number 4's statement made by the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas Company. Well, yes. The victim who you claim to be a noble, straight-up man, in fact, turns out to be a common thief. So the lady says, but there's no evidence, is there? You and I both heard them say as much. It's true we don't have evidence as such, just yet. Claims weren't baseless, you know. What? Who heard me? Seeing his operation has already been compromised. It's just that the court hears testimony from our East End branch office employee over there. Whatever you say, my lady, Gasman's honor. Number 1, you say you're a man of your word. Could show that Mr. Shamspeare is a liar. You assured me you would reconsider a decision about the defendant's guilt. Oh yes, I did say that. Man of honor, I will hold to it. Sure, the other gentlemen on the jury will. Well, yes, now that we've found out the man's a liar, perhaps we ought to consider the matter further. Oh, I'm perfectly honest, I'm old, I haven't heard half of what you've all been saying. This means you'll recap a few points that would suit me down to the ground. I'm not having any part of this one to try to be over now, or whatever. In that case, I'll change my leaning. So, Mr. William Shamspeare, if that is your real name, we have the jury demand to know how or exactly what kind of man you really are. That was quick. That's 4 jurors, 4 for not guilty. Yes, Mr. Arnold, a victory. Order, order! Well, this is quite extraordinary, I must say. So the defense summation examination and jury's leaning has changed. Only 2 jurors say guilty, was 4 say not guilty. I therefore declare this court to be in a state of disaccord. For a trial to continue. Time to throw it in the gallery. My clothes! Oh. You'll sport the bouquet of Mr. Shamspeare. Or Mr. Shamspeare. You're garbage. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury now find they're unable to trust you, the victim. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. So God mend me, I do swear. This gas men speak of that which concern them most, not but gas, not but thin air. Why it burneth bright a while, but it hath no substance and doth reek foul. Boy, what do you say? Well, I take it, Mr. Shamspeare, you deny the allegations of gas thievery. Most heartily, my lord, hast thou forgotten him as seraph, an angel. Noble of mind, sweet of nature, and verily, honest of heart. Yeah, you flowery-mouthed pompous beanpole, just 'cause I haven't got the evidence yet. Mr. Shamspeare, if in fact you are not noble of mind, sweet of nature, or honest of heart, you are a liar. testimony should have no sway in this courtroom. I consider it opinion that at the present time no other possible culprit of this crime has been identified. All testimonies heard by the court thus far heavily implicates the defendant. In short, it would not be unreasonable at this stage for me to rule on the case. Wait, huh? So much for the jury, oh no. However, in light of the fact that the jury has expressed concern about the fidelity of this witness, it would be inappropriate for this court not to pursue the court's
Objection!
I assure you, my lord, that would be a waste of the court's time. The gas in this case are unrelated. Juror number 4. Yes. Didn't you say before that all you had no hard evidence to prove this man had been stealing gas? Strong grounds for suspecting him. That's right, we do. Don't we, worker?
Absolutely, Lady Quinby, Gasman's honor.
Very well, then we'll hear your testimony now. Tell the court precisely why you believe the victim, Sir William Shakespeare, has been stealing gas, or Shakespeare.
Yes, my lord, my pleasure. The Altamont's Gas Company, if I may, my lord.
Go ahead, madam. This worker's testimony may have a significant bearing on the good name of my husband's company. Therefore, I should like to take the stand alongside him in supervisory role, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, yes, sweetest honor, yeah.
Very well, as an exception, I'll honor your request, alright? Thank you, my lord.
Hey, wait till the boss gets you in here, for it's gonna sting you, mark my words.
Both testify before the court on subject of illegal consumption of Altamont Gas Company fuel. Yes, is that clear, my good man?
Clear as Altamont Gas, my lady. It's clearest in the world.
I think the gas has gone to his head, Miss Saddle. I think the man is just a very dedicated employee, Mr. Naruto.
Prior to the media company's East End branch investigating a meter money collection agent, Altamont Gas meters accept to run penny bits, each coin giving customers out 2 hours of gorgeous gas. And yet the meter in Mr. Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though the collection agent has the only key.
Well, he's probably doing one of those things where he pulls the coin out.
Somehow he's using all the flaming gas he wants without paying a penny. If that's not thieving, what is?
The old stringing a coin. Put it in, pull it out. Easy. Pray forgive the discourtesy. The irrelevance of this testimony caused me to turn my hallowed chalice. What do you mean by that? Remarked Lord Von Zeeks. Mustachioed Nipponese poisoned the ganglion excuse for an actor, or didn't he? That's all that should concern this court, and yet, now I must listen to this abhorrence. Oh. Clearly what separates the vast British Empire and your eastern island nations more than geographical distance. Yeah, we talked about it at the start of the stream. British Empire still God tier at this point, even though they lost America earlier. The British. This could turn out to be crucial testimony. Cross-examination must go ahead.
Oh! My fucking pants!
Do what you will. Lord Van Zeeks appears to be in a violent mood. Yes, he does. Attempted poison and incidents of gas theft with no supporting evidence. True, they would appear completely unrelated at first glance. No wonder the truth tends to be buried in most unusual places. First step in uncovering it will be to establish just who and what this man really is. Altamont Gas Company's investigation.
Private company's East End branch investigating money collection agent Altamont Gas Ministers accept 10 penny bits each coin giving customers about 2 hours of gorgeous gas. Yet the meter in Shakespeare's room didn't have a single coin in it. The meter doesn't appear to have been tampered with, though. The collection agent is the only key. Somehow he's using all that flaming gas without paying a penny. That's not thieving, what is?
10 houses that have a gas supply. How few of these gas meters are there? Latest model, high technology developed by our company. Not by this, damn it. Not by this fucking game. No, British ships. I forgot when the first aircraft carriers started being made, but not at this point. British Navy is still strong. It's pretty sure in 1900, but I'm assuming between World War I and II something happens, and then for some reason Britain keeps making battleships instead of carriers. Oops. Anyone who uses a gas will have one of these meters on their property, yes. So if a 3p coin gives 2 hours of gas, most people would use about 3 coins in a night. A bit more than that usually. They both have gas lights and a gas stove, that is. Think about it, Seki-san doesn't have a fireplace in this room, does he? Some people still choose to use candles, of course, only have gas for heating. I remember seeing candles in Natsume's room, actually. How does the money in the meter get back to you in the gas company? Every 3 days, gasmen like me visit properties on gas supply, empty the meters of coins. I must say, the design and manufacture of the new meter cost the company an awful lot of money. Happily, it did put a stop to people not paying their dues for the most part. Yeah, because they have to pay in advance, you mean? Yes, exactly right. Meter and Shams didn't have a single.
Hold it!
Out of interest, how long has this been going on? Weeks and weeks and been pinching gas off us for ages. Examine the meter in Shams Peter's room, I take it. Naturally, we took it off the wall and went over it with a fine-tooth comb. Found nothing suspicious at all, I presume. Afraid we didn't, which is exactly why I demand a new type of meter to be produced, one with an indestructible lock. Shams Spear Special. It sounds like it would have cost an awful lot of 3p pieces. Even after all that, Raska's meter was still empty. Never forget the humiliation when I opened that money box, found it bare. You what? I said you what? Hey, look on his face, this smarmy smile of his. Pulled the meter straight off the wall and took it back to the office, but you know what? Nothing. Not a trace of being jimmied open anywhere, not a single sign. That's happened to my salary as a result, down by 3 shillings a day, that's what. A life-threatening situation in a number of ways. Incidentally, what became of that meter? Nothing came of it, I've still got it. Oh? Right here. No wonder they call it Meter Man. Oh, I think it would be prudent for the court to sequester some other trials ongoing. Convenient. Sports very strong line with the Shakespeare line. Although at first glance, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about it. Let's move this along, shall we? Continue with your testimony. Come on. Oh, what's... I spotted something narrow, though. Just here. There's a little hole, and you see... Goodness, you're right, I would have noticed. Not a very neat hole, is it? Not professionally made, I'd say. So, you think it might have been opened up by Shamspear. Also, seeing the people at Altamont Gas Company must have missed it well. So it seems to go all the way through to the inside, yes, but there's no way a coin could fit through here. That's true, but even so, it seems more than a little suspicious. Very stray looking padlock, isn't it? And the money box is sealed with beeswax, too. Mr. Sholmes would get up to any mischief, he'd be found out immediately. Naruto. Mischief of that kind's not the sort of thing that Mr. Sholmes would do. But you know, you didn't finish that sentence, don't you? Well, anyway, it's understandable that the gas company would want to safeguard the money that's rightfully theirs. It does feel a little over the top, perhaps, doesn't it? Oh, I would say as much value as the contents of that meter. Oof.
Objection!
Lady Altamont, I'm afraid to say. This meter clearly does show signs of having been tampered with. What? Hey, why yapping over and over that thing? I'm telling you there's nothing wrong with it. In that case, what do you have to say about the small hole that's been made at the base of the coin box? Oh, what? You're right. Quite right. There's a little hole there. Meters aren't supposed to have that. None of the others do. I always assume Mr. Shamsbury secretly opened up this hole himself. Yes, I wouldn't be at all surprised. But why?
Yeah, why? Why, I mean, it's tiny. Couldn't get a fountain through that.
Lady Altamont, I wonder if you could give the court some more details about your meter design. What sort of details? Well, what I'd specifically like to know is how it differentiates coins. How does the meter tell the difference between different coins? What do you mean? Well, for example, if someone were to put in a 1 penny coin, that wouldn't presumably work, would it? No, of course not. Well, how does the meter know that the coin that's been fed is a threepenny bit? I see what you're getting at now. The meter tells coins apart by their shape and size, which includes their thickness. A threepenny bit is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. You see, other coins just won't fit. I see, it's clearly very well thought out. So does he make those coins in soap and then melt it through the hole? Witness will amend their formal testimony of the information in case it's pertinent. As you wish, my lord.
Hold it!
Conversely then, it would seem that anything matching a 3-pence coin exactly in terms of diameter and thickness would equally well be used. Would that be true? Well, yes, in a way. The weight comes into a certain extent as well.
Ew, we thought of that too anyway. Find any fake coins inside the coin box when I empty them. The contract says customers must pay 100 times the amount they diddled as a fine. We live for moments like that, us gasmen do, eh? For them,
Oh, it would seem the gas company has thought of everything.
Oh, we're after gas, we're after cash, Altamont all the way.
Damn, I need one of you guys to be that guy. Good old corporate show. You was okay, see? Quite enough of that. Remind me, how big are threepenny bits? About 3/4 of an inch across. What do you think, Naruto? Is this 2 centimeters measurement significant? Perhaps there's some other aspects of the meter's construction we should be focusing on. Yes, you may be right. Perhaps I should try a different tact here. That's not whether the meter can be dismantled, for example. Let's return to the testimony. Of course, my lord. As I was saying, Altamont meters are unsurpassed. They can't be manipulated. Now look at this bar of soap. There's a circular depression on this side, about 2 centimeters across, or 3/4 of an inch. Do you think? Did find a soap at the scene, didn't I? Yes. 2 bars on that little ledge just outside the window, so we took this one. Shows when we found it. There's some sort of reddish medallion over there. I remember it clearly. There's no sign of it now. It could have gone.
Objection!
Oh, I see. Ice coin, maybe. Confirm something here. If the diameter and thickness were to be corrected, meter would accept any object as it were a threepenny bit. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Damn, this guy is super poor. By something of a coincidence, while we're investigating Mr. Shamsbury's room, found a particular item that matches the dimensions perfectly. Some of the same size as a threepenny bit. What was it? Item in question is this.
Hey, what? Have you been inhaling gas? It's a bar of soap.
It certainly looks nothing like a threepenny bit, I must say. Looks like I'm gonna have to point out exactly what I mean here. What's important about the soap is this part here. Vanilla around here. Oh, fuck. Yes, yeah, it's a perfect circle. I'd say almost 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Yes, or like something else we've been talking about recently, in fact. Now that says part of the soap you need to show to court.
Got it!
Have to turn over the soap to see what I mean. Oh. Referring to that round depression in the middle of the soap there. That's right, a depression that's approximately 3/4 of an inch in diameter. Or in other words, almost exactly the same size as a threepenny bit. Get away! Everyone are prison in their possession of threepenny bit. Quickly, hand over your coins, ladies and gentlemen. Sounds rather like a highway robbery, doesn't it? Thanks to a kind member of the public in the gallery, I have a threepenny bit. Let's see if it fits. My word, it could be more snug. Yes, as I suspected. This, without a doubt, is a vital clue to explain how the Altamont Gas Company is being defrauded. I like how off-topic this is anymore. We're trying to show or destroy the witness, or credibility of the witness, but your assertion amounts to what? Some inferior bar of soap as a tentative connection to the theft of gas. Yes, this reminds me of the Apollo Justice case too, except in that scenario, you're solving mysteries in the investigation part rather than in court. So it's sort of weird that this part isn't a investigation part. Impression in the soap was clearly made by a threepenny bit. What's concurrently is that pushing a coin of some force in a poor quality bar of soap such as this, or a really simple way of replicating the coin's shape. You could use, well, some melted wax or something to pour into the mold. Make fake coins in no time. Brings all the pieces of the puzzle together. It's a mess into the Shanspears using to steal the gas. That's the missing link. Now, if I follow that in the chain of thought, it's going to bring me a new explanation of what happened that nobody's considered yet. It's all nonsense. And making fake coins, my worker here would have found them when he emptied the meter. Yeah, it explains why there's it's always damp, yeah, below the meter box. Quite true, Lady Altamont. In the absence of black magic to make them disappear. I see, that's what we're dealing with, is it? There's one form of black magic that could cause the fake coins to disappear in the thin air, yes. Exactly, and the meter here gives it away. What on earth? There are remnants of the magical method used visible in the gas meter taken from the victim's room. As your assertion, counsel, defense will identify the remnants for the court at once. When the meter can the remnants of the method used to make fake coins disappear be seen? There's this little hole in the ball in the meter here, isn't there? It looks as though it was made by somebody who didn't really have the right tools. Does it actually go all the way through the inside? That's hard to see unless you look closely. Right to the part of me where the money ends up. I suppose it's nothing then. Oh. Couldn't possibly extract the coins through such small, could you? No, I suppose not. Then, the question remains, why would somebody go to the effort of making a hole here?
Got it!
Found this bar of soap at the scene of the crime just outside the victim's window. Outside? Yes, outside, where you yourself, Mr. Meterman, were loitering in the freezing winter air. That's where he found the soap. Ah, I get it. That's right, the answer, of course, is ice. Did you say ice? Shakespeare has been leaving soaps like this outside his window each evening filled with water. After a night outside in the bitter cold, the water is completely frozen solid the next morning, and then at 5:30 he puts the coin in. Then he takes his fake coins of ice and feeds them to the gas meter, giving them light and warmth in spades. As his room becomes very comfortably warm, the ice now inside melts, inside the meter's coin box melts. Turn it back into water, and drain it harmlessly away through the small hole made in the underside of the meter. That is how, without leaving any evidence of his wrongdoing, this man has been stealing Altamont gas. Just like that, so simply. Is he trying to make us look like idiots? He's been fooling us all with some bars of soap and some water. That's right, madam. I don't believe it. It can't be true. You have any idea how much money we spent to develop that new meter? Not even the audacity to suggest that bit of soap and some water render it totally useless. I'm fairly sure I didn't design it. Evidence. Sorry. I want evidence if you're gonna stand there and tell me our meters are rubbish. I want to see proof. She's very good at enforcing accountability, isn't she? Very well, Lady Altamont. If you like evidence, I'll provide it. What? How are you saying? You actually have evidence to support this theory. I did notice a trace of something that bothered me a lot at the time. I have a feeling this theory will come up now to explain it. Piece of evidence that substantiates the theory about Mr. Shamspear in stealing gas. This is
Take that!
Photograph of the scene at the point when the victim was discovered taken by Inspector Gregson clearly shows the remnants of crime carried out by Shamspear. What remnants? Here you see the gas meter in the wall in Shamspear's room. Now look close at the floorboards directly underneath the meter. But what is that? Some kind of grubby stain? Almost certainly it's a water stain result from the liquid that drained out of the hole made in the meter. One coin gives around 2 hours of gas heater, and the occupant was heating his room in all his waking hours. Imagine if you used around 10 of his fake coins each day. The melted ice inside the meter's coin box would have been dripping out almost constantly, leaving a stain on the floor. This is awful. Further evidence too. Shamspear is slumped over the table, apparently having consumed strychnine. Right there next to him is a bar of soap broken in half. You're right. It would appear to me then, Counsel, that the man was eating the soap, was he? No, you buffoon. Pardon me for disagreeing with your lordship, but certainly not. He didn't beat around the bush there, did he? In truth, Mr. Shamspear is found with a fork in his hand. Wheel of soap is sounding increasingly likely. What do you mean to say he was using that fork to? Yes. To extract a frozen coin from the bar of soap. The bar broke in half. Perhaps it didn't go very well. Good gracious. Shut up. Hey, free booze. Lord Von Zeeks. I was throwing my hand up in despair, and happened to catch my hallowed bottle on the way. Pray forgive my maladroit mistake. What is the meaning of this, Counsel? Allow me to pose my learned friend a question. What exactly did you establish from more recent cross-examination? Well, Mr. William Shamspear is a goddamn liar and a thief. In other words, his testimony is unreliable. That's it, that's exactly it. Very well, let us assume the man is a liar. Now allow me to pose another question. What possible difference does that make? Well, we know that suicide can be discounted. Scotland Yard's investigated Rio, no sign of another vessel that contained poison. Well, on the night in question, there were no visitors to the room except the accused. Young Gaspan's testimony, which we have no reason to doubt, has confirmed that. Furthermore, the only possible way the poison could enter the victim's body is via the tea. Court has seen no evidence whatsoever to suggest otherwise. Oh my god, he made coins of it or some shit. I don't know. He was probably a moron because he wanted to save money on water or something. I don't fucking know, but okay. Oh my god, he made coins from the fucking tea because he's that poor. Okay. I'm old. You have William Shakespeare's a liar you're claiming to be. These facts have been objectively established. There's no escaping it. Yeah. In light of these facts, prosecution calls for immediate adjudication. You. Yeah, what? Order. Well, counsel, how does the defense respond? Naruhodo. What was the point of that last cross-examination? Did it actually get us anywhere? Make no difference at all, like Lord Von Zieks is saying. No, this isn't over. The defense will not rest. What? Counsel, you've successfully explained everything. Identified to substantiate the unscrupulous method employed by Mr. Shakespeare to consume gas. What more is there to discuss? Lord Von Zieks just highlighted 3 facts in order to make his point, but contrary to what he would have the court believe, not all of them are objectively established at all. What are you trying to say, my Japanese friend? At least one of those so-called facts is an assumption made due to lack of evidence. But the situation has changed now following the cross-examination of the latest witnesses to take the stand. Don't be absurd. What is this nonsense? Yes, when you bring everything we've learned so far together and as a whole, it's clear. There's a question we now need to reconsider, namely... poison in the tea. All been led to believe the strychnine poison inflicted Miss Chancellor was in the tea brought to him by Natsume. Is this gonna be some weird thing where they're selling soap with lead or something in it? Okay, that's conjecture best. The victim has testified nothing else passed his lips that night. There's no other possibility. Since there was no trace of the tea left at the scene, it couldn't be tested for traces of poison. As I said, the situation has changed because, in fact, some of Mr. Natsume's teas was left at the scene. A particular piece of evidence proves it. Ludicrous claim. Scotland Yard detectives investigated the scene exhaustively. How could they fail? What evidence are you suggesting they missed? That's made a bold claim indeed. Very well, counsel. Present your proof. What evidence from the scene of the crime can tell us about the nature of the defendant's tea?
Take that!
What exactly is this piece of evidence supposed to rule out? Natsume's tea, counsel. Well, I suspect it may, possibly, be related to tea in some way if you dig deep enough. I have to look in it. Dig in very long time indeed, my learned friend. Oh. Maybe at the bottom of the deepest chasm. Find no sense in absurd assertion. Sometimes I wish I could disappear down a deep chasm to escape this deep sarcasm. I think more deeply, alright. Yeah. Alright, it doesn't work. Poison might have been in there, but is that the evidence?
Take that!
Gracious, the soap again. St. Bar the victim used fashioned coins of ice. Yes, that's right, my lord. Just come back to me, something about when we first found this bar of soap at the scene yesterday.
How fucking poor is this guy? I know he's trying to scam him, but Jesus, how poor is this dude?
More bars of soap. So what are bars of soap lined up on a ledge outside the window? So poor Pepe Hens can't even fucking turn on the tap or get snow for water. He like, doesn't drink the tea so he can make more tea coins. Quite certain when we originally stumbled upon the bars of soap, there was actually a frozen coin in each bar. He's so poor. Discovered the gas thief's coin factory. Fascinated. In a way, yes, but there's more. Coins we found in the soap at the time weren't normal ice. There was something strange about them, you mean? Exactly, something very obviously strange. Yeah, did this guy murder someone in the other fucking apartment just to lower the rent or something? I don't know. I don't know how poor or desperate this guy is. Something very obviously strange. They were red. The ice was red. No, you mean. That's right, it's obvious to me now. The fake coins in the soap were made from frozen tea. What? But remind the court of a statement made by Natsume earlier this trial. Odd evening, yes. I did take some freshly brewed tea with me when I visited Shamspeare's room as a gift. The public water pump outside always freezes nights, so I bought bottled water especially to make it. This is the result. Never will I touch tea again, never. Oh yes, I believe there had been a snowfall that day. It was particularly cold. Sadly, on such occasions, the poorly constructed water mains in East End are prone to freezing. Night in question, Mr. Shamspeare having no running water to use. Forced to use tea brought by Mr. Natsume in order to make his fake coins. My word. There were 2 bars of soap on the window ledge when my judicial assistant and I investigated the scene. That's right, and we only borrowed one of them. Which means that even as we speak, some of the defendant's tea is still present at the scene of the crime, frozen solid in a bar of soap outside Mr. Shamspeare's window. Extraordinary. Earlier today, Inspector Gregson informed the court that even if one drop of the tea remains, Scotland Yard would be able to analyze it for poison. As such, we're now in a position to prove or disprove what has been now mere conjecture. I find out for sure whether or not Mr. Natsume's tea actually contains strychnine at all. You smug Nipponese. My lord, we cannot do the defendant the injustice of passing judgment now. Police should be dispatched. Cover a main bar of soap for the scene at once. I'm pretty sure it will have poison on it, because I think the envelope had the poison. Feds request thorough analysis of the frozen tea embedded in it, determine whether or not it contains any poison. Bailiff, bailiff, instruct the police to attend the scene at once. Yes, my lord, understood. Damn, look at that bee outfit. Fucking hell. Damn bees. So you have no choice. Suspend these proceedings for the time being. I trust you have no objection, Lord Von Zeeks. None, my lord. Scotland Yard will recover the tea from the scene and carry out the requisite tests immediately. Trial will resume at the same hour tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow? Prosecution and defense may conduct further investigations appropriate in the interim. Yes, my lord. Well, maybe we'll solve the murder of the previous people in the room. I just scraped through there somehow. Thank you, counsel. This court is adjourned until tomorrow. This guy murdered the other tenant to keep the rent down. Okay. Fine, and if you guys want me to remove the DLC costumes, we can do that. But sir... Second February, 1:11 p.m. Naruto's legal consultancy. Made it back in one piece, just. Perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. I know, what a lot of close shaves. So many carriages in the streets of London, very nearly flattened several times. Oh no, I didn't mean that. Yes, I know. It was a marvelous defense, Naruto-san. It really was. Wait, What room is this? Wait, what time is this? Wait, Marvel's defense. Oh, I was in awe of you. Thank you. Your fervent exploits wanted some more precious investigation time. Oh, we didn't set up the office until after? Oh, after the 4th case? Okay. Yeah, I was wondering why there's nothing here. Okay. Yeah, I see. Let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Let's do that. Sith Lord 223 Stormstorm required 3 years. Everything alright, I suppose. I still can't quite believe it. That's all, that I'm here in England working as a lawyer, I mean. Noel Bailey, no less. Trivia shouldn't be me, should it? Should be him standing in my shoes. It should be Kazuma. Kazuma sounds wish you follow him the Great Britain and work alongside him, yes. You never had the chance to ask him exactly why, but he clearly had a plan. He wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for him. You know what, doing wonderfully Naruto-san. Oh, that Kazuma-san would say the exact same thing over here with us. He was a loser, alright? He got pushed. Thank you, Sao-san, thank you. The pusher monkus. No, don't push me! And she acts innocent, but then you realize she's actually a 20-something-year-old woman. And the method of assassination is the push. I should put the spade away somewhere. That's not a spade, Naruto-san, it's a shovel. No, the shovels are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material. It's a spade. No, spades are for digging, that's for scooping up loose material, that's a shovel. Well, doesn't really matter, does it? You're so right, Naruto-san, mustn't pour over such trifles. On reflection, I think I'll leave the spade where it is. Yes, I think that's for the best. I may need a shovel when we're working in the garden. Oh yeah, quite a shock earlier today, wasn't it? Victim himself turned up in court and took the stand. I know. Finding out that he is actually a barefaced gas thief as well. Yes, that was certainly a surprise to us all. For a while, it seemed as though everyone had quite forgotten about Saseki-san poisoning in the tea. Cover your phrases, Son didn't poison anything, and there's more to this Mr. Shamspear than we yet know, I'm sure of it. Shamspear certainly wasn't a noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. No one thought he was upstanding. He's poor. People thought the rich Irish guy was good, though. He has a park named after him. What's become of him, actually? But that he'd be returned to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. Oh, which one is that? Let me see. Good old McGilded. Yeah, he's at St. Bartholomew's, or Bart's as others call it. We know that place, don't we? Yes, we visited the screen there yesterday. It's the same hospital which she was taken. After Saseki-san stabbed her in the back. Be careful your phrasing, Naruto-san. He didn't stab anyone. Plus, we both owe Saseki-san in the park, St. Bartholomew's. Yes, we should probably visit the hospital later. Saseki-san took the tea to the victim on the night in question. He isn't the culprit, then obviously. Yes, poison surely wasn't in the tea. You guys hate rich people for some reason, but he donated a park, damn you, a park. That's the case. How on earth did the poison get into Mr. Shamspear's body? Sure, we'll find a clue in the scene. Must be something in Shamspear's room that help us solve the mystery. Naturally, Scotland Yard detectives have been over the place already, but it couldn't hurt for us to have another look around. It's cause there's something below the fucking wooden plank on the ground, definitely. Desperate to know the outcome of the investigation. Your tea left in the bar of soap. Well, if we run into Inspector Gregson, we could ask about that. That was my Sogi best friend I ever had, and a lawyer with such promise. He really saved my bacon in that horrible incident just before we left Japan. So picture him now, looking so fierce and determined in court. Then after the trial, a crazy idea came up with, if only he was like either older or like more frail looking. I refuse to believe a 15-year-old. Maybe this game will like show conspiracy or something. But I find it ridiculous that a fucking 15-year-old girl took him out. assassin girl push. Yeah, he might still be. Maybe he was actually killed by a real assassin. As a stowaway, yes. You can fit inside the trunk if you pull out small enough, I'm sure no one will know. Kazuma, won't you tell me why? I want to go through the land so I can accompany you on the Great Britain. Well, it's been on my mind ever since we got through the trial. I really ought to go into Lara. You be a defense lawyer. Natural talent for it, believe me. I guarantee it. Have you thought about becoming a lawyer? Well, I can't force you, obviously. You'll have to decide for yourself. But anyway, London is the cultural capital of the world. City at the forefront of everything. Can't agree to see with your own eyes. Well, that's true. Suppose so. If you really become a lawyer, then one day... One day what? One day what? Oh, no. Ha! Never mind. Ha 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 ha. Damn flags. I'll tell you one day when you get older. I have something very important to tell you. Let me do it tomorrow. Do. Naruto-san. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about Kazuma. Yes, he's forever in my thoughts too. Change the Japanese jiu-jitsu system for the better. That was his dream. That's why he so desperately wanted to come to Great Britain to study, of course. That's right, but... Yes, do wonder if his true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. I don't know, the thought just takes hold of me every now and then, that's all. Narasan, what do you mean by Kazuma-san's true intentions? Spears? What are this? This katana, I never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma's passed away, of course. No, I know. It was because I asked you to take it. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me the courage. Yes, actually, the night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. It's forbidden. Do not ever unsheath it. It's forbidden! Karuma. It's a forbidden blade. That's right, it's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asogi clan. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. It can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that. So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two, not that you would need much compelling. That subject. Something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. Tell me! Something you have to do. Yes, I appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. What do you mean by something very important that I have to do? I hope the answer to that question would become apparent when we arrived here, but I've not found a single clue. Let's see. Let's say hello to those idiots. On 2nd of February, Shones is sweet. Runo and Susie, hooray, you're back. Ours fine spirits as always, I see. I am looking immaculately presented as ever, Susie. Will you flatter me? Could have come at a better time and made a pot or two. I'll set some cups. Thanks, Iris, but actually... What is that foul smell? Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have you been? Oops. We've been in court? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case. Oh, today, was it? I'm sure I mentioned it only yesterday, Mr. Sholmes. Sure you think you did. Oh, Well, we can laugh about it now. Tell me, how did the trial go? Reasonably well so far. I managed to escape without a guilty verdict, at least. Really would have liked to see it. Just pass the time of the day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Lord Von Ziek's an acquaintance, Mr. Sholmes. Naturally, there is not a person in the world who doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruto. Not quite what I asked, but still. Mr. Sholmes, whatever is that odor? Yes, what is it? It's faint, but absolutely awful. Indeed, that's a scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. Oh dear. Alright, I'll bite. What's he up to now? Von Zieks, Lord Barak Von Zieks, yes, it's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutors fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed. Even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts, sooner or later that soul vanished from the capital. Vanished how exactly? By falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames, or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue being set upon by highwaymen. Numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. All seems a little far-fetched, really. Bright side, Mr. Mustache is the fighting fit for a time being, at least. Not overly reassuring. Rumors are true, though. Its conclusion will surely be that those acquitted are, well, by Lord Von Ziek's own hand. As it happens, Mr. Sato, that is quite impossible. Oh, why? Naturally, the man very quickly became under such suspicion, however, whenever these incidents occurred. Reaper always had a cast-iron alibi, really. So his reign continued, but 5 years ago, he vanished from the courts, never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruto. Yes, so I've heard. That was the very day I arrived when I was thrust in that trap, the Old Bailey, the bitter fight to the death coincided with the Reaper's resurrection. Really did end bitterly indeed. There you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Luno, I didn't know if you're just incredibly unlucky. Incredibly unlikable. I think it goes deeper than dismay, a sense of general loathing. For all Japanese people. It's racist, huh? Oh! Everyone's like, oh, what? I had no idea! Mr. Natsumi, who I'm currently defending being Japanese as well, Mr. Sato and myself, I found it even more keenly in court today. Can't believe he's racist. For some reason, Lord Von Ziek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. Indeed, it is an interesting observation. I didn't notice. You didn't? When he said we're savages or smelly? I never thought about that way. Huh. You know something about it. Do you know Mr. Sholmes? About 10 years ago, that Barak Von Zieks chose to enter the legal profession. However, for that time, the young man's closest companion was Japanese, hailed from the Empire of Japan. No, what to tell us more, Mr. Sholmes? What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. Unable to tell you anything about the affair. Oh, but the veil will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it is Mr. Mustache who's most deserving your attention, I believe. What is this foul smell? What is that indescribably foul smell? Well, most probably this, I would say. What is that? Dear fellow, it is of course my latest invention, a Komoko test to identify whether or not a tea is genuine at a drop of some tea. Oh my. Some unscrupulous swordsmen in the stalls along London's less frequented streets, they regularly sell what purports to be high quality tea but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. Certainly unsavory behavior. When one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris. Stupid glasses. At the ready, Hurley. Let us add a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? What the? It's turned completely black. And what a foul odor it's given off. Dude, the blacker the tea becomes, more foul the odor, the better the tea is. It appears that this cup was particularly fine, Darjeeling. That's very ingenious, but what do you do with that black liquid now? I dispose of it naturally. Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? It does seem to be a rather obvious problem with your new invention, Mr. Sholmes. That's why this chemical test is merely a test, my mere madam, right? Point is, we're entering a new era of science. The world of criminal investigation also. Yes, forensic science. Oh, these are such exciting times. Regularly engage in this scientific experimentation alongside my unofficial consultant detective work. The Locke Sholmes method will be the foundation upon which modern investigation techniques is based. This little T indicates a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Forensic science, suppose I should find out more about that. It's your T test. Is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. Essential tool in cases that hinge upon the knowledge of whether some tea is higher or inferior quality, not a huge number of cases, eh? Perhaps more practical examples required fingerprints, not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we were dragging our heels there. I haven't even heard of them until recently. Partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. Does that mean you're studying fingerprints, Miss Sholmes? Others in the field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Know what I'm researching? Skin prints, skin prints. Nomenclature of my own design as this chemical agent makes it possible. It reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. Brilliant, Mr. Sholmes. As long as it doesn't turn everything completely odorous and black. I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talent session very soon indeed. I think we should go back to the scene and see if we can uncover any new clues. That's the spirit, Reno. Smell you later. Yes, until later. No, Mr. Sholmes, we were thinking you'd come with us. You were, yes, of course. You said just so a moment ago. You said you witnessed your forensic talents in action. I yes, recall saying something along those lines. You go on ahead. I should be sure to follow you later in all likelihood. Probably. Maybe. Well, I might. Your commitment astounds me. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. We'll eagerly await your arrival. Bye-bye, Bruno. Bye, Susie. We'll visit there later. Let's look at the old room. Yeah, see that stupid hole in the ground? Bottom right, yes. Sumi's lodging's ground floor. Look at Inspector Gregson. What are you doing here? Well, we were hoping to have another look around, actually. Our represented defendant has a right to examine the scene, as I'm sure you're aware. I know the score. Oh yes, one other thing. Soap on the ledge outside the window. You find it with the tea in it. Yeah, we found it all right, and there was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. I knew it. It's at the identification section at the yard now. They're looking into it. So it should be available later today. Wonderful news. Thank you. Pretty impressive performance in court this morning. Sorry. Oh, nothing. Forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything else in here. Oh, there he is. Sholmes, what are you up to over there? What I questioned you, was it not your good self? You asked me to attend the scene? Well, what are you doing here, Sholmes? What are you up to over there? What are you doing over here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Now, time, Mr. Sholmes, are you about to show us your forensic talents in action as you promised? The greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. What a sus? Oh, because in his non-DLC costume puts his glasses on, or in this special costume puts the stupid mask on. What a assassin? What's all this? Assassin. Oh, this is precisely what you requested, Mr. Naruto. This Herlock Sholmes sensational skin print seeker gun. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. Sample from Mr. Shamspeare's cup. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions on everything he or she touches. A sample of those secretions, all I need to produce this fine indicator solution by liberally spraying the room with this chemical. Everything the victim touches instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. Here, try them on. It's gonna show the floor. Alright, there. Spray the chemical indicator and all will be revealed. Spray. How do I do that? Put a press of A in the area you're interested in all this required. Is this the Dustin thing? I forgot. I think was it case 5 of the first game or something that had something like this? Was that something like fog? Suspension of the chemical indicator of pressurized gas, most efficient way to cover a large area. Okay, destined for fingerprints. 1-5, I see. Another invention I discovered incidentally while I was developing the ideas. You do. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. And there's some interest about the victim's movements tonight. A question. Well, there's nothing to lose, suppose. Let's explore. Look at all this here. Ah, yes, interesting. What's you the victim's handprints? Why are so many of them on the floor in this one spot? Oh, perhaps he had a bad fall just here. Nothing obvious I would have tripped over though, is there? Oh, I wonder. Personally, I often stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. I think that's something only a great detective would do with jumps. Oh, that's quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. Yes, there's no obvious explanation. Dozens of handprints here. Oh. What's behind the painting? There are a great many indeed. So much hard to make out it one individual print, in fact. Sends a chill down my spine. Perhaps he was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. Unlikely, I would say. Rather dull scene after all. Without wishing to state the obvious. I generally admire pictures from such close quarters, I feel. Very true, Miss Sato. Bit of a mystery then. Was that it I needed? My experiment shows amazing skin print indicator all the rooms, didn't we? It's too high up if you were, you know. Damn you people. There are two places of particular interest, I'd say. Handprints on the floor there. And on the wall by the picture you made. Yes, and it's in the floor warrants closer investigation. It won't be a moment. What is it, Mr. Sato? Look there now, Roger. One of the floorboards popped out. One of the secret hiding place. Excellent, Mr. Sato. What do we have in here? Meanwhile, just Scotland Yard is like, yeah, we got it, boss. Why is this step creak? Yeah, I don't know. Well, what are you lot doing? Doing our job, Inspector Gregson. Stand aside right this minute. My job to investigate there. Get me and the boys to investigate. No, Inspector, you continue to dig into your portion of chips while we dig under the floor here. Your fancy talk's putting me off my food anyway, Sholmes. New bit of evidence, exactly what I need. A secret hiding place under the floor, what a find. It's not a hiding place you can make use of in Japan. I don't think I could lift a straw to tell me that. No, I never expect one of these wooden floorboards to move either. It's kind of wondering about the wall over there too. Aren't you curious? So, best get it once. Nothing behind the picture, sadly. Only the wall. How disappointing. And then how do you explain the handprints? I can't think of why anyone had been touching the wall over in one place. It's too high, damn you. There you are, print for you. Photograph handprints on the walls mentioned in the court record. Damn you people. Thank you very much. His invention can make prints too. Now then, I wonder if Inspector Gregson found anything under the floor there. I'm desperate to know. So am I. If there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard there. I mean, us Gregson now, after all, we're well acquainted. Back to Gregson, really, it's been too long. What is it, Sholmes? Well, perhaps you might show me what you found there. Seeing we're such good friends. We're not friends. Pepe hints. No, I suppose not. Dismal failure, yes, I heard. Killed notes on that floorboard. Alright then, fair is fair. What? We did discover the hiding place after all. Suppose I should at least fill you in, really, Inspector. Thank you. Do it quickly, my dear fellow. There's one thing I know about this man. It's that he blows with the wind as fickle as a woman. Boy, stop making me out some kind of nut. There were 3 items on the floor there. A newspaper clipping, a photographic print, and a tin box. What do you want to know? Looks like this was cut out of the papers 3 months ago. It was a convict who got sick and died while he was serving time in Manchester. How terrible. I get the headlines down in London as well. The bloke had been sentenced to death, you see, but nature got him first. Oh my goodness, committed a capital offense. A man by name is Selden, nasty piece of work in the Begleys and They say the hoard he knocked off was worth £1,000. A hoard, treasure you mean. Jewellery and the like, but he hidden it somewhere, no one knows where. Now he's dead. Papers loved it, of course. £1,000 lost en route to hell or something such was the headline. So that strike you though? That such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor. Suppose now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Let's go over the paperwork you got on Soderback of the yard and see if I turn anything up. Capital offender article has been entered in the court document. Oh, Dwounds, those 2 photographs found looks reasonably recent to me. So that guy is the guy who died on the other floor, right? Okay, I'm assuming. Could have been taking the street front of the house here, so he probably murdered this guy. He keeps the rent down, easy. Gentleman on the left is Mr. Garrideb, the landlord, of course. He's a young man on the right, Mr. Garrideb's son, perhaps. Perhaps. You can take that print if you like. Really, we can give it to Miss Green. Presume, therefore, that the yard already knows. Tell me of this young fellow, that is. Ah, is that true? Well, it's too bad if we do. Unfortunately for you lot, leaking information is one of my pastimes. The inspector and me bored to point something out. Pastimes are for one's leisure, this one's for work. One more reason I'm not telling you. Dismal failure. Yes, I heard. And photograph. A photograph like that was before, I mean. Shakespeare himself is in it. Photograph prints are still rare treasures in the East End. Imagine Mr. Garrideb was rather delighted to have been immortalized, probably made a proud present of it. This tin box looks interesting, doesn't it? Might I suggest, Inspector? You open it. If you were to find something inside that reveals a true binder's case, I would be the least surprised. Yeah, funny enough, I've already had a look. It's completely empty. It's gonna be not empty. There's gonna be something in it. Shakespeare, give us a clue, man. Didn't even have the chance to utter a word, Mr. Nardo, anyway. At least we found out what's inside the box. Yes, there. It's empty, rather like how I feel inside. What more to this box, I wonder. Kitty! So stupid. It's behind there then. Lively little kitty cat. What's its name? Natsumi's, isn't it? One thing we'll ever ask him actually, is the cat the killer? The real killer? I killed that person. Why do we call it Wagahai? You know, like Mr. Natsumi refers to himself in Japanese. What have we got in there? Clever cat. Oh, wonderful. Well then, Wagahi, here's something delicious I bought for you from the Cat's Meat Man. Hey, kitty, as he pulls out a knife. Or no, he puts back the knife. You have fed me well, human. You live today. You couldn't be happier now, look. Go and bring some happiness to its owner, too. Sounds like a makeshift stage, isn't it? Where are the audience sit, though, for the nightly Shakespeare performances? Matches aspiring to the great stage must practice start now, though, with or without an audience. In fact, on a related note, perhaps you should set up a mock bench for your defense in the office, what? You can practice start every single day. Think about it. Promise to don a beard and play the role of the judge. Oh, if that would help you achieve your goal, I'll just have to see. Kitty. Was this where all the budget went for this damn cat? Wagahi, meow. Cheeky little meow, Wagahi. Oh, he's so adorable. I could sit and watch him forever. I think I may not appreciate that after a while. I have an investigation to get back to. February Briar Road. I always seen the bicycle outside Gyarados residence. But the bicycle is extremely popular all over Great Britain at the moment, in fact. One seems very warped though, especially the front wheel. Make it more of a challenge ride, do you think? I'm afraid that maybe it is all the rider's incompetence, and the front wheel is so badly warped, I'm afraid the rider made it similarly affected then. Good chance that Natsume's been practicing his bicycle, I think. Oh dear, I fear he may be right. Right, February St. Bartholomew's Hospital. Recovery ward. What do you suppose is happening? Sounds like some sort of disturbance, yes, I hear angry voices. Wow. Be not angry, O ample lady, verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot, you were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. Ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas a foul indeed the poison that mustache villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. Wish you died from that poison. God have mercy, ample lady, but thou seest my vigor still. Behold my Sham-spear dents. This looks rather ominous, doesn't it? I'm not a villain. Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land west to rise of the sun. What now? What are you doing here, Mrs. Sham-spear? Mary, I do believe I returned unto another lord. He was looking, that's what he was doing, looking at my terrible work. Eastern fellow, so dark, yeah, the faith thy work in court this morning was wonderful. Do applaud thee. Well, thank you. But, wow, doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? Anon, exeunt, I don't know what that was. Jasper may technically be the victim in this case, but there's definitely a lot more than that. Very hard to pin the man down. Alright, wide people. So sorry, I'm such an awful person on the screen. Is everything alright? Yes, I mean, don't worry about me. About to discharge me, so I must get ready to leave now. I see. Delighted you'll soon be well enough to go home, Miss Green. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. Jesus, little plum. Stop it, sir. You're feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green. I am, thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. Oh yes, it really was an ordeal, wasn't it? As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow and even minding my own business, and then, completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back by a knife and collapsed unconscious for days. Plus, when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. Terrible week it's been for you. Oh no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I'll look back on this fondly, really. Oh, I must be getting things together now, so we're ready to be discharged. Oh yes, of course. Sorry to take up your time when you're obviously busy. Like, I wanted to present to her the picture. Yes, I see. Guess we don't go here yet. Lots of bottles in the cabin out there. I think it's safe to keep them like that. You're a patient here, feel sure you take some medicine by mistake or you're half asleep. That is a worry. This cabin has a lock, even if it's only flimsy looking one. I have no doubt you'd manage to unlock that somehow you're half asleep as well. Let's do what I can do even when I'm half asleep on the saddle. We can show the picture to him. Character appears to be out. Oh well, I suppose we'll just have to come back again later. Yeah, I guess we have to wait for a certain trigger. In February, local prison, cell 9. Sumi is back. Sumi is Miss Sumi. Hello. I am a cat. Sorry. Oh, we never fed his cat. Oh wait, I mean we did feed his cat. Okay, right. It was convenient that he was in the other room. I don't know who Mr. Natsume is or Hairlock Sholmes. I don't know what courts or trials or Old Baileys. I'm a cat. That's what I am. Just a cat. Haruto, he's trying to escape from reality. Trying to, he already has completely. What is your name then? As yet I have no name. Haruto, he hasn't fully thought out his new identity yet. Maybe it's not too late to bring him back to reality. We can pull him back! Do you think you could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I'm not a cat. It worked. He's back in the real world. It's going to become of me. No, don't answer that. It's obvious. My cursed soul's never gonna skip this accursed fate. And so now this morning's proceedings in court prove there's hope. Yes, so come student Mr. Naruto Esco was brilliant, but The Reaper is omnipresent in court in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. What's he looking straight at me for? I think perhaps there's something we should discuss. Yes, we must. No life I've ever been so moved as I was today. No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. If I blocked those out, then today, being in that courtroom was most moving experience of my life. Locum Student Esquire, you're too kind. Scotland Yard found the remaining tea just as we deduced, and they analyze it as we speak. Nothing wrong with that tea, they won't find a drop of poison in it, that's solemn sworn Sozeki's certainty. Tell me, did you both drink the tea at the same time that night? Oh yes, most definitely, remember. Drink the tea while it's hot. We both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. At the time, you were both completely fine. Shown by the fact he and Mr. Shamspeare engaged in a Romeo and Juliet match. I suppose the focus of tomorrow's proceedings will be how the poison was taken by the victim then. Shamspeare. Rotten Shamspeare, what have I ever done to him? You don't recall him taking issue with you over anything you've done recently? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all. Right. What I don't understand is why you didn't let me know sooner. And you know what, Mr. Natsume? About the soap, of course, what else? Oh dear, you're struggling with such a meager stipend. Of course I am, if I had money. I wouldn't have chosen to let a curse exist in such a cursed lodgings. Ah yes, you said it's because the place is cursed that it's so cheap, didn't you? Exactly, especially the room that I rent. The spirit of that capital offender who lived there. There we go. Still haunts the place and it's trying to kill me. Alright. Capital offender. Maybe the guy really did murder a guy just so rent would go down. What a genius. He saved so much money. Yeah, so come see Mr. Esquire the next time you visit me. Bring scores of super soft soaps. We may have to, What's this newspaper cutting that we found in Shamspeare's room? Ah, so he knew, did he? Sorry about this man, Selden. Fated killer, and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. What, he's already taken one young man's life, and now... Oh, never mind, he's trying to take a life from another. A miserable mustache, much-aligned Japanese man. Okay, probably killed the guy in the picture. So if you know something, please, you must tell us. Tell us everything about that evil spirit. Selden. Truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now. At the time, he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garredeb's house. What, do you live? Where do you now? That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. My room was previously occupied by a criminal found guilty of a capital offense. Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. That's when it started. The curse. I believe this curse you keep mentioning, Miss Natsume. Already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Poor lodger. He was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. Not from the inside, exactly the case we're dealing with now. That's a convict's curse, is it? Yes, well, as the start of it. Is it some, like, fucking poor gas or something? Here we go. Maybe the real victims are the poor people. Any idea how to lodge it before you pass away, Mr. Natsume? The official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. Uh-oh. It's a scandal. Well, they found that out after I suddenly Garredeb came to tell me later. Couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, known beforehand, I probably would have been too scared to take the room. And all of these luckily legal. Maybe Mr. Garredeb, maybe, but not so lucky for poor Mr. Natsume. Now you believe the curse is afflicting you. It is, it is. First, I just felt as though I was being watched. He is being watched all the time, and then you talk about having nightmares, didn't you? But dead or trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. That's what I'm struggling to breathe. I wake up and the room is as cold as ice. Why is your room so cold? London winters are too cold to bear up putting a heater on overnight. For some reason, yes. Even though I light the stove before I climb to bed at night. Pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. Yeah, there's like a hole in it, but that's terrible. Exactly the same situation what led to the previous occupant's death, and there's what happened with Sir Shamspear last night when he was mysteriously poisoned. Clearly more to that incident can be explained by a curse, so. Or it can be crazy strange happening in Garrideb's rooms. Alright, we'll do one last thing before we go for tonight, so we'll continue this tomorrow. Let me see if this gets anything from him. Oh, never mind, he doesn't recognize him. Nothing much. Too long since I've heard President Delight family to cover homeland, what? You're too kind, accept it gladly, sorry, but I'm trying to give it to you, actually. Okay, but we'll continue this tomorrow because it's 12 o'clock now. So I assume we will get to the start of chapter 3 tomorrow, but we won't finish chapter 3 tomorrow, obviously. Could be wrong, but the first game was weird because the first 3 are all short, actually, yeah. Because it's only 1-day cases. Okay. Okay, oh yeah, I guess 1 is long, but like 2 and 3 were short for some reason. Alright, so that is it for this tonight, but we'll continue with this tomorrow. Alright, we'll definitely finish this case tomorrow, but I don't think we'll get very far in 3 tomorrow then. Yeah, okay. So 3 would be next week, likely as finisher. Alright, I'll be right back and we'll do Slay the Spire. Let me quickly switch the game while I get a snack.